Do you get tired of your misery? It's on repeat daily. It ain't gonna change over time. So relax and ease your mind. Have you thought riding with me? I'll take the wheel for you to see what would have been, what could have been. Let me drive a little crazy. 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 Crazy. We bust a mission, clear your vision so your eyes can see. Be successful is a hustle, take his destiny. Stop the blame game, we stay scheming. In my drop top, they start believing. Have you thought riding with me? I'll take the wheel for you to see what would have been, what could have been. Let me drive a little crazy. 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 Crazy. Got the money, now the honeys wanna get with me. They see Ferraris and Bugattis, now they're on their knees. Stop the blame game, we stay scheming. In my drop top, they start believing. Let me drive a little crazy. Let me drive a little crazy. Let me drive a little crazy. Let me drive a little crazy.
Buonasera. Anzi, è il caso di dire buongiorno, perché è strano, Ma siamo in live alle 6 del pomeriggio. Penso sia la prima volta in tutto il canale che siamo in live a quest'ora. Quindi ciao a tutti quanti, ben arrivati. C'è un sacco di gente nuova, ma salutiamo tutti, salutiamo tutti. Ciao Ayman, buonasera. Ciao X Razevil, spero di averlo detto decentemente. Ciao Federico Vig, buonasera, buonasera. Lasagne anche a te. Buone lasagne anche a te. Ciao Vladi, ben arrivato, bello, ben arrivato. Signori, il nostro Vladi è un amico del canale, uno streamer anche lui, quindi ovviamente un bello shoutoutino per un altro giocatore di Warframe che porta Warframe in live, quindi come non spalleggiarci tra di noi, ovviamente. Ottengo i nuovi premi se guardo questa live in contemporanea all'altra? Assolutamente sì. Adesso vi saluto e poi spiego bene come funziona. Ciao The Barbon, ti spiego come funziona appena finito di salutare tutti. Ciao Melebu, buonasera, buonasera. Quando inizia il Tennocon? Inizia tra una mezz'oretta. Sono partito con un po' di anticipo per essere tranquillo. Tra pochi minuti il pre-show, esatto. Buongiorno Zombieland, ciao bello, ben arrivato Itzlotta. Ciao Ciccio, buonasera. FR, ciao bello, ciao, era un secolo che non ti vedevo, almeno penso fosse un po' che non passavi, ma sono molto felice di averti qui. Allora Federico, sì, adesso spiego bene. Nagi, buonasera. Antecos, ciao Cyper, sei passato per un saluto, va bene, a me va bene anche un saluto. Ciao Karma, molto hype Karma, molto hype. Xorent, ciao bello, è arrivato il baro del Tennocon e mi ha già fregato 15k di Ducati. You are welcome, you are welcome. Ciao The Mezzarel, ciao Melebu, ma se guardo tipo la live 30 minuti stai contemporaneamente? Sì, adesso ti spiego. Ciao Aipa, buonasera, 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 ciao Moja, buonasera. Gastel, sei un grande, senti ci sono novità riguardo all'unificazione. Ok, ci riprovo. Gastel, sei un grande. Senti, ci sono novità riguardo all'unificare i server in modo che noi, italiano, possiamo trovare persone per le varie attività. Bisogna ancora migrare nei server americani per poter giocare bene. Grazie. Allora, dunque. Un pezzo alla volta. Primo pezzo, signori. Primo pezzo è la scaletta del Tennocon. Quindi a mezzogiorno alle 12 PM ET, vale a dire le 6 del pomeriggio, quindi adesso sta per iniziare il broadcast che io sto già tenendo sotto per vedere non appena parte, quando siamo pronti a far partire. Nel frattempo grazie per il follow Black Infinity Lechonk, spero sia giusto, e anche un sacco di altri follow che sono arrivati a brevissimo. Ciao Capumero, ben arrivato, ben arrivato, ben arrivato. Si sentono un po' con gli alert, adesso li alzo.
See you around, Tensu.
Ora si sente meglio, ciao Fede, grazie per il follow.
See you around,
e
Tensu.
Eddie torna con l'abbonamento per 11 mesi, ma grazie bello, grazie mille, grazie davvero, grazie davvero. Come dicevo, è già iniziata una stream, nel senso che c'è un grosso countdown per i prossimi minuti, quindi per adesso non mi emozionerei più di tanto. Ok, ciao Truffle, ben arrivato. E quindi dicevo, è iniziato un countdown, alle 6:30 comincerà una presentazione da parte di Rebecca, dopodiché alle 7 comincia Sound of the System Panel, che è una live dedicata... Ah ok, è un Pokémon meno, perfetto, sono un poco aggiornato, ti chiedo scusa. Alle 7 comincerà una live Sound of System Panel, che è preregistrata, ma ci racconterà un po' la creazione dei suoni all'interno di Warframe, delle musiche e degli effetti sonori, che secondo me sono una delle parti più fighe di Warframe.
Why are these fools still breathing my air? This is unacceptable!
Ciao Lady Reaper, ma grazie per il ride, signori. Lady Reaper, anche lei ovviamente è una streamer, anche lei porta Warframe, ma non solo, quindi andate a metterle un follow immediatamente. Per chi arriva da Lady Reaper e non mi conosce, sono Gastel, sono già distrutto, ho iniziato neanche da 5 minuti. Sono un creator di Warframe e oggi guardiamo insieme il Tennocon 2022, così vediamo cosa ci porterà di nuovo oltre al Duviri che ci hanno già spoilerato. Stavo leggendo il programma, abbiamo Sound of the System, quindi suoni e tutte le cose che vengono fatte per creare i suoni. Nel frattempo Lady Cara, scrivici cosa stavate facendo di bello sul vostro canale e raccontaci un po'. Ciao il baffo, ben arrivato, buonasera. Ciao William, visto oggi live di giorno con la casa di giorno, incredibile, vero? Alle 8 un Q&A con i developer dove ci sarà Megan, Pablo, Kaze e altri developer che ovviamente gli romperemo le palle all'infinito per sapere del crossplay cross-save, che ancora non si sa una mazza, ma bene così. Ciao Re Sole, ben arrivato signor Gioggi, il nostro banhammer preferito, la prima volta che vedo quella porta aperta, nuovo easter egg. Bam! Hai visto? Molto immersivo, Karma. Alle 9 dei Art of Warframe Panel, quindi tutto ciò che riguarda la grafica invece, non il suono, non l'orecchio ma l'occhio di Warframe, con Daniel e con Joef, quindi tanta roba. Di solito già qua esce qualche spoilerino, teniamolo d'occhio. Community Art Show con Elena alle 10 dove vedremo, e con Skyers. Arriva anche Jumpy, ciao caro, ma grazie del ride, grazie, bello signori. Ovviamente Jumpy, anche lui streamer di Warframe, per chi non lo conoscesse e non lo segue male, andate a seguirlo come tutti quanti gli amici del canale che vi ho presentato fino ad adesso. Quindi Community Art Show, magari ci becchiamo in mezzo il nostro caro Blueprint che ha disegnato le bellissime emote di questo canale, quindi assolutamente speriamo di vederlo. E siamo arrivati alle 10, alle 11
See you around, Tensu.
Grazie Flender per il follow, grazie Blueprint per i bittini, eccolo qua, si parla del diavolo e spuntano le corna, adesso vi leggo ragazzi. Volevo solo finire il programma. Alle 10 TennoLive 2022, dove avremo sicuramente un gameplay del Duviri Paradox e poi si vedrà cosa ci proporrà questa DIE per questo nuovo anno di Warframe. Bene, questo è il programma. Detto ciò, leggiamo quelli che mi sono perso. Allora, Lady Reaper ci diceva, Giamma, buonasera innanzitutto. Lady Reaper diceva, stavamo giocando a Warframe, abbiamo livellato e fatto un po' di sorti. Avete fatto bene perché c'è il doppio affinità, il doppio risorse. Io ho chiuso completamente tutte le tracce void oggi, quindi tanta roba. Nel frattempo, caro Gianfi, scrivici anche tu, dici cosa stavate facendo di bello in live. Abbiamo Mike e Ruova, buonasera. Ma per la live niente video sulle delizie del bar. Purtroppo ieri non sono stato fisicamente in casa, ma ovviamente per sapere cosa prendere del baro che è arrivato e del baro bisettimanale standard, diciamo, e per il baro all-in che arriva per il Tennocon, ho fatto un bellissimo video su YouTube che vi consiglio di sbirciare, che è la prepararsi al Tennocon per l'appunto. Che sia lodato il sole a tutti. Ciao Mr. Kai, ben arrivato, bello, ben arrivato. Parlando di cose serie, qualcuno ha mai sentito parlare di sta mod Kinetic Collision? Mi distraggono così. E vabbè, una mod del coso, è una mod del conclave, quindi non esiste. Molto bene. Allora, Gianfi, buonasera, ben arrivato. Blueprint, buonasera. Gastel, non dimenticarti la mia domanda sui server unificati, ci tengo, ovviamente se ne sai qualcosa. Guarda Fede, in tutta onestà, no, non ne so molto, ma il fatto di unire le piattaforme sarebbe già tanta roba e aiuterebbe tantissimo in quello che dici tu. In ogni caso, io per i contenuti che ho giocato, Dedalo, ma grazie bello, 5 mesi, ben arrivato. Adesso vi devo dire anche una chicca sugli abbonamenti. E anche il signor Gianfi arriva e regala un abbonamento alla nostra Lady Reaper preferita, quindi grazie Gianfi. che partecipano tutti quanti a un bellissimo giveaway
You say
e
money
ne
can't
regala
buy
un
class.
altro.
But I
È
think
così,
you just
ma
proved them wrong.
Gianfi sta seriamente cercando di scalzare il nostro SAT e di avere in cambio una gallina, in cambio del disegno bellissimo che c'è in regalo. Quindi dicevamo non ci sono novità purtroppo, no, penso che i server resteranno separati, ma magari con l'arrivo del crossplay sarà tutto un po' più semplice. Dottor Lucano, buonasera, bello. Grizzly, ciao caro. Allora, tra l'altro, se guardo una live ma non sto su Warframe e la guardo per mezz'ora mi dà le ricompense. Allora, parliamo delle ricompense. Mezz'ora. Allora, avevo beccato un'immagine bellissima, chiaramente esplicativa. Vediamo se la ritrovo, ve la faccio vedere. Warframe, proviamo a cercarla. Warframe Tennocon 2022 Prepare, proviamo. Magari la trovo, era molto bella, era molto chiara e io se la trovo ve la faccio vedere, se no vi dirò le robe a voce come faccio sempre. Allora. Abbiamo, dunque, facciamo così. Mi sto perdendo la chat, lo so ragazzi, siete in tanti, state scrivendo tanto, ne sono molto felice, ma voglio darvi tutte le informazioni prima di iniziare a guardare la live. Ventaglio Vericrest su Grata Renaiala, guardando mezz'ora di Tennocon. Io non sono sicuro se il drop si attivi anche su...
They say money can't buy
Grazie
class.
Gianfi, grazie
But I
caro.
think you just proved them
Mi sto
wrong.
segnando brutalmente i nomi vecchi a scuola, quindi perdonatemi. Non so se si attivi anche guardando la mia di live. Se vi si accende il drop, bene. Se no, tenete sotto tutte e due le live. Se non riuscite, seguite quella della DE, prendete la ricompensa e poi tornate a trovarmi, che mi fa sempre piacere avervi tra i piedi. Dalle 17 ET alle 19 ET, quindi guardando esplicitamente il TennoLive, l'ultima parte, non c'è il programma, è più sotto il programma. Guardando questa roba qui otteniamo Titania Prime con catalizzatore, reattore e slot. Quindi se già avete Titania prendetelo lo stesso, perché avete uno slot Warframe in più. E all'interno del mercato di gioco dalle 12:30 in poi, adesso andiamo a sbirciare, c'è l'anfiteatro Duviri, una speciale stazione del TennoLive, e possiamo comprare la maschera e il cappuccio dello sconosciuto per un credito. Adesso lo andiamo a guardare. Vediamo, ok, anche tu qui. Ora sono insieme con altri youtuber a guardare il TennoLive. Fai bene caro, fai bene. Ciao Flender, visto? Appena arrivato ti è arrivata un bellissimo abbonamento. Molto bene. Grazie Blueprint di essere passato. Gianfi, magari uscisse Duviri dopo il Tennocon. E beh, secondo me ci faranno penare fino a Natale. Ma se io vedo, l'ho detto, non ne sono sicuro, lo scopriamo. Secondo me sì, ma non ne sono certo. Perché qualcuno ha scritto così. E Nutria, un anno, Nutria, ma grande, bello, ben arrivato e grazie per la sub, ragazzi. Sapete che le sub aiutano questo canale a stare vivo e a avere più tempo da dedicarvi, quindi sono sempre molto benvolute. E Epic Trip, anche tu regali un abbonamento per la community che finisce a Necrosis. Bene per Necrosis, bene per Epic Trip. Caro Giorgi, mi spammi per favore un paio di punto esclamativo sub, così a gratis, per sapere come funziona. Quella quest di cui parleranno oggi l'aspettavo da tempo, incuriosisce molto, anche noi Lady, anche noi. Io inizio già adesso a entrare su Warframe perché ho il presentimento che sarà più difficile, dato che i server saranno in sovraccarico. In teoria hanno fatto uno stress test, quindi dovrebbe funzionare. Un annuncio, spero tantissimo annuncino un rework dei droid o un evento tipo Prime Resurgence. Tu invece, e l'avevo detto, c'erano quelle tre cose: un Prime Resurgence, ma cioè anche se ammazza il market, e lo so che ammazza il market, non mi dispiace. C'era qualcos'altro, non me le ricordo. Gli arcane un po' più accessibili. Epic Trip che ha rinnovato l'abbonamento, oltre a regalarne uno. Grazie caro, grazie, bentornato per il terzo mese.
Tanto vogliamo tutti il Cuba Gracata.
Esatto, Cuba Gracata, ma solo se c'è Clan Prime, se no niente. Ticon, ma quanto fa caldo, non dirmelo, di solito sono abituato a stare qui alle 9 fermo, invece adesso è un inferno. Ok, grazie Giorgi. Carmadillo, torno tra 15 minuti, va bene. C'è pure Boring, c'è un sacco di gente ragazzi. Alle 23 si figlia Titania, assolutamente. Trenino che parte, signori, siamo al livello 3 del live train. Io stavo parlando, non me ne sono neanche accorto, ma grazie ragazzi, grazie, davvero, davvero grazie. L'Urk vado in doccia riguardo quello che mi sono appena posto. Va bene, grande. Grazie ancora Gianfi per il ride, grazie mille. Cosa sta succedendo?
They say money can't buy class,
Abbonamento,
but I think you just proved them wrong.
ma grazie mille per questo abbonamento, ragazzi, mi state bombardando, vi voglio bene, grazie. Si sente finalmente, hai visto? Si sente, ottimo. Aggiungano le mount secondo me arriveranno, sono molto sicuro. Bello il soggiorno di giorno, hai visto Gianfi? Sono passati 20 minuti, c'è già il delirio. How can I take gift, Daisuke? I was saying it before, I don't know really well. Surely looking at Warframe official channel stream on Twitch, maybe on mine, I don't know. We will discover. Il bislungo salute benedice, non sarà con noi, magari passerà ma non ne sono sicuro. Ciao Getoma, buonasera. E Project quinto mese, ragazzi, grazie. Ricordo a tutti quanti che abbonarsi o regalare abbonamenti vuol dire che potete vincere una bellissima stampa che mi fa parlare. Un abbonamento da Gianfi per il nostro truffle, grazie. Ultimo per il treno, grazie caro, grazie davvero. Vi può far vincere una bellissima un bellissimo disegno che è stato realizzato da Itaru, un'amica del canale che è passata di qua qualche giovedì fa e che il 26 verrà estratto. Adesso recupero la live, dovrebbe esserci ancora, c'è ancora e vi faccio vedere. Sì, me lo terrò comodo un giorno, ma non è questo il giorno. Bene, Alexander, ciao bello, ben arrivato. C'è già il delirio, non è ancora partito, c'è già il delirio, signori. Questo è il bellissimo disegno di Trinity Strega che la nostra Daisuke, I've answered you. I really don't know. Looking at Warframe official channel, surely, maybe on my channel, I don't know. We will discover. E il tamarro, il mix della musica in attesa, adesso lo mettiamo. E quindi questo è il bellissimo disegno che ha realizzato Itaru. Regalando o facendo degli abbonamenti al canale verrete sorteggiati per poterlo ottenere. Adesso mettiamo in pausa questa musica e sentiamo la musica azzarra che dice il nostro caro.
They say money can't buy class.
Oh, è già un altro abbonamento. Vuoi davvero rubare il questo elemento, questo bellissimo disegno al nostro Sata. Ops, scusate. Allora, il volume è incredibilmente basso perché è questo. Mamma mia, è zarro a bestia, signori. 12 minuti. Nel mentre di questi 12 minuti, Giangi on fire, Giangi on fire. Grazie, caro. Nel mentre, cioè era rap tap tap in mezzo alla canzone, io li odio dal profondo. Io stanotte non dormirò per colpa loro. Grazie mille. Allora andiamo a sbirciare in questi 10 minuti d'attesa se riusciamo a vedere questo bellissimo relay che hanno messo per l'occasione. Però ma non potrò qualificarmi usando il mio abbonamento Prime il 24. No, certo che puoi, assolutamente. Ah, beh, sì, ok, perché te l'hanno regalato.
They say money can't buy class,
Oh, ma Shudano,
but I think you just proved them wrong.
quasi detto giusto, grazie mille. Ogni tanto apparirà questa cosa, raga, scusate, sono io che mi segno i nomi dei vincitori perché si capisce niente se no. Sì, la musica è zarra bestia. Ciao Mashudamu, buonasera, ben arrivate, grazie per l'abbonamento. Andiamo a vedere questa splendida stazione, questo splendido relay che dovrebbe essere già presente. O ancora no. Si farà desiderare a quanto pare, giusto? Ho letto bene? Dai, ho sbagliato a premere. Bene. Unisciti al Tennocon, visita il baro che tira.
See you around,
Questo è il
Tensu.
biglietto della stazione. Tiger, ben arrivato. E Dart,
Say money can't buy class.
abbonamento.
But I think you just
Ma
proved
porca
them
miseria, grande, grande. Grazie Dart, grazie caro, grazie mille. Allora, io volevo vedere questo splendido... dove dovrebbe... Qua c'è la stazione del Tennocon, che io non sono sicuro sia questa, perché c'è una stazione del Tennocon anche per il baro, se non dico male, non ci capisco mai niente. I'm back. Comunque speriamo bene per il Tennocon, assolutamente. Allora, vediamo signori, vediamo.
Welcome aboard.
Benvenuto a bordo, grazie. Troppo casino, mi sto confondendo, lo
See
so.
you around, Tensu.
Ciao Maltazard, ben arrivato e buonasera. Cosa abbiamo di bello?
My latest safari
Ah,
in the
ok,
void
quindi
has
questo è
spectacular
il
finds. Unique
mercante
items
del
for the
Void
Tenno
con
distinction.
tutto. C'è tutto, ragazzi. C'è tutto, porca miseria, ragazzi. È sempre aggressivo da vedere il baro del Tennocon con tutto quanto. Appena entrato su Twitch per vedere il Tennocon, ti ho visto on, ho detto il follow lo devo mettere per forza per quanti aiuti mi hai dato, grazie Tiger. Allora, stiamo cercando di capire però, ragazzi, datemi dei feedback anche voi ovviamente, se anche guardando questa live si ottengono i bonus. Quindi tenete d'occhio, non appena parte il gioco, fatemi sapere se funziona questa cosa, perché sarebbe molto molto interessante. Allora, io volevo vedere, perché avevano detto che c'era un punto in cui acquistare questo simpatico oggetto di scena, ma non so dove di preciso. Scopriamolo. Stazione possono accedere solo i possessori del biglietto? Forse sì, forse no, non ho capito. Secondo me solo i possessori del biglietto vedono il baro. Teoricamente dovrebbero essere attivati, Maki, però non ammetto, mi sono perso questa informazione, quindi devo capire come funziona. Allora, io lascerò il gioco in stand-by e
See you around, Tensu.
saluterò è una L o una I, quindi è Yoidx o Lloydx. Lloydx potrebbe essere un po' più facile da leggere. In ogni caso, grazie del follow e ben arrivato. Ben arrivato. Puoi fare vedere i boost che il baro ha portato? È che si vedono solo, dicevo, quelli completi qua dentro. Non capisco e allora ballo la disco music, come diceva un famoso gruppo musicale. Torniamo un attimo in Just Start, visto che tanto mancano ancora 7 minuti e nonostante stiamo correndo come i dannati. Light Train si è concluso, livello 3, grazie a tutti. Vi voglio bene, grazie mille. Codice che va inserito nell'entry per il giveaway su Instagram. What? Mi hai spiazzato questo, non me l'aspettavo, grazie. No, non so davvero di cosa tu stia parlando. Ammetto che ogni tanto mi perdo dei pezzi, quindi bene così, insomma, bene così. Dicevamo, ma il cappuccio come si ottiene? Era quello che volevo capire. In effetti stavo andando a sbirciare il sito ufficiale. Allora, dalle 12:30 ET potrai ottenere il cappuccio nello sconosciuto per un solo credito. 12:33, quindi 12:30 ET vuol dire le 6:30. Quindi aspettiamo, c'è un mercato in gioco. Ciao Azu, buonasera. Ciao Felix, ben arrivati. Ho il biglietto, volevo sapere se ha portato il boost mod, se dura una settimana. Secondo me dura 3 giorni il boost che porta il baro, se non ricordo male. Andiamo a sbirciare. Andiamo a sbirciare. Mi state già facendo venire il fiatone. Siete in troppi e non vi sto dietro, ma vi voglio tanto bene come sempre, ragazzi, come sempre. È vero, non state vedendo una mazza, ora state vedendo, e sono sempre booster da 3 giorni, perché sono quelli classici del baro, ovviamente, quindi affinità, crediti, probabilità drop mod, traduzione endo, e risorse, quindi tanta roba. Tra l'altro comprando questo, ad esempio, si somma con questo, e comprando questo si somma con questo, o almeno ho il dubbio. Sì, questi si sommano, è che se avete già un altro booster attivo invece già acquistato, vuol dire che si sommerà e durerà di più, tutto lì. Ok, Instagram è tutto lì. Andiamo a sbirciare, eh? Non so come è messo, che cosa c'è di Instagram. Torno in Just Chatting per non farvi vedere cose brutte di cui mi potrei pentire. Instagram, che potrei non avere il profilo cambia account. Non ho il profilo giusto, bene così. Andiamo a cercare Warframe. Play Warframe. Allora, se il nostro, se ho capito bene, Miki, quello di cui parli tu è questo qui? Perché questo qui basta semplicemente inserirlo in gioco nella sezione apposita. Non è questo. Nelle stories, guardiamo nelle stories. Ah, the entire inventory is available for purchase for a limited time. Io stavo leggendo. Get your Tennocon digital relay. Aspetta, accesso ok. Enter to win a custom Warframe. Zariman. Ciao Andre, ben arrivato. Allora, c'è di al link. Questo è il... Oddio, siamo seri? Un PC costruito a... Ciao il bro, ben arrivato, ben arrivato. È un PC costruito a forma di Zariman. È una zarrata disarmante. Ma porca miseria, ma che cos'è? Fatemelo vedere. È fighissimo, ma grazie amici, non l'avevo vista sta cosa. Io ammetto che tra ieri e oggi ho avuto veramente poco tempo di stare letteralmente seduto al PC e guardare cose. Quindi, no, è galattico. Cioè, sbirciamolo. Il problema di questi giveaway è che ho sempre il timore che siano limitati e quindi non possiamo accederci dall'Italia. È l'unico dubbio che ho. Sono a fianco a te dal bar, spugna, caro. Top, top. Che tamarrata, è stupendo. Confermo, non possiamo vincerlo. Grazie Project, grazie Dark, credo sia per gli USA. Si può comprare il cappuccio? Ancora no, bisogna... Si può comprare? Era un'informazione? O era una richiesta? Perché se è una richiesta penso che ancora non si possa fare. Fatemi vedere se ci sono delle specifiche. Tra l'altro è una bestia questo PC. Così en passant. Ciao Sata! Buonasera, bello, buonasera. Subito spammino al Mr. Sata. Voglio che tu sappia che il nostro buon Gianfi sta cercando di rubarti il disegno di Taru. Voglio che tu ne sia consapevole. Nel frattempo torniamo sulla stazione. Vediamo leggermente in chat. Allora, torniamo sulla stazione Tennocon. Andiamo a vedere se possiamo acquistare il nostro splendido... sì. Si sente dell'audio di sottofondo. È partita già la live? Scusate, stavo sbirciando perché ovviamente hai fallito per le spese di spedizione, lo so. Bad Wolf me lo dice adesso che sono andato qui. Sei cattivissimo, non mi puoi fare sti scherzi. Andiamo a prendere il cappuccio, signori, andiamo a prenderlo. Va bene, dottor Lucano, ci vediamo tra un po'. Lo so, infatti, esatto, adesso mi inventerò qualcosa. Andrò in vacanza in Belgio. Allora, no, abbiamo detto che è nel market standard. Signori. Allora. Ma dove l'hai visto? Scusa. PS4. Infami, maledetti giocatori di PS4 che sono avanti. Sul sito da qualche parte se non ho preso il rabbaglio. No, gioco legale. Non sono abbonato, ti do il più possibile per vincere, Sato. Alla mezza esce in teoria, esatto. 100 persone live contemporaneamente. Davvero ragazzi, grazie. Grazie davvero. Davvero grazie. Ragazzi, aspetteremo questo minuto e 08. Teniamoci pronti ragazzi, parte il countdown. Alziamo il volume. Se vai sulle nuove aggiunte dovresti trovarlo. Ce la facciamo? Ci proviamo? Forza, 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 forza. Vediamo. No, ancora no. Niente. Aspettiamo. Ciao Proxy. Va bene Sata, grazie. Grazie caro. Ovviamente andate a seguire il buon Sata che streama anche lui Warframe e non solo, quindi mettete il follow anche a lui. Signori, ad adesso 15 secondi. Devi andare sul sito di Warframe, accedere all'account e controllare che sia collegato con l'account di Twitch. 4, 3, 2, 1 e inizia il Tennocon, signori. E inizia il Tennocon. Porca miseria, ladra.
The day has begun! Oh my god, it's happening! So it is official. There's no turning back now. You have made it safely to Tennocon 2022. This is the kickoff of the biggest day for Warframe fans, and we're starting it live right now. This is live. We'll see what chat's up to soon, but for the kickoff of today's TennoLive, Tennocon, Tenno everything for Warframe, my name's Rebecca Ford, and I'll be walking you through the next 30 minutes to
Rebecca,
give
ti
you a
conosciamo.
little bit of a look into what
Lei è
we're
Mamma
gonna do
Lotus,
today.
per chi
I'm
non lo
joined by none
sapesse.
other than
It's me, it's Megan Everett. Great to
C'è
see you all. I
Megan.
can see you in chat. You all look great. You're excited. We're excited. Let's just really quickly address we're obviously
delay del
not
video di un
in
secondo.
our usual
Provo a fare una
streaming
cosa.
studio. You know, this is our 7th
Scusatemi, magari così.
event
Va
turned
bene.
into a digital event in our little studio. And this year we decided to kind of go a little bit bigger, even though it's still digital.
Ok.
We now have a brand new stage that we're on.
Yeah, we have
Porca
a stage that we
miseria,
made for
bello lo
this year. Not us
studio, no?
personally, an amazing
No,
team.
I mean,
or maybe it was us.
maybe
I
it
don't
was
know.
us.
We don't know.
We're pretty strong.
We don't know. We don't remember. But we are excited to have this. We had ambitions, you know, of doing a couple of things, maybe having some staff here,
Okay.
but for safety, we didn't. So it's just us with the AV crew, our event crew, and everyone in Twitch chat. So welcome to the Tennocon 2022 stage. We are here, and we're kicking things off. Now, before we get really started into things, I just wanted to remind everyone that, you know, we've been making this game for so long. Our team is made up of
Imbroglio
people from
mentre
all over the world,
ascoltiamo.
Many of which who come
Vado
from
a
Ukraine,
prendere la
which, as you
maschera.
know, has an ongoing humanitarian crisis. So we just wanted to kick things off with an opportunity for the community to help out. If you do !donate UA in chat, in Twitch chat, you can
Fighissimo.
find yourself a link if you feel like giving something towards one of the many
Presa.
causes there to help. We would, you know, I'm sure we would greatly appreciate it, and anything you can give helps. But just a moment to acknowledge that our team is indeed an international team of lovely human beings, and many of them are affected by this humanitarian crisis. So starting off to share that little
Giusto.
note, and then we also
Ticon,
will go
datemi
right
dei
into
feedback,
another
ditemi
bit of
se viene il
donation
messaggio anche qua.
information.
Yes, so 7th year doing Tennocon, and we have been fortunate enough to support a charity each year, one that is close to our heart.
Giusto.
Obviously, we have a
Giusto.
lot of people at DE, and a lot of people are affected by a lot of different
Grazie.
things. And this year, I'm so grateful to say that we are supporting Inspire. And they have sent over just a little video to tell you guys kind of what they're about, and also just to say hi.
Ah,
So let's
giusto.
check it out.
Vediamo
Welcome
qual
to
è.
Tennocon 2022. My name is Sienna Vautour, and I'm the Communications and Marketing Coordinator here at Inspire. This is such an exciting partnership, and we know that it'll ignite creativity and passion for digital learning in Indigenous students across Canada. Inspire is an Indigenous national charity that invests in the education of
Questa è
First Nations,
la
Inuit, and
campagna
Métis
di
people by
supporto
providing
che fanno
bursaries,
con questo
scholarships, and
ente.
programming. For
Perché come
Indigenous
sempre lo
students, a lack
sapete
of
che quelli
funding
della
is
DIE
one of
sono
the biggest
favolosi e
barriers
fanno
to
tutte
completing
quante
their
queste
post-secondary
cose
education.
supportati da enti
Building
benefici.
Brighter Futures
Tanta, cioè
is our
supportando
scholarship
enti
and
benefici,
bursaries
tanta
program.
roba.
We
Deadpool
supply
no,
all
è limitato il
applicants
tempo in cui puoi
with funding
acquistarlo, ma poi
help
dovrebbe
with
restare
school-related costs. Rivers
nell'inventario.
to Success is free programming we offer to
Questa è una cosa che mi
every
piace molto, il fatto che
Indigenous
facciano
student,
donazioni di
whether they receive
beneficenza.
funding from
Assolutamente
No matter
sì,
where they are in their
assolutamente.
educational journey, Rivers to Success will support
Grandioso.
students along the way with
Non era
access
per il
to
drift, era il
Indigenous
cappuccio?
resources,
Direi di
mentors,
sì,
and career
però
guidance.
lo
When
guarderemo
people
meglio
give
dopo,
to
dai.
Inspire,
Dopo la
they
live
know that their
gli diamo
generosity
un'occhiata.
is getting directly to students.
Hai un
We are
codice per
encouraged
il
to see
giveaway?
how the resilience, ingenuity, and strength
Giveaway?
of
Quale
Indigenous
giveaway?
students have enabled them to succeed despite the many obstacles placed in their way. Thank you again
Top,
for
ora
helping
solo.
us fulfill this important mission. Have a great event, and if you want to learn more, please visit inspire.ca.
Non possiamo partecipare dall'Italia, no? Mi dispiace.
Thank you, Sienna, and everyone over at Inspire for sending that video. If you would like to donate to Inspire, you can do !donate.
Quindi ragazzi sì, se si può... lo so.
And thank you so much for
Peccato, era bellissimo.
helping us help them.
Yeah, we'll be announcing our donation during TennoLive, which is the end of Tennocon today, but we have a whole bunch of stuff to get through. Great stuff. The best stuff you'll ever watch, I'm sure. Or your money back. It's free. It's free. It's free. But yeah, we have a great show planned
gratis, quindi è ottimo.
Partially pre-recorded,
Ecco il programma.
partially live. This part is live if you can't tell because it's going so perfectly. No nerves,
flawless.
no nothing.
Everything's great.
Is going. We're just very excited, and the road ahead is going to be filled with delights for those that want to watch the sound panel. That's right after this. We're going to be going into a pre-recorded panel that goes the sounds, the system. Marcus is hosting it this year with George, Eric, and Keith, and it'll be taking you through the behind-the-scenes look of everything pertaining to Warframe sound creation. Which is
New War, Angel Zerman, and you're going to get your
Rebecca,
first sneak
ma
peek
io sono
of
più bravo.
Duviri
Lei è più carina a
soundtrack. I
dirlo,
couldn't even
io
say the
sono
word.
I
I was
know.
like, wait, can I say it? Of course I can say it.
We've been typing it only because we're still
Oh,
working remotely, so saying
secrets.
Duviri out loud is that's how you pronounce it, by the way.
Duviri. And then
Do not listen to us.
then after the sound panel, we go into a live segment. So you'll be brought back to this stage, this ambiance with myself. I am hosting, and I'm going to be joined by the incredible Pablo, Kaz, and Matt. And we're going to dive into a whole bunch of questions that were curated from previous dev streams. I've creeped some Twitters, stuff like that, grabbed some questions, and there will be an opportunity near the end of that segment for live chat questions. So if you have anything brewing.
What is live chat saying right now?
What is live chat? I see emotes, which I always love.
I got some goldfish. Someone has snacks.
Oh,
That's good.
yeah, tell us your
That's
snack.
Good. Exclamation mark TennoLive.
I love it.
We got a lot of Clem. Spoiler alert? Kind of.
There are some spoilers. I mean, if you haven't played the New War, heavy spoilers.
Certo, ovviamente
will
ragazzi
be, some teases.
è scontato dirvelo, ma se avete
but each of the panels is going to kind of take
se
a look
non
back
avete
at the New
giocato
War, 'cause that's kind of the
tutte le
last novelty
quest,
thing
qua
we
ci
saw
sarà un
from
chilo
TennoLive
di
last year
spoiler,
was the New
specialmente
War.
nella fase
We're
del
gonna dive back into that
TennoLive,
a little
ok?
bit, talk about sound,
Quindi
talk about
state attenti.
mocap and some really awesome concept art. We're going to talk about Duviri, of course. Teasers for that, getting excited for that.
Grande proxy! Adesso facciamo una cosa
art
così,
panel as
con le scatole.
well.
Yes, this is a pre-recorded panel, and it takes you through a lot of the art deep dives, some never-before-seen reveals with our art team, things we've been working on. This pre-recorded panel will delight you right after the live Q&A, and it's going to be great. It has Danielle hosting it, Jeff, Carrie, and Eric are on it, and maybe a special guest.
Maybe a special guest. You want to watch, beginning to end, as one would. And then after that is the community art show, and this is hosted by Helen and Skyers. I'm so excited for this. This is where, our hundreds of submissions from fan art all over the world came in.
Dai, Darko Scendagli è una possibilità, è l'evento più grosso di tutto l'anno di Warframe, direi che una possibilità gliela possiamo concedere, no? Poi vediamo. Alla fine di tutto si tireranno le somme e si vedrà.
Cosplay props. Sorry, I hit my mic.
Fine, play it up. It's cool.
Bravo,
Cosplay dojo.
Frankenstein, non lo so, bisognerà vedere, cioè, se sai di cosa parla il discorso Zariman, e non avendo giocato, però ti manca un personaggio importante, diciamo così, un personaggio più grande, più adulto, se non vogliamo fare troppi spoiler, quindi è un po' un problema.
I'm thinking in terms of chair organization. Scott Steve, Jeff Sheldon will be up here on stage, and we'll be talking Warframe. So if you're sitting waiting for the biggest news of the day and our live show, that'll be tonight, but there's so much to lead up to it that you don't want to miss. And maybe, you want to be a little motivated. You want to get some free stuff, so to speak. So if all of these panels sound great to you, just tune in and enjoy. But if you want a little something to sweeten the deal, find yourself bringing home a cosmetic or a perhaps new weapon, this could be yours. But Megan, tell me, how do they get it?
You can get it just for simply watching. Make sure you're linked up. If you've been receiving drops,
ricordiamolo ancora una volta, se guardate mezz'ora a questo punto anche della mia live che sto streamando Warframe, riceverete Vericrass con la Sugatra, ok? Nuovo ventaglio. E se guardate poi mezz'ora durante la TennoLive potrete ottenere Titania Prime con reattore e slot, quindi anche se ce l'avete guardatela lo stesso perché è uno spazio in più nell'inventario, non è niente male.
I don't even know. It's called something.
Live
because-
QA. So yes, this is going to be the drop for the day, just for watching for 30 minutes. And then TennoLive switches over, and you're going to get yourself a Titania Prime for watching TennoLive for 30 minutes.
Splendida Titania Prime, una delle skin deluxe più belle del gioco, a mio parere, nella mia top 5, diciamo così.
One single credit is the Stranger's Hood.
E la hood che abbiamo appena preso, che si può acquisire dal market per le prossime 48 ore, che resterà per sempre a disposizione di tutti. Ah, niente, devi guardare però la loro live per partecipare alla registrazione.
48 hours, because otherwise
I can just, no, I'm just kidding. For 48 hours, it's going to be in the market.
Sì, slot anche
it
per
is a
l'arma.
operator,
E catalizzatore.
cosmetic. If you haven't completed the New War or Second Dream, and you don't know who those people are, perhaps, you will still have it in your inventory until you complete those quests, at which then you can equip it.
yes, it's not going anywhere. It'll be there, dormant, waiting for the graceful touch of the pro gamer.
Speaking of pro gamer,
Vedremo, io
wouldn't
sono
it be nice
bravo.
I
to
am here.
have,
You're right.
Spero che
built
non
different.
fermino
I
in
built
fretta.
wouldn't it be nice to have a custom built PC?
I would love that.
Maledetti.
Oh, we had a giveaway.
Anche
We have a giveaway.
noi.
Oh yes, I thought you were offering me a computer.
Anche
Oh, no,
noi,
our friends at
anche noi lo vorremmo un custom build PC, perché è una forza della natura questo PC, però porca miseria.
Lucky winner of the day.
The
Niente,
Twitch
ragazzi.
picker has all the power. They are going to
Questi
send
no.
this to us, and then we'll
Questo
ship it
solo
to you.
Stati
So
Uniti,
it'll
mi
take a hot
dispiace,
minute to get
ragazzi,
to
mi
you.
dispiace.
But we are just going to run the Twitch picker, and a lucky Twitch winner is going to win a Wii game PC.
And here is where we get the ultimate test, the competitive nature of whose eyes are better,
Are my
Megan or
contacts
Rebecca.
strong
Who
enough?
has the better eye prescription?
Solo questo
good
si
lord.
I think I
sceglie
see
per
it.
vola.
I
Già.
see a J.
J. Oh no.
Just two
Just to
Chucky.
che? Tu Chucky.
Charlie?
Checky. Just two Checky. You have won. I am cheating. Dean is in my ear.
Ragazzi,
Scandal number
per
one.
l'anno prossimo mi
No, that is the winner,
sposto,
just
per
two
l'anno
Chucky.
prossimo organizzo false carte d'identità e certificati di nascita in America, tranquilli. Così partecipiamo tutti.
Just tell anyone. Just DM our WARFRAME Twitch channel that you're walking on.
Sì, no, è molto limitato, penso sia limitato solo dall'America. Non ho letto le specifiche, ma so che dall'Italia non possiamo partecipare a questi giveaway. Sfortunatamente è così.
Checky. Yeah, we can look at our fight though.
Well,
you
like
had
I
Dean.
said, I had Dean in my ear. I mean, well, that's scandal number one.
Congratulations to you. We do have more giveaways later on during TennoLive.
Ti
There might be
fregano,
some
mi
That
dispiace,
was our
Proxy.
warm-up one.
That was warm up.
That was a test.
I give it
Perché
a
c'è chi l'ha
7.
fatto,
I would
non
say
funziona.
that's like a 7 out of 10 test, but nevertheless.
7 out of 10. We
Oh,
have
the
much
winner
more in
would-
store.
The winner would probably say 10 out of 10 test.
They got 10 out of 10.
Yeah, but anyway, let's yeah, so that was our first giveaway. The test went well. We have lots to do.
Lots to do.
We want to see how chat's
Dovresti
doing
vedere una
before
barrettina di
let's check in with
caricamento,
chat. What are your
Federica.
snacks? Where are you watching from?
we
I'm
wanted-
always so curious.
Yeah, we want to see what people are excited for today. We haven't streamed in a while. At least we haven't streamed together in a while. So we're just going to get back into the swing of things and see what chat has to say. People are watching from France.
Oh,
Living in-
bonjour.
Yeah, if you do get the Drifter or the Stranger's Hood, rather, put it on. Share a screenshot with us. I'd be curious to see your
Cliccando la
fashion
tua icona.
with it. I'm not going to say fashion frame because that would be
inaccurate.
technically incorrect, which would be quite embarrassing. Turkey, Portugal,
Michigan.
Michigan. I'm close
Right
to
around the
it.
corner.
Yeah. I don't see the Twitch drops. Refresh, check all the
Oh,
settings.
that's Oni Stroby. I know you. Yeah, just refresh. Woo! Just refresh. You should see it. Click your little icon in the top right, and you should see some drop progress.
Greetings from
Oops.
Poland. Dzień dobry.
Oh, dzień dobry.
Let's see how many.
Oh, we got chips in Poland. Love
Interesting.
chips. Australia.
Brazil. Very nice.
Oh, Germany.
Where else is everyone watching from?
South America. Ontario. Love Ontario.
In alto a destra, caro
Washington.
Fede.
Oh man, in the Bronx.
The Bronx. Popping with the Bronx.
All right, what are people most excited for? Let's see what's going on in chat. Hello from India. Hello, Chile.
Chile.
I think I'm from the Philippines. You're not the only one from the Philippines. No way.
No.
Ok.
Oh, what's this? Oh, from France, from England, Sweden.
Everyone, all over the place.
Horse, all capitals.
Oh, Zaglugani.
Mi raccomando, ragazzi, scrivete Italy,
Speaking of horse,
scrivete Italy. Bisogna dare un...
TennoLive.
Facciamogli
We're gonna
sentire
have
che
a
ci
live
siamo.
We are bringing a horse on this stage.
We're bringing a horse.
The hardest part of building a stage
That's
was
why we
making
built a
sure
stage.
it could fit a horse.
Could fit a horse.
But we did. We managed to do that.
Yeah, so that's going to
Allora,
be part of
solo
TennoLive.
perché sei
There's a
tu.
lot more in store for TennoLive. That is just kind of a sprinkle on the cupcake of what TennoLive is going to be.
Yeah, and if you've never, is it your first TennoLive
Ciao Ale,
chat? Tell me.
ben arrivato.
Is it your 7th? Do you have your badge?
Yes. Well, maybe, so let's see if it's people's first TennoLives.
Comunque
Maybe
questo
people
coso è
recognize
perfetto.
things on the
Questo-
stage. I think there's one thing that stands out
questo
as very
scenario è
obvious that
fantastico,
might,
l'albero lì dietro
very
è una
relevant.
bomba. lo sconosciuto seduto,
Okay.
tanta
Also
roba.
true.
Merch!
Tanta
This was on
roba.
my chair, and I'm very excited to have it. Is it for me?
I kind of wanted it. I think Dean actually called it. I'm not gonna lie.
Maledetti.
Or maybe it's Julia.
Le
I don't know if it's
fluffe,
bonus, but we
io
do
le
have some
voglio,
new merch
io me le
launching today
comprerò.
as well. So if you wanted to show your Warframe merch
Maledette.
support, we have a
Sì,
incredible
ci sono un
amount
sacco
of
di
new things,
merch carini
including
ragazzi,
a
e che c'è
floof
tanta roba ancora in
demonstration.
preordine.
We
Io
got
penso che
floof,
farò
we got
shopping
t-shirts,
di
we got a
qualcosa,
lamp.
quindi fate
We got a
abbonamenti
bunch of
così
things
faccio
for you,
shopping.
to check out
Nel
if
frattempo,
that is
nel
your-
frattempo
It's got a little tooth.
And a new statue, which
Linkad, ben
is
arrivato,
very
grazie del
Oh,
follow.
yes. Do these ones come with the tags that have their personalities?
Yes.
Oh, cute. Oh,
little Beanie Baby moment.
yes, that is adorable.
Grazie
So
Tico,
you might get a
grazie
floof
mille.
that is.
Ma potete
you know,
tenerle aperte
afraid of
tutte e
the
due,
dark, or you
comunque
might
nel
get one
dubbio.
that
Potete tenere aperte
uses
entrambe le
viral
live.
rebuilds. We'll never know.
We'll never know.
We'll never know until you tell us.
We'll never know.
Ma
Oh,
costava
Canada,
onesto.
Canada,
dai.
Tennocon
La
number
nera è una
40.
pantegana, ma no che non è una pantegana.
Obviously, you know, we wish we could be doing a physical
È uno di
event
quei
again.
cosi che
You
becchi
know,
su
to kind of backstory
Fortuna.
of Tennocon, TennoLive. We start planning this obviously
Nutria,
very early.
sì, Nutria,
and
la
we have to
nostra
make that
Nutria.
call. Is it going to be digital? Is it going to be physical? Because there's a lot of prep both ways. And with how everything was going at the beginning of the year,
Hyper,
you know,
alla
we
fine
just
abbiamo
kinda said,
scoperto
let's
che
just
funziona
make
il
it
drop.
digital. Let's just call it. And you know, we were going to have a DE presence here, and unfortunately, we also had to cancel that as well, just because of what's going on. But we're back with a digital event.
Is this part of the stream where we talk
ragazzi.
about all the things that have happened in the past 10 hours, or will people not believe us?
Il fatto
Would
che
you
sia
like to know what
digitale.
we've experienced?
It's 8 p.m.
Se lo
We're
fanno
getting
fisico
ready,
l'anno
builds
prossimo
ready for
potrei
our live
rischiare
demo,
di
because, you know, we do a
andarci.
live gameplay
Vi faccio
demo before
l'IRL
ending
dal
the show
vivo.
with this year. And all of a sudden the internet stops working. Peculiar.
Peculiar.
Rogers did go down last Friday for almost 24 hours, so we're thinking,
Ciao,
has
Gallo.
something horrible gone wrong? And sure enough, there was a hardware failure with our ISP, and we couldn't do anything for 6 hours the night before Tennocon. So but we pulled it together. Our IT team
Stanno
came up
facendo
with
un
some
po' di
alts so we could,
presentazioni,
you know, get connectivity by other means, and we managed to do some stuff, but it has been absolutely crazy Tennocon. I can't think of a time where we've had so many little things just outside of our control change the prep for Tennocon.
Yeah, I
And
think that was one of the more
Sta raccontando
frustrating
un po' la
things. Is, like,
prepar
we've had
perché
issues before where like
sì,
our
sì,
own
That are
sì,
build
totally
doesn't
prendendo i
work
pezzi perché
totally
in
on
inglese
level.
sta raccontando che c'è
Yeah,
stato un
it's
po'
the
di
best, because
caos
it feels good when you fix your own
prima
problems,
della
but when you're just at the
tempesta, prima
mercy
del
of,
Tennocon, ma
you know, an actual hard
dire,
line
ci sta,
cut
ragazzi, è
to,
un evento
your ISP,
gigantesco,
all those fun things. But we
quindi-
made it, and we're here, and hopefully everything is going well so far.
Yeah.
We are encouraging people to get in game. Audio, visual sounds good. We're really getting ourselves in gear to kick off the, you know.
Oh, a great question in chat about the DeViri Amphitheater. So that is going to go live at 5, basically when TennoLive starts at 5 p.m. So if you're logging into the game, if you are a digital ticket holder and you have access to Barracuteer, you're going to see the Tennocon relay,
Ok,
check out his
ovviamente
wares,
sta-
you know, buy whatever you'd like. But the DeViri Amphitheater itself, which will also be on Earth, its own little node, will appear around 5 p.m. Eastern Time, and you are going to want to be in that amphitheater right away.
Okay.
Get your spot. You're going to get, I don't know, probably roughly 20, 30 minutes to kind of run around, maybe take some screenshots. TennoLive is going to be happening, so, you know, you could run around in the DeViri Amphitheater, experience that, because it's going to be your first step
Fantastico.
into DeViri.
Yes, we're giving
Quindi
you a
stanno
preview
dicendo
of
che
what DeViri is going to
vedete
bring.
la
And the
stazione
relative
Tenno
time
se avete
is
il
just
biglietto,
over
ma
4 hours
apriranno
from now, the
l'anfiteatro
DeViri Amphitheater will
e
be
quello sarà
live
disponibile
in-game
per
on all
tutti.
platforms. So at
Speriamo
that
meglio
time,
dell'anno
if you go to
scorso
Earth,
che
like
c'è
Megan
stato un
said,
po' di
it'll be here
panico
for you.
e darà un valore
Until
aggiunto,
then.
Until then.
racconterà qualche
You have
cosa
lots
in
to
più
do. We have a
rispetto
resource
alla
booster that's live.
live. No, non
There's
è
a whole
detto
bunch
da
of stuff
Coscian.
in game that
Alla
you
fine
can
li davano anche
participate
prima i
in.
bonus
So you get your
in
stranger's
game
hood.
quando lo facevano
The
fisico, dai.
DeViri Amphitheater is very important. You're going to want to be in there when TennoLive starts, and especially when we're
doing the live gameplay
Tensu.
demo. We have
Ciao,
a fun, well, it's called Amphitheater, so I'm sure you can figure it out. But we have a very fun way of showing and getting an interactive components to our TennoLive show, because
beh,
we
ci
started
sta.
doing this when COVID initially had us close up shop for the live
Ci sta a dare
event, and
una
that was
parte
2020,
interattiva.
so that was 2
Molto
years
bello.
ago. We did the Demos showcase rooms, and we're just bringing more of that energy to the live performance, so you folks at home can actually feel like you're in a theater with everyone else. So we're very excited for that.
Yeah, I think the past couple of Tennocons we've done, you know, a relay and also a relay experience. And
And
this
we've had
year,
some learnings from those.
last year was a bit of a rough one.
Yeah, we don't claim
Siete
to
tremendi.
be
Siete
without
tremendi.
flaw, but we try.
We are
real hard.
We are but human.
Yeah, but we have a lot of measures in place since last year to make sure that this is a day where we can work through any surprises as best we can, which will be, that's where the day goes from here, right? It's seeing what chat's been up to, seeing if people have any questions about things going on in game, while everyone's getting comfortable watching the panels, getting ready to, get their questions ready, get ready for that end show for TennoLive, where we're really going to be taking you through the future of Warframe.
Sarà
in
lunga.
the most exciting and mind-blowing ways
fino ad
possible.
arrivare
You're
al
going to be
TennoLive,
treated
ragazzi.
to a full hour of
C'è già la
what we've
scimmia
been up
adesso.
to, what has been going on with Warframe since the new war launched. What can you expect? All of these and more will be at the end of the show tonight. So really, and you know what? If you have to go, maybe you're going to get called. It's a Saturday. One of your friends has good weather, and you got to go. Out. I don't know. Can't relate, but it'll be on YouTube after. So we'd love for you to be there, but there will of course be
Giusto,
enough
ovviamente
after the
sarà
show in case you
disponibile
miss it, so
anche
don't
più avanti.
feel,
Non solo, vi dico già che è
quite
finita la
so
live,
reveal.
io vi voglio bene,
Especially
quindi non
for
andrò a dormire qualunque
update
ora
your day
sia,
now,
ma
because
preparerò il video affinché
know.
domani,
And
a
there's gonna
mezzogiorno
be,
e mezza,
couple
come ogni
teases, like I
domenica,
mentioned,
esca uno
throughout the
splendido
day
video
on
di
various
riassunto su
panels,
tutto ciò che vediamo
that might
da
give,
adesso in
a bit
poi,
more
oggi
information
pomeriggio.
during TennoLive,
Ok?
so you want to kind of, pay attention, spot those. It's going to be very exciting.
Yeah, and now it's like the point where, okay, we've given you all the information without actually telling you what we're going to show. So it's chat just like, come on.
I know,
get the
it's
show
very
going.
torturous. I apologize.
The drop is exclusive to the live event, so you will surely need to be there for the drop. But the information will be up on YouTube after. What else do we got going on? We got it. Ooh, very good.
The amphitheater will be on Earth, so you can expect to check it out there at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. When TennoLive starts, the theater will be there, and you can log in and jump in there.
I see some speculation about the next Prime Warframe.
Very
Perhaps we'll have information on that.
Perhaps.
What else do we got? Let's see what chat's been up to.
Esatto,
We're just looking down at our phones. This is like a real experience. It's like we're all in a
See
room
around.
together. Where we
I
just
know.
sit and look at our
Just hanging
phones.
out
Ciao
with me,
Nick,
chat. You look
ben
great.
arrivato.
We
Ben
have
arrivato.
some serious speculation on the next Prime.
How do I see the
Oh.
drop? If you've been watching, I've been sitting on the Warframe page, which is cool if you were before it
Allora,
started. You might need to just refresh the stream and it will pop up. Sometimes when you're
Ci
just
saranno vari
sitting on
elementi
it,
da
it's
adesso in poi, vari
it needs a
spettacoli.
bit
Il vero show
to
succoso,
So
quello
if
che
you
stiamo
wanna refresh,
aspettando
you'll be able
tutti,
to
ci
see
sarà
it.
stasera,
Otherwise,
dopo
you can,
cena.
I believe it's
Ma il
click
resto è
your
comunque
icon at the
molto
top
molto
right and go to drops
interessante.
and you
It's a long way.
Oh,
Ciao
I
zio
just
Frankie,
see people
ben
guessing the
arrivato.
Prime, and
bello,
I'm reminded of some of
buonasera.
the bingo cards.
Stiamo
people were making.
sbirciando
Oh,
un
anyone got a
po'.
bingo
Yeah,
card?
no
Tutti.
bingos yet, I'm afraid. But given the energy
Sì.
in chat right now, it's probably time to give one of you a. Why don't we do a Prime Access?
Oh,
Prime Access per uno di quelli che sta guardando
a Garuda Prime Access, 'cause you may or may
la
not
live di
know
Warframe,
Garuda
per
Prime
questo vi
Access
consiglio di
released
tenerle
today.
aperte
I
tutte e
wonder
due.
why.
I wonder
They
why.
say money can't
That's so
buy
rude of her.
Susan, ma
During
grazie
Out of her
caro.
way,
Then
though.
wrong.
Rip your heart
Quarto
out and walk away.
mese.
How's
Grazie
it?
mille.
Oh, we have a
Grazie mille.
winner, and the winner is none other than
Carvico. Did I get
Yeah,
it?
that was good. Is it good? Is it Carvico?
Dean, give me a thumbs up.
Oh, Carico. There's no V.
Dang it.
Oh.
Dopo i due drop adesso
See
posso
around.
pure uscire e
Tensu.
attaccare stasera per Titania. Sì,
What was it,
assolutamente.
Carvico?
Carico has
Ciao,
won
Ciao Augusto,
Tensu.
ciao Big Boss.
This
Ben
is
arrivati
yours. You
ragazzi.
have to message us on our Twitch page that you're watching right now to claim it. We just need to know what platform you're on and your username so we can hook you up with your Garuda Prime Access. You may have just won.
Eh beh,
the
giusto,
last
il
Garuda
Prime Access ovviamente è ancora di Garuda perché c'è ancora il
Who
Prime
knows, maybe
Access di
they'll do one
Garuda.
on
In
the
teoria a
live
brevissimo
Q&A,
dovrebbero
who knows?
togliere, dovrebbero mettere la nostra.
We'll see.
Nostra Signora delle Fruste, speriamo.
It is the,
Speriamo, ovviamente.
New Veracruz, Warfan, and Sugatra for watching TennoCon, and then TennoLive is Titania Prime. You know, if you already have Titania Prime, that's great.
A free slot.
A free slot. What's wrong with a free slot? You know.
Or you can have two
Esatto,
Titania
visto?
Primes.
Ooh,
Can't
I
feed
like
Primes
that.
to your helmet though, so you'll just have to have her.
Stockpile it.
Maybe there's actually no, you can't feed Primes to the helmet. Helmet Prime, maybe that's a reveal. Anyone have that on their bingo card?
Oh.
Ah, Helmint Prime.
Don't even get her
Got it. GG's. Oh, people are being gracious to the winner of the
Sparano
Garuda Prime.
cazzate.
That's
Raffica
lovely.
molto bene, me ne
Too
compiaccio.
kind.
Titania and Titania Beef. That's very clever.
Già, almeno
Say
una
hello
delle
to the whole
Q&A
world,
ce
hello to
l'aspettiamo
the
un po'
whole world.
tutti,
You are
caro.
here for Tennocon 2022. We can't believe the day has come. We have been planning this for so long, and we hope that you are going to enjoy the endless sources of information that follow our housekeeping here. And I think we've gone over the
Ciao,
main
Tris.
points.
I think we got everything. We can really quickly recap what the day is going to be. So right after this, you're going to go into the Sounds of the System panel with Marcus, George, Eric, and Keith Power, the legend in the Warframe world for
Quindi,
today's soundtrack. So you're
ricapitolando,
gonna
abbiamo
experience
detto,
that. It is a
ricapitolando
free-to-play
abbiamo detto 7 sound of system panel, quindi tutto ciò che riguarda la creazione dei suoni in Warframe, che è sempre una figata. 8 Q&A con i developer. 9 passiamo dall'orecchio all'occhio e guardiamo di arte, Warframe panel, quindi tutto ciò che riguarda l'arte, lo teniamo d'occhio perché ogni tanto spuntano cosine carine, tipo prossime skin, prossime estetiche per armi, cose particolari. 9 community art show, in cui vedremo un sacco di roba e della community chiaramente, e 10 TennoLive 2022, quindi gameplay dei doveri e don't know.
This is the schedule. Live dev Q&A, and then of course the Art of Warframe panel. There's some juicy concepts in there, maybe a little bit of mocap, never before seen stuff. Community art show, Helen and Skyers will be incredible, and then of course TennoLive.
Niente, l'ho spiegato più in fretta di loro.
This is where we will have all the seats filled. You're probably wondering, you know, who are these chairs for? But maybe you already know. Yeah, the floofs. We're not going to let Steve and the gang sit there because they're taken. But yes, we will be back with a full squad at 5 p.m. here for TennoLive, where we will be doing the future of Warframe. We're going to learn and see the live gameplay demo. So I need to stop my sweaty palms immediately because
vedi?
we're killing it.
La gameplay live del Duviri. Vediamo queste.
Roll on over
ci sono
now.
le
Enjoy the sound
cavalcature.
panel. Thank you very much for tuning into housekeeping. This has been Rebecca and
Megan,
and we are gonna go and let you enjoy the sound panel.
Carino, hanno detto Rebecca e Megan che sembravano
Hey everybody, Megan here to let you know that by watching this year's show on Twitch, you're going to earn yourself some incredible free items if you have your Warframe and Twitch account linked.
Mi raccomando, riprendiamolo ancora una volta. Assicuratevi di aver collegato l'account Twitch e l'account di Warframe, perché guardando mezz'ora da adesso al TennoLive ottenete l'arma, quindi il nuovo ventaglio. Guardando mezz'ora del TennoLive Titania Prime. Però fate un check e controllate che vi siano spuntati i drop, non si sa mai. E anche guardando questa live, ok? Non c'è bisogno di guardare la live della DIA.
Enjoy the show.
C'è la musica aggressivissima per fare il caffè, ma che cacchio, vabbè.
Wake up, Tenno. Pre-order today at store.warframe.com.
Cioè io voglio quella tazza, è fichissima. Cioè Wake Up Tenno che si alza il sole sulle piane mentre si alza il sole sulle piane. Mentre c'è questa roba sbirciamo, vediamo, 86%, ma ancora no, è troppo presto. Ah, figo, non lo sapevo, bello. Caffettiera Prime e Vauban, chiaramente.
Well, I think like that was the moment probably when we wanted to really lean in on what an environment
un piccolo, cioè adesso guardando mezz'ora da adesso fino al TennoLive, che è l'evento finale, è per i ventagli. Guardando il TennoLive mezz'ora ottieni il
and there's an awful lot of design that winds up going into it, so at that point being able to run around in a video game on a large piece of terrain was, you know, not that novel, but it was novel to do within Warframe. So if there weren't the familiar Grineer Marines and some of the iconic bits and pieces of architecture and whatever we could wind up fitting into it, you know, like that's how you made it feel like you were within the Warframe universe. And we're exploring some brave new territory for us, which is a bit of an intimidating thing, but it worked out, which is great. I also come from an area of the province which people say is rocks and trees, rocks and trees, rocks and trees. So I knew the subject matter. the world building is kind of that's
Sì,
kind
sì,
of the
sì,
meat
sì.
and potatoes as much as we
Assolutamente,
can do.
assolutamente.
And then after that, it's like
Ariana Grandine. Adoro il tuo nickname, è
little local
stupendo.
pockets and memorable bits. That is the moment where, if you do systems level thinking, it becomes a whole, and that actually is the thing that the person experiences. I could talk about the hundreds of small things that go into
Ciao Nico,
foliage,
ben
the
arrivato.
terrain textures, how you make a tree, how you make water actually sit with atmosphere. Like even artistically as opposed to technically, like if you make a heavy use of value and saturation in one part over here, that can draw the attention of the entire level, which is not necessarily something we need. We need to guide from point A to point B to point C. If you use up all of those resources with one cool thing over there, people make a beeline to it and they don't experience half of it. If you wind up having it pull apart in front of you consciously, your walk into it experience should not have you do that. You should feel like you were just in a world in Warframe that is new and different. So the fact that we actually did that, where people were able to open gates and still feel like they were in Warframe, that's probably the biggest thing.
Hey Tenno, Danny here. We're getting so much closer to unveiling some incredible surprises.
Ancora no.
Tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll be opening up the Duviri Amphitheater orbiting Earth in-game. Join your fellow Tenno for an up-close and very unique experience during the TennoLive presentation. As a special thank you for joining us for Tennocon today, for the next 48 hours, you can claim a special operator and drifter cosmetic, the Stranger.
Esatto, signori,
They say money
ricordatevi.
can't buy class.
Capomero.
But I think you
Ma
just
grazie.
proved them wrong.
Grazie.
Be sure to log in and claim
Grazie
yours.
mille.
Bye,
Benvenuto.
Tenno.
Benvenuto e grazie per la sub. Ok. Il prossimo panel sta per iniziare, che sarà quindi The Sound of System. Ah, ok. Riscattato. Clic. Guarda, ve lo condivido anche in chat. Con un bel sorrisone. Anzi, con un pog. Quindi... Ciao Fe, ride incoming. Grazie cari. Ride con lo spoiler, signori, ride con lo spoiler.
This is by far the biggest group of students I have seen come to class. Thank you so much for rocking out to Tennocon 2022.
Oddio, la voce di Melika. È tremendo vedere la faccia, cioè mi spiazza sempre vedere la faccia delle voci.
The Warframe community is the best in video games, so have an awesome one and be great to each other.
Hi Tenno, I'm Maya Grant and I play Archimedean Yonta. It was a pleasure to voice the character and I'm so grateful for you for playing. Thank you so much and have an amazing Tennocon. Goodbye for now.
If it isn't my favorite grubber. I'm Brent Mukara, voice of Cavalera. I hope the Tennocon is enjoyable. That's it, right? That's all I gotta say.
Fantastico il tipo. Nel frattempo è arrivato Mingus che ci ha fatto un ride. Grazie, grazie mille. Grazie Mingus per il ride. Benvenuto. Oh, Musk. Ah, che figata.
Say money can't buy class.
Oh, grazie. Grazie Ale, grazie mille.
I voice Hombask. I just wanted to say hi and let each and every one of you know how thrilled
Stiamo guardando il TennoLive e questi sono tutti i doppiatori del videogioco.
Voice of the husband in the Zeraman ARG, just making a quick video to say happy Tennocon. What could go wrong?
Che figata.
Please someone help open this door. It's jammed and I have to pee. How long have I been trapped in this booth of anguish as the stench fills my
Fantastico, fantastico. Com'è andata Ale da voi? Tutto bene? Ale stava portando
Hey,
Resident
Tenno.
Evil.
My name is Capritano, and I voiced Kira in the Warframe ARG. Some of you may have known her as Zeri-chan or Cephalon Fog. I don't know, who cares? Anyways, I really appreciate you for finding all those logs, and I really hope you have a great Tennocon. Bye!
Questi sono i personaggi SATA delle qui gli ultimi due erano i personaggi dei video, i video introduttivi.
Have a great Tennocon for profit.
Hey Tenno, this is Adam Bennett, voice of
Cal
175. Wishing everyone watching a happy Tennocon, and from the bottom of my heart, thanks to all of you for your love.
Grande Cal.
Hola Tenno, it's me, Varsia. Remember me? Amiguitos, it's me, Gigi Saúl Guerrero. A big hello all the way from Vancouver, Canada. Queridos
Questa è
Tenos,
Varzia.
I hope you guys have an
Sul
amazing,
remake mi sono goduto le nuove cose. Ah, grande,
Tennocon.
che figo.
Sending a big hello, and just like Varsia says, let's shake the walls. Ow!
Hi, I'm Davenant Doyle, aka Captain Vala Glarios. I'm so happy to be here with you today. Hope you're enjoying yourself.
No,
Have
non
one
ci
thing to
avevo
sing
fatto
to you.
caso.
Sisters below, we're
Grande.
going where the winds don't blow. Yeah, we're all bound down in the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold
below.
Sleeping in the cold below.
Scusa.
Even though it's very hot here, obviously. Enjoy.
No, vabbè.
Hello, everyone, and
Che
welcome to the TennoCon
cannonata.
2022 Sounds of the System panel. This is a pre-recorded panel, and my name is Marcus Kretz. I work here at Digital Extremes. I am a senior community coordinator, and for the next hour, we'll be taking a deep dive into all things sound design, music, dialogue, and Warframe.
Tanta roba.
Now, this is a general spoiler alert for anyone who
ovviamente,
has been playing
ragazzi,
Warframe.
spoiler alert, è
If you have not
chiaro,
completed the
abbiamo
main
capito che si
storyline
parla
content
di
for Warframe yet, there will be heavy
della
spoilers
Zariman
ahead,
in questo TennoLive,
specifically
quindi
for
se
the
non
new
ci
War
siete
Quest
arrivati
and
è
for
un
the Angels
giga
of Zariman
spoiler,
update. So
ok?
you have been warned, heavy spoilers ahead. Now, without further ado, I would love to introduce the panelists that are joining me today. I'm very honored to be joined by three incredible people. First up, we have George Spanos, audio director for Warframe. George, how's it going?
Good, good. How is everyone doing?
Doing great, doing
Hopefully,
great.
Yeah, that's good.
Quindi l'art director,
we also have Eric Preston, lead sound designer.
Sound designer.
Hello, happy to be here and happy to talk about the sounds of Warframe.
Yeah, we love it. Thanks for being here, Eric. And one of our favorite composers, Keith Power. Thank you for joining us again this year. Great to have you.
Quest'uomo è una bomba, tira fuori
so very
le
happy to be
perle.
here. Yeah, it's nice to see you guys.
God, Taxi Driver.
Yeah, honestly, it's been so long. I mean, this is the first time I've seen Eric and George in 2 years in person, so it's incredible how time has just flown by. And speaking of which, in terms
questo è un
of the audio team,
ragazzi,
you know, operationally, are you guys still working from home, or have you been able to come back to the office at all?
It's still mostly from home. It's, you know, we built a new sound studio, and so we've trying to been, you know, coming in now and then to kind of use it, and that, you know, recording some Foley and doing some voice stuff and that kind of thing. But it's mostly from home right now, and hopefully soon-ish we'll get back in all together, because yeah, it'd be great to see the whole team day in and day out instead of over a screen and a camera. So.
Mm-hmm. Keith, I'm pretty sure you're still working from home, correct? That's your studio in the back there.
Well, I commute every day, and it's about a 30-second commute.
Right.
I walk from the house through my
See
yard,
around,
and,
Tinsu.
and then I'm here. So it's more of the same. I've been working from home for many years, and I'm gonna probably keep that up. I like it that way.
Nice. Yeah, that 30-second commute probably can't be beat. So. No, that's great to hear. That's great to hear. Very nice. Well, it's been an incredible year for Warframe. Looking back, the amount that's been achieved in the past year really can't be overstated. But you know, really, I have to start with going back to the new war.
Quest'anno abbiamo avuto delle bombe atomiche, perché abbiamo avuto Colby Low, che era davvero favolosa. Abbiamo avuto l'altra canzone, quella di The New War, che
it certainly
Dio ce ne
had
salvi.
an incredible amount of love and work that went into it from the sound team especially. So, you know, we touched on it briefly on last year's panel, but, you know, for the sheer amount of dialogue that was recorded for the New War Quest, was there any logistical challenges in terms of capturing just that much audio?
Yeah, it was a lot. Like it you know, looking back on it now and thinking about it, you know, actually I should have highlighted all the lines to see what the line count was, but it was a lot, and it was a lot of coordinating with all the different actors, and it was a lot to kind of get it all hooked up in the game and everything. So yeah, but you know, in the end, you're so in the mindset of doing it, you're in this kind of the eye of the storm, and then you release it and you're like, wow, and you take a look back and you're like, wow, that was a lot of work that we put into that. So yeah, very very proud of the team and what we were able to accomplish.
Ovviamente, cioè,
just an
come
insane amount.
qualunque altro pezzo del gioco, nonostante probabilmente non siano valutati così tanto, nel senso non viene pensato tanto, si parla del bug, delle problematiche, ma anche chi si occupa di tutto l'aspetto audio si fa un lavoro immenso e quindi ed è fondamentale che il loro lavoro sia perfetto e pronto per la pubblicazione, se no è un problema, manca una fetta del gioco.
In the cinematics we would have to time it out, so we had one actor who was kind of the lead, and then everything was timed out to his reads, so all the other actors would have to follow the timing and the pacing. Because of course when they do the animations they just do one version, right? So all the mouths have to kind of move at the same speed, and we a couple of our team members, Slater and Chris in particular, did a lot of finagling of dialogue lines to make sure they all lined up, choosing operator, we call them operator A, B, C, and D, testing them to make sure that they work, and then making another choice and testing another cinematic, and does it line up, is everything okay? So that was a lot of work.
See you around,
I distinctly remember that, even from a tech point of view, making sure that they switched properly based on player choice. So
yeah, incredible to have, like you said, 4 different contexts for both operator and for drifter across 4 different voices. Like what a challenge that must have been. Now another moment from the newer quest as well that I've been dying to talk about. That was probably one of my favorites of the whole quest. And again, another spoiler warning for the new war. If you have not yet completed it, massive spoilers ahead. There's a moment towards the end of the quest where we finally see the man in the wall as, I guess I would say, a true void manifestation. Literally a wall. And this moment of seeing the man on the wall in perhaps their true form, and there's that really haunting vocalization that comes out from them. It absolutely terrified me. I know it really resonated with me as well.
Del Man
For that moment, was that something that, years back, perhaps you'd always known that this, form was going to come, and you always thought, oh, we know what voice we're going to use for that, or we know how that's going to sound? Or is that something that organically came up during development?
We had no idea, but I have to say that the actor is among us right now. So.
What?
Yes. So you're hearing it here for the first time.
It was me.
Yes, it was Keith.
That was you, Keith?
Fantastico. E quindi questo, signori, è la faccia
Eric definitely speak to it.
Man the Wall.
I think it took a few iterations to kind of figure out what we wanted to do, because we didn't have that preconceived notion of what it should sound like. But man, you hit it out of the park, and it turned out awesome. But yeah.
I remember seeing the concept art, and I just found the concept art to be as terrifying as what it ended up being in game. And I was working on the sounds for that cinematic, and I started playing with some ideas, and sort of one of the earliest things that I tried was a walrus. So I had this pitch down walrus, and it had this really menacing kind of tone. And then it did a pitch drop, and a kind of like a minor pitch drop, and it felt really strange and big and scary.
Di come hanno fatto la voce del super spoiler Man in the Wall, che si vede alla fine.
Using that as a bass, I overdubbed myself on it, hitting the same notes as that walrus kind of hit, except adding words in. And then I layered it multiple times, so my own performance multiple times, pitched it down, added some effects and processing, and mixed it together, and that's what the kind of the final result was.
And it's cool too, because we've got those
capito,
words
quindi
in
hanno
there,
fatto
right,
una voce e ci hanno tenuto sotto un suono fisso e poi hanno
figured out what the
che casino, tutto per ottenere l'effetto della voce del Man in the Wall, che effettivamente è veramente
There's been some very valiant attempts. I've heard some YouTube videos where they've pitched it up where you can really get close, but I can tell you that no one has found it yet.
I always thought it was, seriously, Eric is cool.
That's exactly it. That's what it was originally, but we had to change it.
Yeah. We got it there for sure. But it's
in all honesty, I think that's one of the best kind of endings and cinematics that we've done, sound design wise, musically, vocally, all of that stuff. It really came together really nicely. and also for being one of the last things that we tackled, right? Like I think, especially musically, as I recall, that was probably one of the last cinematics, those last couple that you and your team worked on, Keith. So yeah, it was.
Ma perché quest'anno stanno guardando tutti me, per quello.
Thanks. Yeah, Eric was awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, guys.
And I mean, I think that speaks to, you know, how great that audio is at the end. That, you know, to me, I thought it might have been something that's been, you know, cooking up for years, but to hear that it was, you know, something that, you know, had to be brought about almost in the 11th hour is pretty incredible. Look at where you guys are now.
Saresti qui abbiamo scoperto che si beccano i drop uguali. Se vuoi restare a sbirciare da qua.
Who knows? Down the road we'll be doing the score for a 4-hour quest. You know what might you say to your former selves for that?
Yeah, it's like the movie version, right? It's, you know, get to 10 years in or 8 years in or so, and let's do the movie version of this.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
It's better than the movie. Better than
no, but it's true. It's kind of like it's taking a lot of the older ideas and building upon them and kind of bringing them together and kind of, you know, making it feel more fleshed out. And that's what I love about, you know, all the stuff that we've been doing, especially lately, is it's taking a lot of those older ideas and kind of melding them into something new and incorporating them. And so you really have this through line of sound design and voice and music especially that has continued. And you play Warframe, and I'd like to think, I mean, you play it and you know it sounds like Warframe, you know, which is kind of always the goal.
Sì.
Yeah.
In effetti questa è una cosa che si dà molto per scontata, ma è effettivamente complesso. Stava raccontando di come fare musica da mettere sotto a 4 ore di gameplay, non è così scontato, 4 ore, tante ore, io ci ho messo di più per fare degli war. Ed è difficile non solo per la durata, ma per fare in modo che mantenga sempre lo stile Warframe, cioè non è così banale in effetti.
Some of the new mission types, as well as a very highly requested look at the vocalizations for the angels. Enjoy.
Hey everyone, Jess here from the sound team. Today I'm going to be taking you through some sound design from the Angels of Zariman update. Let's take a look. So we are in Void Flood game mode right now, and we're going to take a look at making a sound for one of these void fractures here. Let's start by recording some audio.
Oh my gosh. Sto morendo.
All right, so we are here in Reaper.
Però è vero, funziona così.
Sounds. We've got some ghost voices pitched up and down, some spooky breaths, some synthesizer.
In effetti funziona così.
Okay, so that's a lot of me making some weird sounds.
Nel frattempo Zampa torna che ad un abbonamento. Ciao bello, ben arrivato.
Breathing sounds, throwing a bit of flange on there here and
Stanno
there,
facendo il suono per l'angelo degli angeli
the ring
della
mod
Zariman.
really makes it
Cioè per
rattly. You might hear this sound in some
uno
other
degli elementi.
gameplay elements in the Zariman as well. This was really fun.
Ah certo, l'ha ciclato.
We're gonna throw some similar chains on me pretending to be a ghost. I was able to grab a sample of some sparks from a welding torch. We're gonna time stretch that and we're gonna lower it in pitch just to make it sound super weird and artifacty. And I took the Void Ooze loop from the new War. I time stretched it a bit and just snuck it in as a texture layer. And here's everything together. Okay, very
Bomba.
spooky. Let's throw this in the game and see how it sounds. Here it is by itself.
Sì. Ci vuole un'inventiva incredibile, cioè vi rendete conto da cosa è partito, non è vero? Che ci siamo fisciati dalle risate. È geniale questa cosa, la adoro.
That's all from me. Thanks for watching, thanks for playing, and I'll see you next time.
La adoro. Per adesso è la mia persona preferita di tutta quanta la live.
I'm Eric, part of the sound team, and today we're going to show you how we made the vocals for the Void Angels.
Ah, questo invece è il suono degli angeli. Il suono dell'angelo.
We wanted the Void Angels to elicit a sense of beauty, but also fear. And what better place to start than with a Mayan death whistle? It's terrifying.
We recorded the death whistle and added some extra effects. That was feeling good, but we wanted to punch it up a notch. So this time, we recorded the death whistle again and pitched it down.
Ok, e gli riabbassano la tonalità. Riregistrato, abbassata. Madonna.
And here's the two performances combined.
Magnifico.
Once the death whistle was feeling appropriately terrifying, we wanted to add the beauty element. So for that, we used a reverse reverb trick on some female laughter.
We started with unprocessed laughter.
No, aspetta. È una risata?
And to begin this trick, you first have to reverse it.
Ed è già
At this
creepy
stage,
così.
you can add your favorite reverb or echo.
Super riverbero.
And then you record that to a separate track. Once you have that recorded, you can move that to a new track, remove your reverb, and once again, reverse it to get the final product. Here it is combined with our death whistle.
Mio Dio, ma
Once
che
the death whistle
cannonata, ma
and the beauty element were
scherziamo?
combined, it was time to add a
Cioè-
little bit of size and a little bit of danger. For that, we used a microphone called the Sanken C100.
No, ma infatti.
It records sounds above human hearing, and what that lets you do is pitch down your own vocals by several times to make something simple turn into what sounds like a beast or a monster.
This is what our original unpitched recording sounds like. And this is what the same recording sounds like pitched down several times.
Questo è ribassato più volte.
And then we added that to our death whistle and our reverse laughter for the final product.
Che bomba.
And that's how the Void Angel vocals were created.
Che
I hope you
bomba.
enjoyed this behind the scenes look, and I
stupendo.
hope you enjoy the rest of the show. Happy Tennocon.
Thank you for that. I mean, you know, once the Angels of the Zariman update dropped, you know, we had that preview trailer that came out where we got that first glimpse of the angel, and from that first shriek, I think fans have been pretty curious to hear how
Parlando seriamente, ragazzi,
cool.
non è solo la capacità tecnica, è l'inventiva. Chi di voi avrebbe pensato a prendere la risata di una donna, ribaltarla, metterci l'eco, riregistrarla, ribaltarla di nuovo e piantarla in mezzo all'urlo dello Zariman, perché così dava una impressione più delicata, che è vero, sembra un urlo tremendo ma fatto da un qualcosa di bello, una donna bella.
Mission. It was a really great update in terms of the sound design, the music, and all the audio. And you know, I just have to say, from even the track that was playing over the Warframe launcher when the update went out, you know, the music just went in an entirely new direction, and still very much Warframe, but it was really cool to hear how the music was developed for that update. So Keith, I have to ask you, what inspired you to use something like an organ on the tracks for this update?
Eric.
Eric? That was Eric's idea?
Yeah, we were dialing it in, and much of the approach was inspired by the sounds that you sent me, the shrieking sounds.
Perché hanno fatto prima i suoni e poi li hanno mandati al compositore per fare la musica, giustamente.
It became a task of matching those sounds, so enormously helpful. And then it was Eric, it was your idea. It was like a last minute sort of, this might be crazy, but let's try it. And it really it was such a great idea, and I think it works really well. It just, it's pipe organ that just makes the whole thing it's a little bit more grand, for lack of a better word. It just like gives it the scope that it didn't have until we added the pipe organ. So
It was almost like because of the angel theme running through it. It was kind of like, how can we push this and give it sort of a cathedral vibe or a gothic vibe? And sort of, organ came to mind and thought it would be interesting to try. And of course, Keith knocked it out of the park with the parts that he wrote and worked it in beautifully with the tracks that he had written. So yeah, very thankful that he was able to make it work so well.
Yeah.
And I'd love to add, sorry to interrupt, but that Matthew Chalmers, before I forget, Matthew Chalmers, brilliant composer who helps me on a lot of things, worked with me on all of the Zariman music.
Yes.
So thank you, Matthew.
Yes. Thank you, Matt.
Out there watching.
Shout out Matthew Chalmers.
He worked on some of the
Grazie a
War
tutti
as well,
quanti,
right?
sì,
Absolutely.
per la bomba che è arrivata dentro a The New War e The Zariman, per gli effetti che avevano era tanta
Steve
roba.
Davis were my, very, very helpful collaborators on all of that music. So.
Vero, Lerio.
Well, yeah, as George said, absolutely knocked it out of the park. It was fantastic. Given the Zariman, it's got that intense lore and such a specific, important part in terms of the lore and the history of Warframe and the Tenno. When you're creating that ambient audio on board the Zariman, was there a specific layer or sound that you started from? In terms of capturing the theme in the history of the Zariman, where was
Questo sono
the
curioso,
starting
cioè
point
che
for
cosa
that,
hanno
for
fatto
that
per
ambiance?
fare il suono d'ambientazione della Zariman?
War, Eric, like a bit.
Yep.
I mean, it was a bit of that, and then brought through into the Zariman update. But yeah, you worked on a lot of that, as I recall.
Yeah, absolutely. It totally started in the New War, and that mission really much set the tone for what we did for the Zariman update in terms of ambience. A lot of it was kind of trying to weave in some memories of and echoes of what would have existed on the ship before what happened, but also trying to keep it somewhat realistic and in an area where it would be believable. Didn't want to make it too spooky. Didn't want to make it a haunted house or a house of horrors, but definitely wanted to feel that there was a presence there before what happened. So yeah, lots of iteration, lots of going back and forth with the team and working with George to get things right. We put a lot of time into our ambience work as well.
Sì, cioè hanno cercato di fare quindi sia delle eco, delle cose un po' più di quello che c'era prima, ma mantenerlo comunque realistico.
We take a lot of time with
Sono
it.
quelle cose che sono difficili effettivamente da spiegare, secondo me.
Characteristic sound, so yeah, if you're ever interested and you can get away from some enemies for any amount of time, turn the sound up and take a listen.
Yeah.
You'll find some stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly,
and I just want to mention too, sorry to cut you off, Marcus,
go
just
ahead.
before I forget as well, talking about other team members and just acknowledging the other people on the sound team, and that's Giovanna Agapito, Jess Buscema, Slater Groves, Jeff Hartling, Mark Perkin, Willem Shonkin, Jem Sermon, and Chris Teixeira. They all did a fantastic job on all of these updates, and can't thank them enough for their collaboration as well. So. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But in terms of some things in the update that are, I guess, a little frightening, I did want to talk about our favorite Void manifestation, Skitter Girl, because, for anyone who's been playing through the Angels of the Zariman, you've probably been chased by this lovely Void manifestation. So I have to ask, is it more fun to do sound design for a creepy child than it is to be chased by one?
Il bambino.
I think you have to be chased by one to know how to sound design for one. Yeah. A little bit of both. That voice was Archimedean Yanta, and she recorded some lines for us for Skitter Girl. And Giovanni, one of the sound designers, he did the processing and got that working. And
Quindi è la stessa voce di Archimedea.
Echoes and the reverb and all that stuff.
That's pretty great. I mean, fitting that it's also Archimedean Yanta's, it's her own manifestation. So very cool to use the same voice actress for that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's not a fun chase, but it is cool. It's a good time. And then in terms of the Zariman, it very much has some certain tendrils into Duviri for sure. So I just wanted to ask, in terms of any sort of sound qualities, was there anything that perhaps we might hear from Duviri that is sort of layered in into onboard the Zeraman? You know, are there any maybe sonic Easter eggs that we might be able to find on board?
Qualcosa della Zariman, del Duviri dentro
Yes.
la Zariman. Sì?
I think there is a sonic Easter egg in Zeraman. Some of you, I think a lot of people have definitely found it. And there will be some sonic Easter eggs in Duviri from the Zeraman as well. So yeah, keep your ear out.
Ooh, very cool. So next up, we're going to be seeing another video from the sound team.
No, non ce l'hanno
This time
detto!
we'll be
No,
taking
ma
a look
dov'è,
at the
ragazzi?
revamped
No, hanno
audio
detto che
for
c'è un
the
Easter
Exodus
egg.
enemies
Voglio
that
sapere
came with the
dov'è.
Angels of the Zeraman update.
No.
As well as we'll be taking a journey with our very own George Spanos to do some field recording. Enjoy.
Hey everyone, I'm Chris from the sound team. I'm going to show you my electromagnetic recording rig today. These are electromagnetic sensors which capture electromagnetic fields instead of sound waves through the air like your typical microphones on the left here.
Cioè sta catturando le onde elettromagnetiche e le sta registrando come fosse audio. Molto bene.
Magnetic field is strong with these dimmer switches here. Don't worry, I'm not doing anything dangerous.
Oddio. Io adoro queste cose perché tu ti immagini chissà che cosa quando senti i suoni, ti fai un film in testa, inizi a pensare chissà come hanno fatto questa roba e dici ok. E poi è lui che registra, che si registra mentre alza e abbassa la luce della stanza.
These little electrical orbs that come from the bioelectric Eximus unit. So we're going to start with the electrical panel sound here. And it needs a little something, so I'm gonna add tremolator here.
Gli mette il tremolo.
Gives it a little bit of rhythm. And then I'm going to add this plugin, which is a grains and pitch plugin. It's really cool.
Ah, ok, grains and pitch.
So what I did next was I changed the parameters here and basically played around until I found something that was really unique and interesting. And I went with that. So augmenting these dials here. A little bit of EQ, compression, phase, panning, pitch shifter, and delay and reverb. And just like that, the sound was done. Here's the final result.
Che forza.
Thanks for watching, everyone. Enjoy the rest of TennoCon.
Hey, everyone. This year we thought we'd show you some ambience recording. Now, I know we've done it in the past, but we've never used a binaural microphone in the past. A binaural microphone aims to replicate the human head. So it's got two ears on it, and in each ear there's a microphone. And so what it does is it records sound in a really interesting, in-depth way that you would normally hear the sound if you were out in that environment. Some of you know this as ASMR.
Esatto.
The other thing we did was we got a seismic microphone. A seismic microphone, you can stick it onto metal, plastic, glass, whatever. And it records sound like normal microphones can't. So it gives it a depth and a clarity that you normally wouldn't get. It really adds importance and resonance to the sound, which is really interesting. So make sure you're wearing headphones for this, especially for the binaural part, and enjoy.
Alziamo il volume. Vabbè, sì, sta registrando tutti i suoni ambientali.
Next up, of
Cioè,
course,
che figata, io
as we
voglio uno
look
di quei
back at the
microfoni.
new war and at
Io
the
lo voglio
Angels of Zerman
adesso.
update, we now, of course, have to look forward to the Deviri paradox. We first got our look at the Deviri paradox during that Tennocon 2019 trailer, where we saw that lone rider above on that skeletal horse, and it was pretty incredible to see that sneak peek. And now here we are looking ahead to Deviri. So, in terms of that 2019 Tennocon trailer, how has the sonic palette from that trailer held up? Have you still been able to kind of draw on that as the inspiration for Deviri moving forward, or have you had some different realizations between creating that trailer and then now creating the update?
It's always funny to look back on things from a few years ago and try to incorporate some of those ideas and definitely. I mean, I guess to answer the question, there definitely some of it is being incorporated into what we're doing now, but of course there's a whole bunch of new stuff as well. It's interesting when you working on a trailer versus working on the game as a whole requires kind of a different kind of approach. And so what might work for a trailer may not work in the game and vice versa. But the general tone of it, for sure, I think we're trying to carry some of that through, but also kind of build on it, and Keith has been writing some great music for that. And I know the rest of the team has been working hard on making sounds for certain things in it. I don't know what I'm allowed to say and what I'm not allowed to say, but
I know it's always a challenge, right?
I'm like,
so much
did I say that
you
thing
want to
or
get into?
No?
Yeah. The whistling is very Western, which I love. And speaking of different themes and ideas to draw upon, is there a specific kind of list of themes or inspirations that you want to draw on for Deviri? Is there kind of maybe like a genre you're sort of looking at in terms of where you want to develop perhaps the sound design even?
Yeah, it's a pretty wide range, and I mean, Eric, you can speak to this too. I think everything from Western to kind of, I don't know, I mean, I guess you could say kind of space opera in a way. So there's a lot of that we're incorporating into it and trying to bring it into a new territory. It's a big update. It's a whole new world. It's a whole new area for players to explore. And so, the question is always like, how do we make it feel kind of familiar in tone, but yet new and exciting? Yeah.
So I do have to ask before we move on from Deviri, George, you touched on this briefly before, but are there any, directions that will go sonically or perhaps, in terms of maybe a vocal performance that we haven't heard yet in Warframe? Is there any sort of untrodden ground that Deviri will go to that we haven't yet seen?
100% yes. And actually, I think Keith has been working on something that's going to be pretty damn cool.
Don't look over there.
Don't look at the screen though.
Or over here.
Yeah. It's going to be pretty cool. We're pretty excited about it actually. And we always try to do that, right? It's always try to like, hey, what can we do on this update to make it new and exciting and refreshing? And there's going to be plenty of that.
Ok, quindi semplicemente sì.
No,
ci stanno solo facendo salire la scimmia, cioè ci hanno dato 2 contentini con le registrazioni dei suoni, la creazione, ma di base si chiama scimmia questa nel mio paese.
It's been incredible to see the work that's gone into it, and it looks it's going to be pretty special. So I have to ask for, there's certainly some aspiring sound designers and composers watching today. For a sound designer or someone who wants to get into composing, what's something that they could even do today to start working and honing their craft?
Like in this day and age, I mean, there's YouTube, there's trailers everywhere. There's so much content out there. Grab a trailer from your favorite game and redesign the sound, and try that. Try downloading Unreal, try Unity, try, you know, all of these game engines that I think most of them you can get free versions of or demo versions of, and just start working away at kind of figuring out what makes them tick, you know, from the technical side, and then the trailers from the creative side. You can put a lot of different ideas into them and kind of build up your skills that way. I think is a good way of approaching it, for sure.
Yeah, it really does take a long time to learn the craft, and there's really no replacement for experience of just trying and getting things wrong. So I always say the sooner you can start getting things wrong, the sooner you're going to start getting things right.
See you around,
so,
Tin Suit.
Jump in.
Ciao,
That's awesome. No, thank you for those insights. Those are really great to hear. So next up for our panel, we're actually going to be playing a little game. So for those of you that are fans of the ever popular Wordle, there's another version called Hurdle, where you need to listen to music and guess it quickly enough, as fast as you can. And so today we're bringing you Warframe Hurdle, Wordle. Nice. And you guys get to play it for the first time ever. So very, very exciting. So the object of the game is you want to try and guess the source of the audio in as small of a duration of a clip as you can. So we'll play a small duration of a clip, and then
praticamente sarà banda coi suoni di Warframe.
Until we max out. I think we've got about 4 or 5 samples for each that we'll play. So you guys are working together on this, don't worry, and we'll have it separated by category so you can kind of stay in the same headspace. So first off, we'll be starting with the music category, so these will all be songs. So to guess correctly, you just need to either guess the title if you want, or you can guess what update the song is from. So here's our first track, and this will be about a second long.
Sounds of Duran. Oh, shoot, Keith. Sorry.
Vabbè, grazie. Keith l'ha
scritta. So what am I doing?
I didn't give it the name. I was going to say the werewolf one.
Yes. Yeah, what was that? That was
la canzone del werewolf. Ma cioè, no, vabbè, come ha fatto?
The Sacrifice.
Sacrifice. See you around, Tin Suit.
It's one of my favorite tracks in the game. I love that track.
It's one of my favorite pieces I've ever written for anything.
See you around, Tin Suit.
Ciao Diego. Stiamo guardando Sarabanda versione Warframe, se volete sapere a che punto stiamo.
It achieved what I was going for, and you know, I don't always quite get there, and I felt like I got there with that one.
Okay, and let's check out the next track.
E niente, non ce l'hanno neanche fatto.
I think I know it.
Think you know it?
Yeah, Angels of the Zariman. That's the Angel OST.
Yep.
The boss fight. Yeah.
I
forget the name of that one.
I think it's On Corroded Wings.
Vorrei sottolineare che Kate lo sapeva perfettamente, ma è stato zitto per decenza.
Very fitting title.
It's the nanas. Na 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 na.
I never thought
Ci ho
about
provato.
That's awesome. All right, so next up, so that was our music category. We'll be moving on to dialogue. So if you can guess either the character or honestly even the update that it's from, both will suffice. So you'll be hearing a shorter amount of dialogue, and then you'll just have to guess from there. So here's our first clip of dialogue.
Oh, that's Hunhow, vainglorious whelp.
Yep.
I forget the
Oddio, era now.
Got the line though.
Yeah. Man, it's weird, How that just clicks in.
Yeah.
It's like memories rushing back.
Yeah, it's just like
seeing
the Matrix.
Yeah, you absolutely sniped that, George. Yeah, I think that was a fan favorite among the community team for sure. We loved that line of vainglorious whelp. It was just
it's from the New War, isn't it? I think
it is. Yeah, it's the New War. Yeah, excellent delivery, and it's such a good bit of dialogue. We loved it. All right, and here's our last bit of dialogue.
Dream. Vabbè, Dreamer.
Nora Night? Is that Dreamers?
Sì, ma questa non è Nora. Questa è...
Oh, I'm out then.
All right, let's hear the second bit.
Era Lotus?
See you around, Tin Suit.
Secondo me era...
Let them defile.
Questa è la Lotus... È la Lotus cosa? È la Lotus Sentient.
I should say they do scale up in difficulty as we go across each category. So this will be the hardest one.
This is a tough one.
This is a tough one.
It rings a bell, but I can't.
All right, ready for the full duration?
Sentiamo.
Yeah.
Dreamer, let them defile no more.
This is in the new war.
Mm-hmm.
It's when you get to one of like near the end, and you climb the
See you around,
tower.
Tensu.
Oh yeah,
It is the Unum, correct.
Tower.
Of course, for the word.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
It was a pretty special moment in that quest because I don't think, there's different characters you expect to hear from. I don't think the Unum is someone anybody expected to hear from.
Oddio,
so
no,
that
era
was,
l'Unum.
When
Era la voce
everything slows
dell'Unum.
down there and you get that angelic
Cacchio,
voice.
è
that comes through.
vero.
It was a really, really cool moment of that quest.
Porca miseria.
And I think this next category is also increasing in difficulty as well. Now we're moving on to the sound effects or the sound design category.
Sound effect.
So if you can identify, the source of these bits of audio or the update that's from, both will work. So here we go. Here's our first sound effect.
Some kind of infested or something.
Need a little bit more of that flavor.
Yeah.
No, non è infested questo. No, non è infested. Secondo me è qualche roba nella zanima.
That's a tough one. Increasing in difficulty, you said?
We're going to start again. There is actually a hint I had planned for this one.
C'hai ragione, Eddie.
It is one of the Archons.
Bomba, 10
So
punti
you'll have
Eddie,
to identify
ragazzi.
which one it is.
10 punti.
Archon.
Archon Nira.
Keith has it.
Was that Keith?
Archon number 3.
You're absolutely correct. It is Archon number 3.
Nice.
Nicely done. Yeah. Archon Naira. Nice. That's perfect.
Oddio, si pronuncia Naira, l'ho sempre pronunciato Nira, scusatemi,
All
mi sono
right, here's
nazzato.
our next sound effect.
No, questo non lo so.
Oh, it's
davvero
on the
cosa
tip
può
of my
essere.
tongue.
That's not what's in the orbiter. What's the I'm forgetting the name of the beast thing in your orbiter.
Oh, the helmet?
Oh,
the helmet.
No.
This is the latest Warframe.
Yes.
From Angels of Zariman.
It sounded like a beastly.
È
Yeah,
Gyre?
it is. Do you want to play the full sound effect?
Ah sì, è Gyre,
Yeah, that's her fourth
certo che è
ability.
Gyre, che non si
Correct.
sentiva il
Eric,
pezzo
yep,
dove
you're correct.
clancava.
It is Gyre's Rotoswell.
Rotoswell di Gyre.
Yeah, nicely done. Yeah, you had it after that first second clip. Well done.
Oh,
All right, well, thank you guys for playing Wordle. That was a blast. It was very cool to see, hear some of the, the bits of history behind those different pieces of dialogue and music, and you guys were proved you were quite good at Wordle. So, very well done. A few weeks ago, we did ask the Warframe fans both on the forums and on Reddit to pose some questions for the three of you. So we can jump into those now. So Guts440 on the forums asks, why in the middle of For Narmer do you use a sample of what sounds like the intro to This Is What You Are?
Abbastanza.
Why? I'm trying to remember why. I think it's something along the lines of just trying to bring an echo of This Is What You Are, like a distant memory of how things used to be, sort of that kind of idea, like a little echo that, you might miss it, but you more than likely will just get this sense that it's connected to the past.
Mm-hmm. And Keith, I have to ask, how did that feel taking that anthem of We All Live Together, this hopeful, beautiful song, and then kind of inverting its entire theme? Was that your idea to corrupt your original idea?
Ooh. I don't remember whose idea. It's all very collaborative, It's George and I had, I think it was a 2-hour call one day, Zoom, quite like this, where it was just ideas back and forth, and the good ones are usually George's, and then I attempt to take credit for them later. But it definitely, I love the idea, no matter whose idea it was. I love the idea of having two pieces that you could actually almost overlap. I wanted them to play at the same tempo, in the same key, but I don't think we ended up doing it in the same key for vocal range reasons. But you know, the melodies play off one of another, and a corrupt version of it is exactly the concept.
Enderleia on Reddit asks, what sound effect in the game is the most transformed from its original recording?
Assolutamente.
Wow.
That's a good one.
A lot of them, actually, Eric? I mean, it's funny, like we were saying earlier, you know, you come in with an idea and you kind of twist and turn things until it's kind of like having like molten steel or something, and you're hammering at it into like bend it into your will, into the shape that you want it to be. Yeah, I've done one thing kind of comes into mind. I don't remember what it was for, unfortunately, but just taking the sound of like a lion roar and just really like stretching it out and putting plugins on it and making it something kind of like completely different. I'm sorry, I can't remember what I use that on, but it happens a lot, though, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're always trying to, you know, refresh things and keep things updated where we can, without changing things too much. But yeah, I wouldn't say there's any one particular sound. It's lots of little things over time. And improving the technology that we use to play our sounds is a big part of it too. Mm-hmm. And that kind of indirectly affects older sounds and gives them new life and puts them into a slightly different context.
Yeah, I could only imagine as time goes on, that technology would just only enhance the.
Ciao Eternauta, ben arrivato, gran Nick tra l'altro.
You surprise yourself too, right? Like you'll pull a sound in and you'll try different things, and I think that's a big part of sound design, is like you can't be afraid to try things, and I'm sure it's the same with music too. It's like something you would think would sound a certain way. It's like, well, how can we make this sound something different? And just let's just try things on it, right? And not really thinking of the rules, as it were, in that sense.
Questa è una frase bella da sentire durante una live di chi realizza i suoni, cioè bisogna essere sereni nel testare anche le robe che non ti sconvolgono, bisogna fare delle prove, bisogna impegnarsi a riprovare perché esce sempre quello sul corretto. Mi piace, come concept di base adoro.
Rubber chicken.
There you go. Yes. Yeah.
One day.
One day
there will be a pitch down rubber chicken in Warframe.
Keep your
Man, we
ears
used to
out.
have one of those in the office, when a build would be broken, someone would squeeze the rubber chicken and you'd hear through the office. So where is that rubber chicken?
It's in my office.
Just waiting to be used on
Tucked
something.
away.
Man in the Wall 2.0.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, that would be really. Those chickens do sound honestly pretty terrifying. So that would.
I'll bet it would sound horrifying.
Yeah,
down,
chicken
down
in the wall
2
pitch.
octaves
That
Yep. Yeah. Got to try it now.
It's gonna happen.
Next Warframe.
Se mettono davvero, vabbè che cioè potrebbe starci che mettano un po' olio di gomma. Prima abbiamo visto come hanno fatto i suoni, cioè c'era la tipa che faceva di ogni dentro il microfono.
It's forum post and on Reddit, but I think across many avenues, I'm sure you all have heard it a lot for sure. But when should fans potentially expect the next Warframe soundtrack?
Well, I was talking to Keith about this not too long ago, actually. We have one in the works. It's funny because I was combing through all of the music that we've written since, 2018. Yeah, right, he's got it right there.
Oh. Hey, look at that.
Yeah.
Che bello.
And I was talking to our merchandising team, and it's literally 4 records worth. It's an incredible amount of music that has been written in the past 4 years.
Wow.
And so we
adesso
actually are hoping for the end of this year.
Quello era un vinile,
can't make any
caro
promises
Eddie.
as to that.
For sure.
But
prediction poco, l'hanno mezzo sgamato.
Works,
sarà quasi sicuramente Cora.
Yeah,
Eternauta, stanno parlando di in questo caso, in questa cosa particolare si parla di tutto ciò che è legato ai suoni di Warframe.
Well, that's the thing, because we started talking about it
Secondo me sì.
earlier this year, and so now Angels of Zerem and those tracks have to get added on, and now whatever else comes out before it. So, but it'll be good though. It'll be good. Excited for that.
I like your spirit, Keith. I like that. Let's add a couple more records on there. Let's get up to 6.
Yeah.
Let's make it a deluxe collection.
Go all the way.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Now, I am very excited now. Earlier on, you guys informed me that we actually have a bit of a sneak peek of some music incoming from the upcoming Duviri Paradox update that we will play for you now.
Spoilerino della musica di Duviri.
Thank you for sending that along. That was
Porca miseria!
And honestly,
ma che cos'era?
Thank you to the three of you.
Cioè, allora vi giuro che io ci ho sentito dentro. Sicuramente Sergio Leone, cioè sicuramente le musiche di Ennio Morricone da film di Sergio Leone. Il vocale era davvero, davvero tanta roba. Faceva molto The Great Gig in the Sky dei Pink Floyd, quindi sì. Era fantastico. Schifo si compra nel marketing.
I also want to give a special thank you to
Spero che esca in
Corey and the
fretta,
community team who helped co-produce this panel. So thank you, Corey, for your help. You were instrumental in this for sure. And don't go anywhere for Tennocon 2022 because next up we have a live panel brought to you by our very own Megan Everett as she goes through a live developer Q&A. She's joined by Pablo, Kaz, and DE Matt.
Allora,
answer all of your
facciamo così.
live.
Io
So
adesso devo
2022.
fare due operazioni. La prima è preparare qualcosa da smangiucchiare, così tipo resisto fino alla fine della live, e la seconda è preparare un altro paio di robine per essere tranquilli. Io lascerò attiva la live, spegnerò solo il microfono e la cam e torno più in fretta che posso. Nel frattempo tanto c'è questo intermezzo. Ovviamente lascio tutto in mano a Giorgi e fate i bravi.
Between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time for another 30 consecutive minutes, and you're going to earn yourself a free Titania Prime. That's right, a free Prime Warframe. If you already have your Twitch account and your Warframe account linked and received drops before on Warframe streams, then you're all set. But if you've never linked your Warframe and Twitch account together, simply go on over to warframe.com/Twitch, log into your Warframe account, and follow the simple instructions to get set up. And that's it. Enjoy the show.
As a concept artist, that's kind of the most exciting stuff because I think it started out as like a terraforming situation. We were going to take this crazy hot planet of Venus and cool it down with these like
it was Orokin devices that were there that the Corpus had come and tried to turn back on because of the turbulence of this terraforming device. You'd have stuff melt and then it would freeze up, so you'd get these giant frozen sideways icicles, off of mountains and stuff. So we're trying just to think of how could we describe this place?
How can we make this look interesting and make sense and also make it make sense because we're not supposed to be on Venus, right? And then there's this colony just dealing with this debt. And I'm like, yeah, that's like us, right?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Again, little things
very relatable.
Kind of
makes it personal. Yeah, I think also one of the things was elevation, because planes is pretty flat. You know what I mean? Or ballast there, it's pretty mountainous. You can go really high up in that level, and I know you can't do that with planes at Eidolon. So I think that played a key factor. The color, the mood, Warframe's so fast, when you're playing these other levels and stuff, it's okay, now you have this massive world and terrain to traverse, and so the K drive came in to kind of speed that up.
To be honest, the K drive thing didn't happen when we started doing the landscape.
It came later.
Yeah, it kind of came. Those elements actually work really well just in general for gameplay. Yeah, I think the landscape, when you see it, it kind of felt like, oh, here's a great opportunity to inject this because
kind of surf in the snow. Yeah. Well, also some of the vehicles got explored a lot.
Yeah, again, we were trying to tell the story of what was happening. So we had almost like forestry type equipment where they were chopping down mushrooms and like a logging type thing.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of that actually came through, but we were trying that because again, we were
right.
trying to fill out. It's so big, and just to try to tell these sort of small stories throughout the landscape. We're seeing how we can take this into sort of any direction we'd like.
Go outdoors, yeah.
Well, just in general, like just anywhere. So it's really, really fun to be a part of being able to do that, I guess. So.
Yeah. More Valis is what we want to do. Nailed it.
Hey Tenno, Megan here again. Did you know that we have new merch in the store? Just like this lamp. If you go to store.warframe.com, you can get yourself one of these lamps that changes color. But not
Shake
just
around,
that, you can also
Tinsu.
switch it out from a lotus symbol to Excalibur. Wow, just like that. Make sure you go to store.warframe.com and you can get one of these and check out all the other merch that we have available as well. That was your scare? What was that?
Hey Tenno, Danny here. We're getting so much closer to unveiling some incredible surprises. Tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll be opening up the Duviri Amphitheater orbiting Earth in-game. Join your fellow Tenno for an up-close and very unique experience during the TennoLive presentation. As a special thank you for joining us for Tennocon today, for the next 48 hours, you can claim a special operator and drifter cosmetic, the Stranger's Hood. This exclusive cosmetic is available right now on all platforms in the in-game market for 1 credit. Be sure to log in and claim yours. Bye, Tenno.
Hello, welcome. Sorry, I'm staring into the abyss at Dean, and I can't really see anything. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the audible sensation of the art, not the art panel, the sound panel with Marcus, George. This is very disorienting. I need to take that out. I'm like screaming. Sorry, Dean. I'm supposed to be able to hear him. With George, Eric, and Keith Power, and it was so fun to watch that get put together, and thank you to everyone who gave support to that. Marcus, you're incredible. And now we're here for the Dev Q&A. I am joined by some very fun, lovely people from DE. I'm going to let them introduce themselves one by one. We'll start with Kaz.
Hi, I'm Kaz. I am the weapons lead at Warframe.
Me, Matt Tremblay. I guess I'm next, right?
Yeah, you would be
After
next.
Kaz, that's me.
E ci sono,
I'm one of
giusto
the
in
art
tempo.
directors on Warframe.
And I'm Pablo. I'm a designer in Warframe. You know me.
You know me, it's Pablo.
See you around,
On this
Ciao a chiunque
segment,
sia
we have
arrivato nel
55
frattempo.
minutes, and I have a bunch of questions here on my iPad, and I will be asking them. These are questions based
Mangerò,
off of
sappiatelo,
questions that I've
scusatemi,
seen on Dev
perché
streams.
se no
I
non ci
maybe
arrivo a fine
creeped
serata.
Some Twitters, just kind of curated some stuff. We're going to talk about the new war. We're going to talk about Angels of the Zeramin, and then of course a little bit about Duviri. But before we get into that, I said at the beginning of the stream that I might do a giveaway. And we're going to do a giveaway. We're going to do a Garuda Prime Access. It does end today. I don't know why she would end today. There's no reason why she would just
Nothing in particular.
Nothing in particular why Garuda Prime Access would end today. But we're going to give away Garuda Prime Access. Dean is rolling. Can you guys see how tiny that text is?
That's really small.
Yeah, my glasses don't go that far. So
my contacts do not. Although I can actually see Apex Acolyte. Am I right, Dean?
Wow.
Oh my God, Apex.
Ragazzi, 100
Acolyte.
punti ai capelli di cazzo.
Young
Sono
have good eyes.
fantastici.
I mean,
Adoro.
not young, not good eyes, so I'm just closest to the screen is all. Apex Acolyte, congratulations, you have won a Garuda Prime Access. Please whisper the Warframe Twitch channel you're watching right now with your in-game alias and the platform you play Warframe on, and we'll get you your Garuda Prime Access. Congratulations. All right, are we ready for some A's to the Q's? Yeah, I love it.
Let's do it.
All right, first we're going to start off with some general questions about your actual role and what it is that it means to be ABC. So we're going to start with Pablo, and what does it mean to be a game designer?
You do a little bit of everything. You kind of go around. Sometimes you're working on coming up with a new Warframe. Sometimes it's kind of looking back and seeing, recently we did, for example, rework of Focus, rework of Eximus, systems that have been in the game for, literally an eon. So
the dawn of time.
Yeah, pretty much. Eximus have been there for 9 years untouched, right? So sometimes it's a bit about like looking back and seeing like, okay, well, what could we do to improve what's there? Sometimes it's like, what is new that could be like exciting, sometimes like looking for new ways to give
la
new
serenità,
awards for players that feel
la serenità con cui quando c'è stato il nerf della Catchmon disse ragazzi, più del 50% dei giocatori usa quest'arma, non possiamo lasciarla lì, cioè, la tranquillità con cui l'ha detto è stato così spiazzante che me la sono accollata, mi dispiace, so che c'è ancora qualcuno che lo odia per questo, ma io me la sono accollata per la serenità con cui l'ha detto.
Weapons artist.
Yeah, so we make a pretty weird game here at Warframe.
Do we? I don't know.
As I'm sure you know, our weapons and cosmetics are pretty unique in the industry, so as a result, all the people on my team are pretty weird and unique themselves and very creative people.
Devono avere una testa che non gli sta in testa, le armi che tirano fuori in Warframe sono sempre stupende.
It's new every single update, every single time. So coming up with something from nothing, from I guess Pablo's design direction as well, and then just going crazy with it. It's just the dream for any artist, just to be able to go step outside of the box so far every single time. It's fun.
I'm still waiting for like a corn launcher. I'm still waiting for the weapons I want.
Well, wait and see.
Oh my goodness, the anticipation. I do have more corn questions, but we'll wait. Matt, art director, tell me more.
Corn questions.
Oh, Matt, you're about to be introduced to the world of corn.
Art director, right? It's one of those positions at the studio that does a whole lot of stuff, like Pablo was saying on the design side, but it's obviously more art-centric. There's a few of us on the project. It's a big game, so there's different areas, different kind of responsibilities, I guess, in terms of the overall art look of Warframe. But a lot of what we do is work with, the creative team, designers and creative directors, the narrative team, the art team, and there's all different types of groups there. So as an art director, most of the job is just liaising between all of those groups, making sure that the creative direction aligns with the visual direction, the artistic direction, and then keeps that art train kind of running on the tracks, essentially. There's all kinds of super talented people that we all work with. So I'm not doing a whole lot of the actual day-to-day creation stuff myself. I leave that to people like Kaz, and there's so many super talented people on the team. So yeah, as an art director, you do some art and you do some high level stuff, but you really just kind of help move the vision along and be there to support the people who are actually doing the day-to-day content creation.
And all three of you've been here for a while. Do you know how? Do you know?
I think I've been like 11 years.
11 years?
Something like that.
Matt, you're a vet.
Yes.
25.
3.
Ooh, I was so close. Kaz?
I'm like 7.
Like
Come
7, yeah. 9. Yeah, so we're, you know, we've been around.
25,
but I think that's
25
one
anni.
really cool thing
Cioè,
is,
scusa,
you all
era lì
three
da Dark
have
Sector allora.
very unique different
Wow.
jobs, but they all kind of blend into each other. You
Yeah.
know, like there's not a time where your art direction, something that you're working on, doesn't involve Pablo or doesn't involve Kaz. Like everything kind of blends together. And Pablo, I want to kind of take us all back because, like I said, a lot of years here. We've been through a lot of iterations of Warframe and what it's been over the years. Do you remember the first thing that you worked on when you came into Warframe?
I was actually still finishing our previous project, but people were getting ramped up on Warframe, and at that point I was a UI programmer, so they needed basically the basic components to be able to make menus and stuff. They just needed kind of like the basic foundation of how to draw a list, how to draw a grid and stuff like that. So I was literally doing kind of that on the side of the other project and just sending them over, and they would just kind of assemble the screens.
Do you remember the first screen you did? Do you remember?
Probably Arsenal, but that might also be a lie because I made that screen so many times by now.
Yeah, it's like, what did it even look like when you first did it?
Yeah, we've changed that screen so many times that I'm sure that just kind of like...
It's perfect now, though, right?
Yeah, don't need to touch it ever again.
Yeah, I don't know. Like some of those things probably was Arsenal, but you know the first design thing. Like once I started to kind of transition a little bit more to that. I think it was changing abilities to no longer be mods. I think that was like my first big change, like the design suggestion that
Fabio è una live che si chiama Tennocon,
the
che è
pipeline of UI
praticamente le
programmer to
3
designer is not a
di
common
Warframe,
one.
il Blitzcon di Warframe. E quindi è
non
non plus ultra. Questo è un Q&A con sviluppatori di varie parti del gioco.
Either that or Endo, one of those.
Vediamo cosa combina. E io adoro quest'uomo, quello che sta parlando ora, Pablo, lo adoro.
It is interesting. Sometimes I like start playing and like start thinking of all the things that we've done. Like it feels weird, obviously, a game of this size. We were talking about, you know, it's very kind of like it's a collaborative thing. You just cannot do it. With,
you just kind of do it.
Yeah, it is impossible. Like it always feels, you know, it always feels almost like a miracle to get like even this.
That we get anything tangible out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much we're gonna comment on what happened last night.
We talked about it this morning. We talked about it.
So
they know.
Okay, well, it always feels like a miracle when we pull it, and you know, I think we're. I don't want to speak for everyone, but I definitely think like. The general sentiment is like we're all super fortunate to be able to work in such a successful project that is also so creatively free. That really allows
Vedi chi è che diceva prima che è creatively free. Sono molto liberi perché si vede.
It brings me back to like just
È sempre quello. Si capisce quando qualcosa è molto guidato nella struttura e quando invece lasciano molta libertà a questo tipo di sviluppatori, ai game designer, agli art director, ai vari artist delle varie parti.
So far-fetched that like you can make it make sense from an art director perspective.
Yeah.
What's that like?
You know what? I've been blessed in my tenure on Warframe to be concentrating on environments more than super tricky stuff.
I mean, we have some weird environments.
We absolutely do. We absolutely do.
And
the thing is that it all, like the people that work on the project, it all has to mesh together. You know, like we all work together towards a common goal of making this game. And, you know, you can't do it without the other people on this stage, and you can't do it without the other people behind the scenes that are, you know, watching from home today. And it's difficult sometimes to come up with something fresh and new and exciting, but there's so many people that are so invested in the project, that if you're stuck, you just have to look to the person next to you and say, you know,
What do you got?
Yeah, what do you think?
Cioè, questa era
Is this a
stupenda,
good idea?
ragazzi. Cioè,
You know,
se non
ideas
l'avete
come from
capita ve la
Pablo,
dico
ideas
io
from
perché era
Kat,
veramente bella.
me, from
Cioè c'è
anyone
così
in the
tanta
studio.
gente creativa
Yeah,
con
I mean,
voglia di creare
for sure.
che se
I
resti
really like
bloccato
that.
basta che ti guardi
We
intorno.
just
La persona di
established it's a
fianco a
far-fetched
te
game, okay?
è
I'm
in
gonna
grado
keep
di
nailing
darti il
this
supporto
home.
di cui hai bisogno.
No,
Stupendo,
that's a
secondo
beautiful
me è
point.
bellissimo.
And just kind of go back to what
Si
we're
vede
talking
nel
about.
gioco,
First
veramente.
thing you remember working on Warframe, Kaz. I know if we go back to your origin story, it's like one of my favorites of all times because you were part of the community and you know we had a relationship in terms of your fan art was out there and all that stuff, and then you're a part of DE now.
Yeah, I did Tennocon for a little while, but my first project was the Barokatir Kubro armor that the community effectively considers a cone of shame.
Oh no!
It was pretty funny when I saw all those comments. I agree with it though. It's kind of like that.
Cone-esque.
It's
Barokatir
funny.
is very
It's
coney.
funny.
That guy's
Sì,
got cones.
decisamente maiale. Die come modello
And
di
back
impresa.
then, I was off-site for 7
questa
months
qui
waiting for
era
my
un-
visa,
era un
and my
fan.
only way to
Faceva i
communicate with the
Tennocon.
studio was
Che
with,
idolo.
emails with Carrie, and he told me how to use Substance Painter through emails.
Wow. That's a long back and forth.
Yep. That was an interesting time, but I'm still proud of that first project.
You should be. No, that's really awesome. Matt, do you
think-
remember the first thing?
Yeah, I was just going to say, if it's like, I think one of the really cool things about Kaz's story is that she was part of the community.
Exactly.
You know, like she impressed all of us,
Mhm.
you know, with her artwork and then like just her attitude and all that kind of stuff. And like you were the first person,
Yeah.
the first community person to come and work on the art team anyways.
Yeah. No, I
Thanks
think
for giving me a chance.
No,
he was
like,
on my
how could we not
interview.
though?
Oh, you're Matt. You're the interviewer.
How could we not?
One of 'em.
Anyways, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to divert from that, but I think it's really a good way to emphasize how important the community is to us as well, because some of the best people, the best, most equipped artists and designers, all that kind of stuff, like the community has all kinds of great ideas. So back to the other point, like if we don't have our own ideas, then we can look to the community, because the community has been really inspired by the collective work that we've done, which is super rewarding for me to see anyways. And I'm sure it is for most other people, to get a response from the community that's so positive and so interested in what we're doing. That's pretty awesome.
No, and you're absolutely right, Kaz.
Già.
I'm
Non mi
pretty sure
stancherò
was
mai
the
di
first
ripeterlo
person
quanto è
that
stupenda
from
la
the
community di
like,
Warframe.
we eventually, like, you came to the studio, like, you live here now, like, there was
Yeah.
that whole
Yeah.
process.
I
Like,
live here now.
You live here now, and you've lived here for a while, but I'm pretty sure you're the first one that
Dude,
we reached out to.
And I put so much into getting hired here. I made those little void
The
key
keys,
candles
yeah,
That's right.
and the
bobblehead
curious,
too. I made a Captain
I
Vor
still have
bobblehead.
it. I still have it in my office.
Oh, that's
the ones
where
you
it
made.
is.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, I have it. I took it. It's not alive. It's in my office. I'm hoarding everyone's replicas and props. I'm sorry. Although you have a lot. You have like the giant Queller at home, which I would also like, but you don't have to give it to me.
No, you can't have
But
it.
you can keep it.
C'è una
I
sottile
know, now
sarcasmo.
you're like, you're never getting this. Taking another step back, Pablo, do you have a favorite thing in Warframe that you've designed so far?
A favorite thing? I don't know. That's
cosa-
kind of like choosing between your
What's
children.
your
you
favorite
know?
child? It better be Jagger.
I don't know. Like honestly, I think overall, like the magic of Warframe kind of lives and dies, but that like the moment-to-moment gameplay, like that sort of like. I always think of it like you get like a moment where you're almost kind of dancing. You're not even thinking about how you're fighting, and I think the fact that we've managed to make so many things that kind of still can work with that without breaking it, because it's an interesting balance. Yeah, I think in general, like I don't know about a thing exactly that I.
You don't want to pick a favorite kid. I get it.
But yeah, in general, like I think what I feel the proudest about what the team has managed to accomplish is like when you're playing Warframe, you know it's Warframe. You know it looks like nothing
Già.
else. It plays like nothing
Assolutamente
else.
d'accordo.
You know, it
Quando
sounds
giochi a
like nothing
Warframe
else.
sai che è Warframe.
So, you know, that's
E aggiungo
kind of the,
che quando non giochi a Warframe ti
I
rendi
think
subito
that's
conto che non è
really what I
Warframe,
take the
perché
most-
provi a fare le
most
cose che
pride
fai in
of,
Warframe e
for the
non
whole
ci
team,
riesci.
just in terms of what we managed to make there, and the fact that it's so unique and so its own thing.
What a great answer, Pablo. Goodness. Kaz, can you follow up with that? What's is there something design-wise that you're most proud of that you've done?
Probably just the incarnate weapons. The set that I did. I designed 3 of them and I finished 1 of them, and then the other 2 I gave to members of the weapons team to finish, and they did such a great job. I'm so proud of just that whole set all together. It just all came together really nicely. So the one that I finished was the shotgun, and I'm going to be 3D printing that.
Are you? Going to have it?
Which version?
Will
it transform?
Will it transform, yeah.
Well, let's see. Let's talk.
See what we can make. Matt, has there been a most proud moment as an art director so far?
Yeah, I was thinking about this morning. I think the thing for me that really resonated the most was the second dream. I think the reason being is not because we were doing, anything super different on the kind of environment art side of that stuff, but just like that was the first cinematic quest that we did, and it really turned the tables or turned the corner for us.
È vero, è la prima quest cinematica del gioco.
Going with Warframe. And I think that a lot of us worked on, more single-player games previously, and like campaigns and things like that, and we hadn't really done anything, that kind of level in Warframe yet. And the response from the community was super awesome. Like the response within the studio was super awesome. So, yeah, I think looking back, we've done a lot of really great stuff since, but it really kind of struck a chord with me to realize what we could do, and the quality work that we could put out. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah, I remember when just a few people, I think it might have been like a VIP group for one of the old Tennocons. We came to the studio at the office and the theater at the office, and they had us listen to a really early version of the song, and we were like, what is this? It's so different than everything else, and it wasn't finished yet, and it was just it was so magical, like to hear that for the first time. Just knowing that the direction of Warframe was about to change to something so much deeper, so much more meaningful.
I think the really awesome thing about that is that it made me personally realize anyways, I reacted to it in a way emotionally that I hadn't reacted to, I think, any other game that I played. And maybe it was because of the personal connection to the project, but yeah, there was just something, like the songwriting, like there was so much about that evoked emotion. Just for me, it really kind of flipped the switch. It was really quite enjoyable. It was interesting.
Yeah, it was. I remember the development process of it, and like you could feel that there was a shift in the way the entire story
Stiamo parlando appunto del fatto che c'è stato questo grosso passaggio tra prima e dopo il secondo sogno, perché in effetti il secondo sogno è la prima quest cinematica del gioco. Cioè, adesso no, adesso anche l'intro è molto cinematico, ma prima no, era molto più basic. La prima che hanno realizzato è stata il secondo sogno, effettivamente ha dato una bella pacca.
Probably for me in my career, like one of the highlights.
Ciao Dominus,
just the reception from that, and I know for me, like I'm always chasing that feeling because I want to feel what everyone else felt over again.
You want to feel loved.
I want to feel loved. Love me. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, it was a game changer. We've done
literally
so many quests afterwards, and just continuing that story. And now we're at Deviri Paradox, which is just a wild ride. That one, which you'll see later. We're not gonna talk about it right now, but
sì, lo sappiamo che ci fate vedere dopo il gameplay del Deviri Paradox. Non devi ripeterlo ogni volta, abbiamo già la scimmia.
How do you approach reworks in Warframe, considering we now have 49 Warframes, not counting primes, we've got bosses, enemies?
Questa è una bella domanda. Come prendono in considerazione il discorso rework?
It sort of depends. Sometimes, like, we actually just did this exercise, like, literally 3 weeks ago or something. I asked part of the community to look at the usage for abilities and kind of look at like the bottom abilities, because I wanted to consider can I rework abilities without reworking frames? Just as a way to kind of speed them up a little bit in those reworks. My conclusion was I can't.
A little more involved.
Yeah, once I started looking at some of them, like, you know, some of the lower ones where like one of Grendel's abilities was really low, but then if I looked a little bit up, another one of his abilities popped up there, and it started feeling like, okay, well, I can't just change one ability. I have to like go in and do the whole shebang. So generally it's kind of like that. I will sit down and I will play. I guess I can spoil that in the next update there's going to be a couple reworks for Mag and Excalibur. Small for Excalibur.
And the OGs.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Essentially, I was looking at the starter frames and trying to kind of make them a little smoother for newer players.
Se non me la scordo.
So, for example, that one is the first time I've approached it like that. Like I sat down to think, not like how would be the best way to use Mag, but what would be the best to change so that a new player can pick her up right away and play her without it being too complex, right? So, for example, she has that whole shrapnel mechanic that a lot of people don't even notice that it's there, just because there's like tiny little glowy things that most people don't, even like the description barely mentions them, right? So, so in this case, it was more about that. Like, how do I make it so that someone can just, because she's an awesome Warframe already, like veterans can play and destroy anything with her. So she doesn't need help there, but she does need help for like someone that's just starting the game. So the approach for this reworks was that, like just how does someone brand new pick them up, understand what they do, and work with them. But sometimes it's more about like, okay, well, what are the awkward edges of a frame that people don't enjoy playing with? You know, what is it that it doesn't quite work? Sometimes it'll be like their abilities are single target and our game is not single target. Sometimes it'll be like, you know, their energy economy is bad or things like that. So it kind of is very case by case basis, but generally try to look at their kits in more of a holistic way, like how will they play entirely.
Yeah, and I think, you know, utilizing stats is important and very cool, because like you're saying, like, you know, not to say that no other Warframes are going to rework, like you're saying, we're looking at Grendel, like there's a bunch of Warframes on that list that, you know, we're taking a look at. But yeah, you look at stats and you're like, okay, one ability's most used, there's another one, maybe that means I got to go back in and just kind of like give it an overhaul. So, and I mean, 9+ years of Warframe, a lot has changed in the game, and you know, some abilities just don't get used. Like we took away Excalibur's jumping because everyone can jump now, like stuff like that, right? Like game changes, so Warframes have to change with it. So I think it's a very interesting way. We're going to talk a little bit about the new war.
Io sono
that
ancora...
old thing that happened in December of last
Sono
year.
sempre messo sempre propositivo per questi rework. Poi bisogna vedere se effettivamente vanno a fare del caos o meno. E che avranno una loro lista basata su delle informazioni che non abbiamo, molto semplicemente.
What was the process like to turn, you know, our very familiar environments of Warframe into a more narmerized, sentient aesthetic?
That was fun.
Sentient aesthetic?
Fun.
Oh no.
No, it wasn't that. I'm joking. It was difficult in a way and easy in a way. I mean, easy in that we had a very kind of small palette of things that we wanted to utilize to tell that story. Difficult in that we were taking old levels, old tile sets, and then trying to put this element on top of that. And you know, those tile sets were not composed, they weren't created with this usage in mind.
Right.
And so because the game's so old, because we like to reuse stuff when we can, when it makes sense to the narrative and stuff, you know, we have to sometimes make allowances or sacrifices or look for more creative ways to, you know, adapt those things to work with the new storyline. So that was a bit of a challenge. But we handled it in a way
sta raccontando ciao DDL, sta raccontando come è stato disegnare i sentient
the early days. You know, we had these fire ice infested versions of all of our levels, and we kind of used we didn't do anything really new there. We just used some of the kind of old techniques and tricks that we had done for that, but then tried to make it work for the storyline in the new war.
Was it hard to take, like if we look at Orvalis being what it is now, like that was an entire like just it felt like almost like a redo of the entire world, essentially.
Yeah, that was interesting. Luckily, with a place like the Orvalis, there's a lot of technical stuff that goes on behind the scenes that allows us to do stuff with the visuals that really makes it a lot easier than it could be. You know, it's the same level. You're playing Orvalis, you know, in its regular form, and there's a few little knobs and switches that are flicked, and then you're playing it in the new war form. You know? And same thing goes with PoE. You know, we did a post-war PoE that players have seen, and that was a little bit more heavy-handed. You know, that was
things destroyed.
Yeah, we had things destroyed. You know, the path that you travel through as call. You know, that all exists
personalmente l'ho
there.
apprezzato molto,
If
questa
you play the early
differenza
part of the
del
game, you're
giocare
going to
prima
see
e dopo
original
del New War
PoE, and if
negli
you
open
get
world.
to the new war, and then post-war, you'd be playing that version of PoE. So it was a little more challenging that way. But again, it's that like collaboration of technical design and code and art and everyone working together to try and kind of make that thing happen.
Yeah, that's very cool. Pablo, New War. A lot happened in the New Wars. Average 6-hour quest. There was a lot that went on in there. One of the common questions that we get when we do kind of those bigger quests are, you know, there's a lot of really fun things in them. You know, example, the New War, we had those cool puzzles, we had archons and stuff like that. What's the process like of taking something that wasn't really meant to be a mechanic and maybe changing it into a mechanic outside of a quest?
I think there were like many, like I know as we were making the New War, there were a lot of conversations about like, okay, well, we're making all this new stuff. How can we then turn it into not something that you just play once and then you kind of move on? Obviously, being a live service game, we kind of need to come up with things that have replayability and that you kind of go back to over time. And, you know, without spoiling anything, you'll see a little bit of that later today.
Ooh, I was hoping you were going to say that.
You'll see a little bit of the fruits of that labor will come a little bit later today. And there's still a few things that we might kind of circle back to at some point next year, because there is a lot in the New War that was left there. But I've you know, a few surprises later today.
Okay, I like it. Leave them wanting more. I'm into it. Still on the New War train, Kaz. New War also introduced a hefty amount of weaponry, also Narmerized, very sentient-esque, of course. A familiar name to many, Liger. They designed the Ravarex gunblade skin, and you kind of took it the rest of the way, kind of like what you were talking about earlier. What's the development process like behind taking a concept like, you know, a beautiful one from Liger and making that come to life in Warframe?
Yeah. Well, Liger did a really great job. They always do such amazingly detailed concepts and don't leave a lot of room for interpretation.
You're just like, okay, I'll do that.
There is still room there, though. Once you bring it into 3D, there's a lot of new problems that arise when you turn the object. Does it look good from every angle? You have to see it from every angle.
Sul funzionamento, sull'efficacia, quant'altro, ma esteticamente sono fuori quota e quelle di The New War sono fantastiche.
I like to put in a little extra creativity in there. It's really fun to work from Liger's concepts, though.
Liger's insane, crazy, far-fetched, but very Warframe concepts.
Yep.
Yeah, love Liger. All right, we're going to go into little Angels of the Zariman chat, shall we? Released this year, finally get to board that mystical unicorn that is the Zariman. We've made it. 9 years later, we get to board this ship. Pablo, where do you even begin to start designing a quest, characters, game modes, enemies, etc., kind of knowing the importance that the Zariman 10.0 has in the story?
From the start of when we were sort of, obviously, you know, a lot of the Zariman, like the look of it was developed from the New War, related to the previous question. But from there, once the aesthetic of the Angels was established, it became very clear that you needed to fight those Angels because they were super cool. So sometimes, you know, that's a cool thing about making games. Like, he can go in many directions. You know, sometimes it'll be like, I'll say like, hey, we need to do this for gameplay. Let's figure out the art. And sometimes it'll just be like, you see some art that is super cool, and it's like, oh, shit, we need to do something with that.
So what do we do with this? Let's throw it in there.
Okay.
But you know, the
ragazzi,
establishing
funziona
of,
così, è
of
vero.
the Angels was very important. Obviously, you know, we. I think the first traces of speaking of the Cyberman were probably like Rhino's lore entry, something like that in the Codex.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Rhino's
Going
lore
way
entry in the
back.
Codex, like back in the
Yeah.
a billion years ago. Was it Rhinos or was it on Numbers? I can't remember. One of those. Actually, I think maybe in both. Now that I think about it.
Sì, no, infatti, Sata,
And
parlavo di
anyways,
estetica,
obviously, you know,
solo di estetica.
the idea of how the Cybermen sort of fit into the world has existed for a long time. But to bring it into something more concrete and something that could have a little bit more of the emotional stakes, with the crew being there, with them having a weird relationship to you, you know, and with your two selves. Spoiler alert! You know, that part was kind of what drove a lot of the narrative there. Once we knew that, and once we also knew that we wanted to start planting some seeds for something that you people
Happens
will see
later
later
on.
on today, basically that's where a lot of the ties for like the new enemies and some of that extra spice came from. And you know, we've always had like the eye towards like, okay, well, what does the Cyberman mean? You know, the blocking of the void and what is on the other side, and you know, all of that has been kind of in the. We're always working on one thing, and we always have the eye on like, I believe the next one or the next couple. That's kind of how we do. So yeah, that's kind of how it inspired it. We did know that it had been a while since we had made a game mode, since we did like Jupiter rework. I think it was the last time we did Disruption.
Yep.
Right, so that's I don't know how long it's
Infatti
been
era
since
dalla,
that, but
dalla Disruption,
it's been a
che
while
era da
since we've
Giove,
done a new
che
game
non
mode.
aggiungevano nuove modalità di gioco.
So we did 3.
In classic fashion, we did
Adesso
3 at
bam.
one go.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. So yeah, that's honestly, like sometimes, you know, as players and I think as developers, it's very important for us to always kind of don't fall into a rut. You know, you don't want to do the same sort of thing all the time. And I think that for us, that was Angels of the Cybermen. It was more focused on kind of finding those new gameplay spaces and trying new stuff, going back and reworking really old systems. That was kind of the drive there, while planting the seeds for stuff that will be seen later today.
Later that we might show. Might not have an answer to this question, but is there anything that we worked on for Angels of Zeraman that didn't end up
È stato un mezzo spoilerato,
right,
Tiger. Molto probabilmente sarà ancora.
I mean, there's like whenever we're ideating, there's always like a lot of things. At some point, it was going to be 4 game modes instead of 3.
Oh, of course. Why not?
You know, there was that. At some point, the Incarnon weapons was a bigger thing that might be at some point. But you know, there's always like a lot of. If every idea you come up with ends up in the game, it's probably you're not coming up with enough ideas. So generally, a lot of the things that we come up with end up like, maybe later. You know?
I mean, they're shelved and then they come out. You never know. Yeah.
It's always good to have a backlog of good ideas.
Exactly. It never hurts. Speaking of Incarnon weapons, Kaz, you mentioned
Incarnon
before, you know, there's a good amount of lore as well behind these Incarnon weapons. Can you kind of share the kind of lore that you used to create Incarnon weapons?
Dietro il design.
Yeah, so a little bit of history there too. They originally started out as just security weapons, like Tenno-style ship security weapons, but I did a couple concepts and they didn't really feel very special, so then we decided to kind of pivot there and change them to more of like a ceremonial look. And kind of went a step further
prima
with
le hanno
that to make
fatte
them come from like
delle armi
trees or
di
something
sicurezza
like
e
that.
facevano
Really
schifo.
special pieces
quindi
of
hanno
wood
fatto cerimoniale.
that they made into weapons that are too fancy to use.
No one
But of
touches
course
this
you
tree
use them.
except to make a weapon of it.
Yeah, like it's supposed to travel with the ship as sort of a remembrance of home when they go to the new system and all of that sort of thing. And when I was doing the Incarnon modes, they have a little bit of like an animal influence to each of them. Like the tonfas, the void tonfas, are actually like a big horse shape if you look at it.
I didn't even realize that.
And the dual
Davvero?
pistols from the shotgun, they're like a little like alien dog thing that's like ready to jump.
I'm learning things today. I had no idea.
Yeah, it's
Cioè,
these were
devo riguardarle
really
tutte
just
adesso
a
le armi in
blast to
carne
work on.
attive.
They really, the style of them, because they're ceremonial, it kind of feeds into kind of a comfort zone for me with flowing lines and really elegant shapes and stuff. So it was just a great project.
I mean, hopefully more incarnate weapons.
I remember one of the references for like the backstory was a GIF from a Sylvester Stallone movie. The one where he uses like cursing tickets to wipe his ass with. I can't remember what it's called. I don't remember what it's called. Anyway, they had a museum of violence. It was a museum of violence, and that was part of the reference.
I did not think that was about to come out of your mouth just now. I'm so sorry. You're too funny. Oh, design inspiration can come from anywhere, folks.
I want to know now.
Simple as wiping your rear.
vengono da
Anyways,
ovunque,
moving
anche
on.
dai film di Stallone. Molto bene.
Pablo, unrelated to that.
Any more Sylvester Stallone?
No, I don't need any more Sylvester Stallone knowledge. Let's talk a little bit about Gyre. You did do recently a Gyre kind of Q&A with the community, which was really great, so check that out if you haven't seen it.
No, non l'ho
but
visto. Dovrei
just kind of, again, what was the design process, inspiration, and struggles that you had?
Ciao, Christian.
Yeah, so Warframes generally start generally from like two different places, either, well, or maybe three.
Sylvester Stallone.
First Sylvester Stallone.
It was Van Damme this time, wasn't it?
Then Arnie. No, so generally they start either someone has an idea for a theme that they want, you know. Someone will come up with something that no one has ever said, maybe werewolf frame, for example.
Who would do that?
No one has ever mentioned that one.
No.
So someone will come up with that, and then we'll kind of look
Continuano a
for ideas.
punzecchiare con le Warframe
Others
lo
come from
comandano.
like a mechanic. So for example, Nidus came up, like at first it was, the idea was something that pulls enemies together and you hit them. And that's the initial mechanic, and that's where Nidus kind of got started, right? So it was a more mechanical origin. And then there's the last one, which is the folder of magic. We have
a backlog.
One concept artist, Keith Thompson, that just comes up with the craziest ideas.
He's got a brain, that one.
Yeah, he's like all sorts of crazy things that he's put there. And we have a folder literally with like 20 or 30 different frame ideas that he's just like drawn over the
Ciao,
years,
gatto.
and he just like does an illustration, puts a little like text of what he imagines would be, and just drops them there. And you know, that basically every now and then, whenever we need a new frame, I'll open that folder and I'll just start looking around and be like, oh, this sounds cool. And then I just kind of start thinking like, okay, how could they work? What could they do? And if I find that one of them excites me, then that's kind of the one I roll with. So that's actually how Gyre came to be. I love the idea of the skirt expanding with the electricity. I thought it was really cool. Sometimes it's hard when you've been doing this for a while. Sometimes it's hard to not stop yourself when you can see ahead that there's going to be problems. And immediately I saw the skirt and I was like, this is never going to expand.
That's
It's
going to be a problem.
Clip all over the place. You're going to slide and it's going to go into the ground. It's going to be a nightmare. I was like, no, I'm still going to do it.
Yeah, we're going to make it happen.
You know, so sometimes you just kind of have to say, screw it, and go with it, even if it's not
someone else's problem.
And fortunately, you know, that talking about the magic of a team, I didn't solve that problem. Jeremy came up with an idea. Jeremy was effects master, and he came up with the idea of. Well, actually, it was again a group thing. First, the part of the idea was when they did the character modeling, instead of making the full skirt as it was initially designed, they cut a part on the front and a part of the side so it could actually open. Once that was in there, it was still a problem. But then he came up with the idea, okay, when you activate the ability, it opens upwards, so it's kind of like becomes almost wings, and that solved it. And, you know, that was one of those things that I'm very thankful that he figured out, because I was going to make her basically not be able to slide.
Y'all like parkour, not with Gyre. No.
So I'm glad that he saw that. So yeah, it's kind of that process of like
C'ha ragione,
finding
anch'io sarei
that seed
tirato
of an
scemo
idea, which
all'idea.
again can be a theme, a mechanic, or a
Personaggio con la
visual.
gonna che si apre in quel modo
And
come
then
Gyre
from
che deve
there, kind of
slidare.
Start spinning, Gyre, kind of spinning around with the ideas and finding to me, the most important thing with a frame at the end is that it plays different to the others.
Right.
That's like
has a sense of uniqueness, and
Yeah.
it's not just
So how are you going to do an electricity frame when you already have bolt?
Right.
Well, there's many different things that you have to do to kind of separate it,
Mhm.
mechanically, visually, auditory. All of those things kind of need to split so that it works and stands on its own. And yeah, that's kind of the trials and tribulations of coming up with frame number 49.
Yeah. We got lots more in store, my friends. Tune in to TennoLive. Sticking with Angels of Zariman a bit, we talked about Incarnate weapons, Kaz, and we're actually talking about this organically behind the scenes about something you might see later on, no spoilers, but we often get the question when we see, especially with the Incarnate weapons. I remember seeing on a dev stream the question of, how do I even hold that? Like, that just weapon is just so wild looking, like, where do I put my hands? And is that actually something that you have to think about when you're creating weapons? Like, it's so crazy looking, but you should probably be able to hold this.
Yeah, actually that's kind of where we start, because we have so many shared animations for all the different types of weapons. So, for example, the tonfas, they have to fit in the hand a certain way, and they kind of glide along the side of the arm, so you can't make any shapes that would clip into the arm. They spin around in certain ways. I kind of broke a rule there with a loop that goes over the top. So if it spins this way, it clips. But I mean, it was too cool. I could not do it. But we do try to respect like the hand positions for all the weapons as much as we can, just so that riggers don't hate us and animators don't hate us.
You're like, don't worry, you can hold it normally, even though it's pointy in every direction. It all will work.
It's definitely the first step in our process to make sure the character can actually hold it.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna get into some spicy DeVary questions.
Oh.
We're gonna see, obviously, TennoLive is gonna debut finally a live gameplay demo of the DeVary Paradox, the quest. You're also gonna get an in-game experience with the DeVary Amphitheater that will open at 5 p.m. Eastern time. But we're gonna peel back the curtain just a little bit, give people a little taste as to what they might experience later. Obviously, they've seen trailers and such, but Matt.
Yeah.
Like I said, they're going to experience the DeVary Amphitheater very soon. Can you peel back the curtain a little bit and describe the design process of a world like DeVary?
Sì, questa è in diretta.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I mean, people that have been watching us do Tennocon for the last couple of years have obviously seen DeVary teases. Yep. So it's not a new idea. But what we have had to do in the last bunch of months and over the last year is actually figure out how we're going to make it, So the amphitheater was kind of step one for us in terms of prototyping how we were going to make the world. We had an idea of what we wanted to do, but an idea on paper is different than actually making it. And so we had to do a lot of experimentation, a lot of R&D. There's a bunch of stuff that had already been done from those teasers and those trailers that kind of established a bit of a baseline for us. So we weren't starting from scratch, but the amphitheater level was the first production kind of island that we made for DeVary. So there's a lot of stuff that we did wrong, like in the process, you always break a few eggs, as they say.
Oh, of course.
And try to make sense of what you're doing while you're doing it, figuring out what works, what doesn't work. And I think one of the things that has been really great is that the concept art team that we have supporting us did so many great concepts of that stuff.
Which you're going to see in the art panel. Continue.
Awesome. And so, it gave us a really great place to start from. And then we just kind of built on that. It was a really awesome team of people working on creating the bits and pieces of that. And we learned a lot of really great lessons that we were able to apply to the rest of the DeVary space that we'll see later on. And beyond today, there's lessons that we've learned from doing that. So, it's really kind of cool. It's an ongoing process. You're always learning new stuff. But the amphitheater was that testing ground. And I think it turned out really great. Like I'm
cool.
pretty happy and pretty excited to see what people are going to think of it, because we haven't done anything like this in Warframe. I think that's really great for us to, if we can be excited, then fans are going to be excited. So that's super important. So I hope that people are going to be as excited as we are to actually show it to them.
Yeah.
Tranquillo,
I mean, even
sì.
going back to
Siamo
talking
abbastanza
about Second
carichi
Dream
qui
and, like,
dietro.
that feeling of like, oh, things are changing. Like I get that feeling from Duviri because it is so different, and we're going so. I mean, I can barely understand time travel, but I'm like, yeah, paradox. Let's do it. Let's make it real and crazy. Like it's visually, it's crazy, and everything in between.
It's going to be a challenge.
Yes.
Like there's stuff that we've talked about wanting to do, and the goals that we have for the Duviri world. There's some challenging stuff there for us to consider and try to come together and try to figure out how we're going to do it. But I know we're going to pull it off, and I think it's going to be pretty awesome. Like I think it'll be a nice. A nice refresher for people who are used to what Warframe has been for the last couple of years.
Yeah, and it's always fun with Warframe. Like, we've been working on this game, the same game, for a very long time, and when we get a chance to reinvent something in some way, it's refreshing for the dev team too. Like, it's so much fun to work in these new styles. Like, oh man, the Void Angel stuff, the Duviri stuff, it's so much fun to make new things like that.
Speaking of new things, without spoiling too much, but we know horses exist in Duviri. They are a thing. We'll learn more about them later. But obviously, one has to ride a horse. There are many ways that one can ride a horse. But perhaps a saddle
Ecco, siamo arrivati alla cavalcatura. Niente, ho aperto per sbaglio una
finestra. A saddle, perhaps, for a Duviri-style horse.
Yeah, so we weren't sure if that was going to work at all at first, because the horse shapes are weird too, just like everything else.
Everything is weird. It's not an accurate representation of a horse at all.
Yeah, they also wiggle a lot, and so there's only I had to find some shapes that would kind of compensate for all of that, and found that something that's kind of back heavy that the players are going to see more is going to look good too. So yeah, something around there.
So you can expect some horsey saddles maybe in the near future.
Yes.
Back to Matt a little bit. Well, we're not going to see it today, but Duviri, like many of our other worlds, will have a form of wildlife. There is some wildlife you will see, but what you won't see, but will exist, are fish. I got a lot of questions about fish. I don't know what it is. People love fish. I love fish, but
they'll make great.
È quasi sicuro che ci siano le mount.
Designing a paradoxal, fractal wildlife and fish. Where do you even start?
With Keith's concepts.
Keith, you're
like Pablo said,
when in doubt,
it's
always Keith.
The ersatz look of that stuff, that's what we call it in house. That stuff is so interesting and unique, and it relies on so many different design elements. But looking at them, it's a horse shape, it's a sheep shape, it's a owl shape, but it's not like anything you're going to see in the world, and I think the really cool thing about that, based off of riffing off of what Keith had designed and the ideas that we had for the story of the Duviri, there's it's not a fully realized world, and so there's elements of that play into the environment design, the character design, the animals design,
Weapons too,
yeah, of course. If we're doing it right, we're taking that idea and we're applying that theme and we're applying it to all the parts of the animal. Hey. But yeah, so we're applying it there, and so we took that horse and we used the horse as the jumping off point, and we designed some fish. We're not entirely sure if we're going to use them. We're still trying to determine what the design goals are for the big picture of this, but because we know that's a part of the other open worlds, we just kind of started rolling with it. So if it's something we decide we want to do, we've got stuff ready to go. So we're using the same kind of characteristics and stuff the horse have: negative shapes, fractals.
There's Swiss cheese.
It's like Swiss cheese. You can see the inner workings. Yeah. It's not flesh, there's some really cool elements to those things that we're trying to apply to these other parts. So I think the ones that we have done so far, I think they're pretty cool. I'm pretty excited about them. So
yeah, I saw Deimos fish already confuse me because I'm like, what am I looking at? Like, these things are wild. And then we go to De Beer and I'm like, what am I looking at? It's wild. You're not going to see fish today, but you will eventually. Fish exist. Going back to...
It's true, I've seen them.
It's true. They exist. Duviri, Pablo, how would you say that Duviri, without getting too crazy, how do you think it differs from our other open worlds?
It was interesting when we started, like, actually.
Cioè, vorrei sottolineare che delicatamente hanno comunque detto che Duviri
sarà.
Al 100%. Continuano a dire, a ripetere. Così.
It is an open world in the sense that it is open. But it has, like, the things that you're used to seeing in our open worlds, bounties, fishing, mining, all of that stuff. There's none of that there. So expect it to be entirely a different thing. I don't want to go further than that, but essentially it is a different thing. It's not, like, I think it would be misleading to even call it an open world because it's more of a guided experience that we're going for. I don't want to get too much into details. Okay. All I can tell you is, like, of all the systems that you're used to from our general structure of open worlds, none of them are present.
I love it, like, none of them are there.
Yeah, essentially there's nothing.
È fantastico come facciano queste domande che sono altamente spoiler alert su quello che dovrà succedere proprio a Pablo, che è quello che non sa stare buono.
It's also an open world, but they have nothing to do with each other. It's kind of like that.
I mean, this is what we're saying. Duviri's wild. You got some wild ideas.
It's a paradox.
It's a paradox.
One of the things is obviously, 9+ years into a game when you find yourself and you say, okay, what is this going to be? And it's like, okay, well, it's like nothing else we've done. That's a challenge, that's fun, and that's, it's also kind of scary because obviously, the safe shore would have been to just make another open world.
Sure.
Right? But,
But let's do
we
something.
Already did that.
Who wants to do safe?
Yeah, who wants to do safe? Not us. So we're actually 2 minutes away from being told to get off the stage because we've talked a lot. I didn't even get through all my questions, which I love, but I'm also kind of sad because they're really good. I do have a couple chat questions that Corey, thank you, back at home, grabbed for us. I'm just going to go through them real quick, and they're all going to be very vague. Any new Warframes coming up? Stay tuned. Are you going to talk about the next Prime Warframe? Stay tuned. Where's Call 175? Where's the new War hack puzzles? Stay tuned. Yeah, I don't know. There might be some exciting information soon. A lot of those questions you will be very pleased learning about later on. But before we go, I do want to just kind of pick your brain in
si
terms
può dire
of
paracula su Twitch? Sì che si può dire, no?
You have free reign with a lot of things, like, everyone's ideas.
Sì.
Give it to me. We'll see what we can do
saranno
with it.
abilitati.
You could design anything in Warframe. Corn Warframe. Pablo, what do you got? You tweeted about it, so you have to make it happen. I'm just saying.
If I had free reign and infinite budget and stuff like that, I would love to make tools to allow players to make missions. That would be
like a Super Mario build your own level.
Whenever I see, like, the creations that people do with the dojo, I'm so blown away whenever I see
We'd have so many dragons.
I saw one link this morning for a Dagobah or something. I saw it in the community channel today, and it was awesome. Whenever I see those, I always feel like, I wish that could be turned into, like, a player-made mission that people could play, because I think they would come up with really cool stuff. Unfortunately, it's very hard. So.
We've been talking about that for so many years.
Matt, free reign, what do you got?
Oh my gosh, you should have prepped me for that question. I'm going to steal Pablo's now.
Right.
It's interesting though. That's a really, like, that's one of those things that we've talked about for years. That would be so amazing to do, and then it just is so daunting a task to think about actually making it work. Like, it's just it'd be really cool. Actually, I think I get a thrill when I see those player-built dojo compositions as well. I'm just like, how the heck did somebody think to do this and combine it in that way? Like, it's just, it's really amazing.
Kaz, free reign. Quick, fire.
I want to make a glam rock frame.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Does it have corn involved? No, I'm just kidding.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Possibly. I mean, corn's a band.
Però parliamone, un rock frame
All right. Unfortunately, we are out of
glamster.
time
Non
for
sarebbe
our
così
live
malaccio.
Jeff Q&A. I know, Dean, you were frantically waving at me. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, Kaz, Matt, Pablo, for coming to this crazy stage and answering my cues with your A's. I appreciate all of you for being here. I'm so excited to show the work that you all have put in for Duviri. I'm very excited for them to finally see what the heck we're talking about, because we're being very vague. I know it's painful, but all will be revealed at TennoLive. Next up, we do have, I believe it's the Art of Warframe panel. Daniel Sokolowski is joined by some really awesome people to show you never before seen stuff. So enjoy, thank you again, and we'll see you at TennoLive. Hey everybody, Megan here to let you know that by watching this year's show on Twitch,
signori,
you're gonna earn yourself
la
some incredible
terza tappa,
free
seconda
items if
tappa,
you have
terza
your
tappa,
Warframe
terza.
and Twitch account linked.
Ho perso il
Watching
conto.
Tennocon until 5 p.m. Eastern Time for 30
No, la terza
consecutive
questa.
minutes will reward
Ora
you
comincia la
with both
terza.
the Veracruz War fans.
Abbiamo fatto 6 e mezzo,
Zero.
7,
But that's not all.
8.
Tune into
Perfetto.
TennoLive between
Ciao
5 p.m.
Robierro,
and
ben
7
arrivato.
p.m. Eastern Time for
No,
another
niente, è
30
finito.
consecutive minutes, and you're gonna
Niente di
earn yourself a
sconvolgente.
free
Allora, datemi un secondo che faccio una cosa importante, ovvero accendo le luci,
If you already
perché
have your
sono
Twitch
tipo
account
il
and
re
your
delle
Warframe
tenebre in
account
questo
linked and
momento,
receive drops
e
and more on
poi
Warframe
torniamo.
streams, then you're all set. But if you've never linked your Warframe and Twitch account together, simply go on over to warframe.com/Twitch, log into your Warframe account, and follow the simple instructions to get set up. And that's it. Enjoy the show.
Taylor! Oh, Taylor, I just realized I'm a Bolarola.
Girl, you look great.
Thank you.
I'm a sand pancake, but I'd rather be a waffle.
You want to see my tricks?
Scherzavo, già che ci sono, faccio un altro secondino di pausa e sono da voi.
I can't reach.
Devo approfittare delle pause qui in mezzo, se no è un
And
inferno.
You can buy us on store.warframe.com as Tennocon merch.
What's Tennocon?
Oh boy.
Demos was great because we had a lot of new enemies in the pipeline, which is great because, you know, more content for the players, more fun stuff to animate. The designs in Demos were so interesting that it was really, really inspiring for us as animators. It's important for enemies to be able to cover a lot of distance. In this landscape, which was different from others, is like the Jugular. It could literally pop out of the ground almost anywhere. The jump scare moments are always fun to do, to essentially set the player up. And I think some of the enemies that do drop from the ceiling in this case, and it allowed enemies to kind of ambush the Tenno. With the Infested, you kind of get, like, they're a lot more instinctual. You know, the Therid, for instance, or the Leaping Thrasher, that long, sloppy arm. It reminded me of, like, if you've ever seen an octopus walking on land. It's hard because there aren't a lot of real-life examples of things that even look like that. So you kind of have to take where their weight is and how they would lumber through the landscape. But when you get a faction like the Infested, they're so different. To create the day-night cycle, Fast is up in the air and then Vom pops up. That's the signal that the day-night change happens, and because of their sheer scale, you have to slow the animation down like so much. The team just, honestly, I think they really faithfully created a world that did the Infested justice. There is one enemy in Demos that it's the giant floating orb that spit enemies out onto the ground. If you look closely, the little mouth might look familiar. If you look in the back of the orbiter, that's Helmet's mouth. We took the whole orb and rotated it back 90 degrees, and Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
kidding me?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Hey Tenno.
Cosa?
Danny here. We're getting
Ma l'avete
so much
sentita
closer
questa
to unveiling
cosa?
some incredible surprises.
Favoloso.
Tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll be opening up the Duviri Amphitheater orbiting Earth in-game. Join your fellow Tenno for an up-close and very unique experience during the TennoLive presentation. As a special thank you for joining us for Tennocon today, for the next 48 hours, you can claim a special operator and drifter cosmetic, the Stranger's Hood. This exclusive cosmetic is available right now on all platforms in the in-game market for 1 credit. Be sure to log in and claim yours. Bye, Tenno.
E sono pronto anch'io. Siamo tornati al classico green screen che vi piace tanto.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another pre-recorded panel. We are going to be setting the stage
Ha detto che il pallottolone che sputa nemici sui Deimos è l'Helminth rovesciato.
That's the first time I've heard it pronounced.
My actual last name, Sokolowski.
I was always like Soko.
Now you know.
Oh, wow.
Now everyone
All right.
knows.
It's good to know.
Usually everyone just calls me Danny, which everyone can do here. I won't put the pressure on you for my last name.
Yeah, I think that's it for me.
But yes, I am joined here today by 3 wonderful panelists from the Digital Extremes art team. Might as well start over here with Eric.
Hi.
Hello, Eric. What do you do at
Stay
TV?
around.
I'm
Tin suit.
Eric.
I'm a lead concept artist. Where do I look? I look over there. I'm looking at you guys, but yeah, lead concept artist.
Lead concept artist. And Jeff.
I'm Jeff. I'm art director, animator guy.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And Carrie is here as well.
Sì, Jeff lo conosciamo abbastanza bene, lo vediamo praticamente in ogni dev stream, quindi.
The environment side and the art and all those that sort of stuff.
He does more than that.
A little bit,
He
but,
does
you know.
Kind of does everything.
Yes.
Mm.
So today, actually, before we get into all of this, I want to thank Sarah from the community team, who is actually here today. She's going to be assisting us with presenting.
Thank
but
you, Sarah.
big thank you to Sarah
Thanks,
for
Sarah.
helping
Ma
put
quella è
everything
una
together.
gigantesca
And a big
reliquia,
thank you
io la
to our
voglio
team,
sul mio
of course,
tavolino in
who they're
sala,
not
è
all here,
stupenda.
but we love our art team, and they do some incredible work. I also have to give a massive spoiler warning. We will be going through the new War Quest and spilling all of the beans on that. So if you haven't played the new War Quest yet, you have been warned, or even Angels of the Zariman Quest, just a heads up. But speaking of the new War Quest,
Sulla
you guys
destra
know that over
c'è
1 million
un-
players have started playing the
Wow.
new War Quest.
Wow.
And we're actually nearing, we're very, very
Questa è una
close to 1
reliquia.
million players having actually
E se si
completed the
illumina,
quest.
io la voglio.
Yeah, I just learned
Real.
this the other day, actually from Pascal
I
on
think I
our
got
team.
goosebumps from that. That's cool.
Yeah, actually, that's my first question. How does that make you guys feel, knowing that the quest you
Ja.
created has been played by so many people?
Amazing.
Yeah.
It feels amazing and
Well,
surreal.
a little scared.
A little scared. I mean, it
You don't have
was-
to go into every living
Yeah.
room and ask details, so.
It's a great quest. It's awesome.
Yeah.
So it's just
That's
really
really
cool that everyone's getting to see all that
Yeah.
hard work. And
E se la illumini
Kind
tutta
of,
quanta,
hard to
ottieni una
believe 'cause It
forma.
was released last December.
It feels like so.
O il calcio
Yeah,
della
it honestly
Lega.
does. 2021. So yeah, thank you to everyone who's played it.
I think also just the triumph of doing that quest in kind of the COVID remote
Yes.
situation
Yeah.
was really daunting, and the team just kind of killed it.
C'è chi l'ha
It was
fatta,
really
Miami.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to go through some of the art for the new war that you guys wouldn't have seen yet.
Ok,
But
diamo
so
un'occhiata
on
a
our
questi
past
nuovi
review, we
art.
released the new war, of course, which, as you all agree, was probably the biggest cinematic quest to date, and a
Yep.
huge effort from the whole team.
Yep.
And I thought we'd kick it off with a look at some of the animation work that went into that. So let's have a look at that.
Oh, poor Tim.
I love it.
He's seen better days.
So good.
For my brothers.
That's great. Oh no, who's that big nerd?
I just stand around and hold things. Do. Throw actors
You're like, I
around.
want to be Lotus.
Yeah.
Che forza!
This was
Oh, that's so
probably
cool,
one of my
man.
favorite scenes. in the
Oh,
whole quest.
cool.
Yeah.
That was really fun to make.
This especially is just so good.
È bellissimo! Sono tutti motion
I think
capture.
that's me laughing at them.
It is, yeah.
I think they each of those guys had to do that fall probably a dozen times. So.
Oh.
So, you've been stuck here this whole time?
Not here, exactly. But yeah, stuck. You got bigger problems, right now at least.
This one was cool. I think we actually ended up using the very first take. They just acted out the entire thing on the first go. We ended up using it. Tim even ad-libbed hands on the head.
Yeah.
It's great.
Which is such a
It's
fan
so
moment.
That's awesome. That's full of spoilers, eh?
Yeah, I told you. I said, baby, we're spoiling some stuff today.
Mi shoving Jay.
No, bellissimo che gli ha dato la spintone. Ciao Josie.
I think we'll have to put
Stanno
a
facendo
thing
vedere i
there
motion
that says
capture
spoilers
di
throughout the
The
whole
New
stream.
War.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, especially.
Yes.
Quindi è super spoiler, ragazzi. Io non ve l'ho detto, ma era abbastanza chiaro, credo.
Those mats come in handy. There was a lot of this.
The amount of fall animation we had is...
So that was just 2
Crazy.
minutes.
Che spettacolo.
Just 2 minutes of animation work.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, in total, how much mocap footage you think you got for the New War?
I don't know. I couldn't even tell you, honestly. Like yeah, because we record so much and we kind of cut up and splice different parts of it. Except, like I said, that dinner for two, those guys did it. We just used the one take they did, which was amazing. It was, I don't know, I can't, like, just the sheer amount of animation that the team did, like, to get it out was, I'm still kind of, like, in awe of it, to be honest. So, yeah, I don't know the actual, I'd be curious to find out, actually.
Yeah,
maybe
we should figure that
maybe
out.
we can find out and Dean can put it as a ticker that goes about the actual, like, minutes of
20-30 ore di motion capture footage.
Stay around, Tensu.
Ciao Rufi. 20-30 ore, ragazzi, la quest
first edited it
giocata.
and I showed you
Ne
as a
dura
mocap actor.
6.
I think you called me a performer.
I did. Well, let's say you made a great Lotus, so I felt like I should still credit you.
I'm just a big prop that they need to hold on to something or get thrown around. So I don't know if that's really fair. I get paid to be a bully during mocap sessions.
It works.
So, yep.
It works. It's interesting too because it's clear our animators are not just animators. As you saw, there's Jason and Tim, and they're on our animation team, but they're also performers. They're actors. So how does that ultimately affect the final product of a project like the New War?
It helps a ton, and moving forward, we've actually even had more of the animators step up and do more of the acting themselves, which is really cool. Yeah, it's hard. Like, a lot of people think you do the mocap and you're done, but the amount of animation and keyframing work that goes into it to make the performance have really good pacing and exaggerations. They usually end up keyframing the hands entirely by hand. Same with the face animation.
Right.
But there is so much editing and like kind of artistry that goes into it. It's a really good template for a foundation to build on. But yeah, the amount of keyframe work and artistry that goes into it to kind of get the performance out of it as well is
it's
huge.
impressive. Going back to kind of speaking on characters, we of course in the mid section of the quest are greeted with the Drifter. So we don't know who this character is initially, and then all of a sudden we're playing as them. So we have some early concept work. Actually, Eric, this piece here. So what were the early thoughts on the Drifter's overall appearance?
Well, I spoke to Jeff about this, of course, in depth, and and the Kamiki brothers too, which you'll see some of their stuff too coming up. Just kind of like a haphazard collection of parts, because we didn't want it to. You want it to feel like you're playing a Grenier, but not like kind of pieces of it. So yeah, I just try to grab like the knee pad for the helmet and stuff, and I was like, oh.
Well, actually, that was the original idea that we pivoted because Steve ended up liking the kind of the main Drifter look more than the original idea was to start this quest out as the Grenier cosmetic set.
Oh, which we actually do have.
And then we were going to do it the opposite.
Oh,
I see. We were going to do the opposite. We were going to
Right.
offer the other one later as an option.
I see. Okay.
But we reversed it when Steve liked the impression we made. But we thought when you start the mission, you'd be playing, like as Eric said,
right.
A Grenier.
I do want to point out that the melee weapon strapped in the concept here was swapped out with the sheave, a ferocious melee weapon, as we all know. Any creative decision making there?
Time. The creative decision was time.
Time.
It's always
that is
time.
a good one.
Hey, look, this exists.
Done.
And then,
Ship it.
Yep.
And then this next one here is ultimately what we are familiar with.
Correct.
So the poncho.
The poncho.
Yes. Love the poncho.
Cool. Yep.
Also the I see some little facial hair here in the concept art.
That wasn't me.
That wasn't you?
No,
That wasn't
I
you?
might have inspired them because they saw me and they're like, yeah, he's pretty cool.
glorious.
Let's put that in the
Maledetti,
game. It's probably not what
maledetti che hanno messo la barba nel concept e non nel gioco. Maledetti, vogliamo la barba per i drift.
The beards, the facial hair. Are we still doing? Is that still planned?
Yeah, there was actually an update going in. When are we film? Do we say when we're filming this?
Yeah, I mean it is pre-recorded.
Yeah,
We are filming this.
so
What is the date? June 22nd.
Yeah, so just a few days ago I saw check-in.
Continuing on with key characters, our friend Era. Well, turned friend, I guess you could say, because when we're on Pergasa in the new War Quest, Era seemingly saves us as we're going on to the last Archon fight. He seemingly perishes. At least that's what we think happens under some debris and rubble.
Yep.
But
be
he will be returning in some form, but maybe not the form that we are.
Seems like he really lost his head.
Oh, Carrie, you were waiting on that one.
Like 15-second build-up.
Now's my chance.
Now's your chance. So we have this new Archon
Very cool.
concept here, which is just, I mean, what can you say about it? It's kind of unreal.
Yeah.
We also have the model for it as well. If you want to go to the next one there, Sarah, yeah.
Pesissimo.
Terrifying. Is there anything we can say about this without really saying anything?
I think it's pretty clear. People played, no, but
Bisognerà vedere se lo mettono in gioco o se semplicemente era qualcosa che era lì a salare, diciamo.
Some people were a little disappointed with Era's resolution in New War, and a lot of that decision was around scope and time. Unfortunately, because we did, it was a hard cut we had to make. So, but yeah, we're trying to fulfill that.
Right.
Now, following up.
So we're bringing him back in a big way.
Yep.
Awesome. And you'll get to see more of this new Archon in the future. But yeah, getting back to the quest, after we defeat the final Archon, we get to the final showdown. This is of course, the climax of the quest. It's surreal, honestly.
Yeah, Craig did a great job.
Yeah. Just an insane stage. And when it comes to such big stage moments, what are some of the goals in the environment art to evoke these very powerful, emotional scenes?
Well, I think there's a bit of a hierarchy to the whole experience. There's Egyptian pyramid vibes, which ties into a lot of what he has going on as a character at that point.
Right.
You want some connection to what we've shown in the previous sets with the sentient surround, but then he's made it his own, which is, I think, pretty important for a character to get the opportunity to put a stamp on the world. And then you're going to be blowing it up. So
Tranquillo, Giorgi, grazie mille.
Factor in there somewhere too. So how you sell it
Grazie
will
come
go,
sempre,
bello. Pulled into a black hole.
Right.
Mi raccomando, torna per le 11 ovviamente.
Yeah, spoilers, yes. Again, huge spoiler warnings for this.
Spoil away.
Yeah. But it was funny, Sarah and I were, as we were putting the panel together, we had a discussion about how it just feels like as
esatto, hai visto Alexander così proprio tac e l'hanno appoggiata con classe.
Ballast and Lotus, yourself as either the operator or the drifter with Lotus and Ballast, and it's just utter chaos.
It's a lot.
It is a lot, yeah. It was very heavy and just very cool, and
this
piece here is just, it's stunning. Of course, Craig doing incredible.
This really helped
Direi di sì.
Production, because it was a hard thing to figure out. Everything all the motifs that you kind of listed off was intentional, and just kind of figuring out how to best kind of stage that and have the progressive kind of collapse of this, while you were playing was pretty hard to implement. It came in pretty late.
Yeah, but considering
lots of people doing really hard things.
Yes. Yeah.
That one was late actually, but yes.
Già, questo è il panel dove gli scappa più roba. E esclusione di quello di prima perché c'è Pablo.
And we had this
Pablo è
almost
un po'
moment of
così.
relief with her where we're like, oh, like it's over. And then the air gets sucked out of the room and the man in the wall appears. And we're just kind of like,
There's a little bit of a company history of one more thing. So,
Yeah.
that would be the one more thing in that case.
This would be the one more thing.
Yeah.
I'd also be lying if I said I didn't specifically look in the animation folders for Tim being hoisted up on a plank by you in the way that the man in the wall
Just holding
enters.
him up like,
you should have done
like baby Simba. I'm holding it to him. Like.
Yeah, because that moment is just so like it's completely unreal. And
I think Daryl keyframed all that.
I was going to say that would have had to have been.
It was like he's a pretty limited character, like. For what he can do mobility-wise.
He's a man in the wall.
Il man in the wall si trova... Boh, ancora non si è capito molto di chi è sto coso.
The new war was kind of closure of a lot of things, and we wanted to make sure that we kind of gave players a taste of what the future paths could be.
And I think, Carrie, you bring up a good point of when we first spoke of or said the name The Man in the Wall in quests like The Chains of Harrow, I don't think people literally thought we meant a man in a wall.
I think actually that concept has been hanging around for a while. So in our minds, it has literally been a man in a wall for some time.
But to be fair, and usually Keith is on these panels, but and it's people can see it was his concept that he did, and we just kind of like this was years ago, so we were just kind of talking over the idea and how to explore it, and he just tried one literal, and it was amazing.
So you guys had the idea, and then he kind of brought it to life, and then it just stuck and worked.
It was actually fun that a lot of players noticed the missing portion of him as well.
Yes, which I wasn't going to mention, but if you do look, this is giving you a really good look at him as a whole, because in the moment in the quest, it's very quick.
It's quick, and people picked up on it. I was actually really pleasantly surprised by that.
So from the time that the concept existed to actually seeing him in the quest, there's a lot of lore that kind of happened in between that point. So, the Red Veil calling him like the lidless eye, and Albrecht and Trotty's stories of, or his encounters of the Man in the Wall. So from those aspects, did the concept to the actual creation of the Man in the Wall, did that change at all with those in mind?
I think, I don't want to speak for them,
È il
but I feel
motore dentro a Reject.
Like we had committed to this.
I see, okay.
So we had committed to this, so they used it as inspiration for a lot of those ideas. The only thing that changed, which I think we're going to get to later, but the original idea that Keith pitched to this was that he kind of formed his wall of, if you go back to the original sketch, you can see a Grenier ship in there. He kind of had collected lost ships in the void and made this form. So when we built it in 3D, though, we wanted to kind of tie it closer to how the void represents Diviri and things you see in.
Which, speaking of which, since we're on the topic of Diviri, the void, kind of the unknown, this is a really intriguing piece of concept art, because it's not something that we actually...
Can we compliment the title of this card, though? Sure, and like...
Sarah, yes.
Well done.
The grasp of the void.
Really grabs you.
It really does. It really does. But it's not something we've actually experienced in the game at any point. So when I saw this, we're like, is this more symbolic than anything else? Is this quite literally what the void looks like? Is this just an interpretation of how much it's affected?
Sì, non è un qualcosa di
simbolico. Angels of the Zeramin, and how
is it one of many pictures that informed what the Skybox decisions were?
Yeah, which we actually will see another picture. And speaking of kind of the Skybox art that was put together for specifically Angels of the Zeramin, I think quite a bit of people noticed this when they were playing the quest as you load into the missions, or even if you're just playing in the Zeramin missions period. When you load into the ship, you see the skybox, and there's this kind of picturesque situation behind, or I guess maybe beyond is maybe the better word, of the Zeramin. But before we get into that, before we dive deep into Diviri, which I'm
Guardale.
excited for, we're going to do a quick intermission. and look at some really incredible concept art. So here's just a look at the concept work that went into the incredible Chomiki Brothers.
Bella questa Titania Tech.
Molto
bella.
Like that's kind of the cool thing with deluxes is that it kind of lets the internal artists and sometimes external artists, which is cool too, just kind of do like here's our unique take on a Warframe idea.
Yeah, whenever we have some time, which not very often, but if we're waiting on feedback or something, I tell the team, hey, if you have a
in compenso stanno facendo vedere questa Titania Deluxe che è una forza della natura. È bellissima.
These are all the ones we can have for deluxe options. So yeah, they had this. And
io sto ancora aspettando quella di Protea dell'anno scorso.
So good. I did actually have a chat with the Chomiki brothers, and they said they were really inspired by Ureli's kind of like playful anime style animations, which I know Pablo was gunning for. And I want to read this word for word the way that they described her. They said that they have a passion for edgy tech and they wanted to propel Titania's design into a, and I quote, dangerously pointy, aerodynamic, high-tech butterfly cyber knight.
Bello.
Well, they really nailed it.
Successful.
They did, right?
Non credo di riuscire a
They
ripeterla,
also
però
have
sì.
her, of course, her exalted weapons, the Dex Pixia, just bringing in that like high-tech style again.
Belle le Pixia, belle.
See you around, Tinsuit.
Ciao Anto De Rosa. Ben arrivato,
They
ben
touched
arrivata.
on every aspect of her, like even her razor flies.
Xaku è
and her
arrivato
razor
molto
wing
dopo.
Got the treatment as well.
Gli
So
concediamo
her
un po' più di margine.
little
Protea
fairy
e
lads
Baruch erano di
are
questo
rocking
periodo
the
dell'anno
tech as
scorso.
well.
Oh, che forza, i Razorwing sembrano i droni dell'Arkwing. Non mi ricordo quale Arkwing sia, la Mesha,
The
penso.
next
See you around, Tinsuit.
Deluxe.
Ciao
we've already
Deadpool
shown.
Sforna. Ben
So
arrivato.
this is really just a reminder of
ecco.
Liger's Zaku Deluxe, which we showed in the first dev stream at the beginning of this year, I believe.
Oh man, we did.
Yeah, I know it feels like a lifetime ago, but this I think it was the the Kintsugi.
Faccio una cosa, scusatemi, questa volta è voluto perché faccio una cosa
Putting
importante.
together with gold.
Right, yeah.
Repairing broken things. Yep.
Yeah. So now, I said this was a spoiler-filled stream, and it continues to be. But for the sake of salvaging a major moment in the new War Quest, I'm not going to say anything beyond just for those of you who know, you know. So Sarah, you can show this next slide here. So for those of you who know, you know. But this specific cosmetic will be coming in the Zaku Deluxe collection, which, of course, again, by Liger, it's just, I'm so excited.
Yeah, and this was Liger getting inspired to offer this kind of cosmetic choice based on how things go. Yeah, I made this pitch and then they killed it.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Amazing.
And Liger also let me know that there was a lot of inspiration from the kind of Duviri stylings as well.
Yep.
So really lovely plays into that theme. This isn't the next deluxe coming out, just to be clear.
Scusate, mi ero distratto.
This is just in
Molto
progress
carino.
on Zaku
Molto
Deluxe stuff,
carino.
since everyone was
Ho fatto
very
una cosa
excited
bella
about
solo
that.
per voi.
You know, it wouldn't be a art panel stream without announcing the next Prime Warframe. So, Korra Prime is our next Prime Warframe.
Va?
Steal all the things.
I know.
Chi l'avrebbe
I'm only
mai
showing the
detto?
concepts.
Che
Just a little
sorpresone.
tidbit. Again, TennoLive, 5
Molto
p.m. You'll get
bella,
to see more of
molto
that.
molto
But,
bella. Già solo
it
lo
was only
sketch è
fitting
molto
that
bella.
Skyers put together Korra Prime because, as we know, or maybe you don't know, Skyers is the creator, designer of Korra and Venari from top to bottom, with, of course, the help of the team. So he put together Korra Prime, so we see some early concepts here, and she's just so regal.
Really great vibe.
Sì, direi anch'io che è ufficialmente
and then, of course, her
confermato.
Venari, her little furry companion, is also getting the Prime treatment.
Not so furry.
Not so, yeah, actually, we've gone away with the fur and we've replaced it with pointy golden
Venari
things,
non mi
but
convince.
very exciting stuff.
Really cool.
Yeah.
Really cool.
So that was our little, I think I got everything for our intermission. So we're going to go back. Let's go back. Let's go back to some, we've had our hors d'oeuvre. We're going for the...
There's no pressure in the intermission.
There is no pressure in the intermission. Now you guys got to be on your A game. We're at main course situation here now.
Così.
So Would you guys say that the new war was like the first big step towards Duviri from like a player perspective? When you're working on it, was Duviri kind of in the back of your mind? Like, are we kind
I'd
of?
say so. Yeah. Not mine.
No,
New War was pretty much all-encompassing.
Yeah.
We knew it was the next step, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's some of the things we were introducing here. We'd kind of revisit, I guess, and thematically have parts of Duviri for sure. Yeah.
And then, of course, with Angels of the Zeremi, we literally get even closer to that point, which is why we're bringing the Skybox back here. And it only makes sense to go back to 2019.
The Skybox guys don't get enough call out.
This is true.
They don't get enough call out. They're so good.
They're incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And they kill it, and they often get crazy requests a lot of times for other ideas, and they're just the coolest guys to work with.
They're so good.
They're
so
super
easy
talented.
to work with too.
2019 was the year, Tennocon was the event, and we debuted the Duviri Paradox trailer. And I just want to go through some of the concept art that kind of went into.
Yeah, I really loved working on that.
So that entry scene, we have the man
Loro
on the ground. We're like disorientated. We're not sure where we're at, and then this crazy creature comes flying above head. When I asked you guys what the right concept was for this, so there's actually two. Again, works by Keith Thompson.
The answer is yes.
And the answer is yes.
Penso
I
che
thought
andrà
that
così.
these were completely different
Potrebbe non essere
creatures. We have a
sbagliato.
cat dog situation happening here where it's a double-sided worm.
That's right. Yeah.
So
those are the jet engines on the back.
So is there like a case where like they have completely different characteristics? Like do they have like purposes?
Sì, quello si vede alle
23. Like I'm just generally curious.
No, genuinely, there's jet engines on one end.
Oh, you weren't lying.
No, I'm literally,
One actually is the back.
One is the back.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we have the propelling jets.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And then the one in the front is the I guess the attack, because it does literally have
The previous image was the front.
The previous image was the front. Yeah, because it's got a.
It's got a gun underneath its chin. It's got thingies up above its head.
Yeah. And it is like it's dragon inspired, and there's themes in Duviri that kind of are why it's a dragon.
Dragons are so cool.
So after we get to visit our worm friend here, we're greeted by, maybe greeted isn't the right word, but like
greeted.
He's you know, he's a little
You're on your way to Walmart. You're gonna pass by this guy.
Momento, questo potrebbe essere
A
interessante.
DAC soldier.
We had a lot of fun working on this.
Which is
It's
actually.
funny to revisit. I know, sorry to the community, it's been so long, but.
But we're here talking about it now. So
It is a couple of years.
Yeah.
Better late than never.
Better late than never. So we have the DAC soldier. Again, another original piece by Keith Thompson, and just
wild.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's like a bit of an incomplete theme that kind of goes on in a lot of the Duviri aesthetics. So that's why you're kind of seeing portions of these concepts are kind of exploring that.
Which we see a lot of in the later concepts. Will show kind of the fractured nature of things.
Yeah, and if people look at the horse again and stuff like that,
Yes.
there's things that show.
Yeah, I guess Eric, from your point of view, just working with the concept team, it seems like there's a lot of freedom from Digital Extreme side to let our artists kind of work off of whatever their comfort levels are.
Because they're waiting for feedback.
We're waiting for feedback.
Una puntina credo.
So lots of iterations happening.
So much exploration is happening. No, I encourage everyone to what's so great about Warframe is that we want everyone's kind of unique touch and ideas to things. So, as Jeff said, some like very detailed concepts to work from. Others, we encourage kind of creative freedom in a way, right? So within time frame.
Within reason.
Of course, yeah. That's always the tricky one.
Yeah.
But it's fun. It's. I always say it's the best job in the industry. Sorry. we get to have a lot of fun being creative in this game, and the people here that make it. It's awesome. So it works, right? So.
And
God, I still love
this is
cool.
just so the DACs of course riding the Keith are just
still love this.
Can we get sculptures of these? Like
please.
Why haven't we?
All the different iterations of these. They're
Can
so
we get
beautiful.
like those like the toy?
Che bello. Questo se lo mettessero nel market reale come action figure mi sa che lo comprerei.
I don't know if it'd be comfortable though, but
no.
not at all. So yeah, the mount that the Dax is riding is this Kaith here, and we've only seen one variant of it just from the trailer itself. There's actually 3 variants.
Addirittura.
And,
all beautiful.
They're all just so stunning.
3 varianti.
Sorry, I just get lost in it. I just love it so
It's so
much.
interesting that like you see so much like interior anatomy, and usually that's kind of like horrific, you know, skeletal and stuff. But there's such a beauty, like a combo of the two.
Yeah,
it's just
that's a
like
really
it
good way to
blended
put
so
it.
well, and
Yeah.
it's amazing to watch and look at. So
that one probably not the funnest to sit on, but
no, it was a little more intimidating.
It's a little bit more abstract.
The last 2 are just are gorgeous too.
I guess that's another case of when translating concept.
Sì, è stupendo.
over
Aro è
into
molto bello.
what
Però
could
non ha
actually
la
work.
CNEL. Volevo che
These
avesse
ones
la
are
CNEL,
so
la adoro.
intricate. You'll find the models are very close to these concepts.
Cool.
Yeah, I think
Personalmente
just 'cause the
preferisco il
complexity
primo,
of
se
it
devo essere
and
onesto,
kind of
però
how
è gusto
detailed they
personale.
are. Sometimes a concept is like it's so clear, you know, and the idea itself is so abstract that they just kind of are good to kind of follow from.
Right. So when people first saw the mount in the trailer, the first thought immediately, because we love mounts in general, or any modes of transportation in our
We are
game.
really going to steal the thunder.
Oh,
of the
yeah.
show.
I'm only showing certain aspects of it.
Are you approved to do all this?
I was approved. I was
I think you
approved.
snuck all this
I
in.
promise.
Attenzione ragazzi, arrivano spoiler.
Maybe this will
Sarah,
get
you and
edited
Sarah
out.
went rogue.
Yeah, Sarah was
Blame
peppering
Sarah.
in things. But yes, this will be a mount. We have
If you're showing what I
K-drives.
think you're showing.
Some aspects.
You are. Oh my god.
Okay.
So yes, you will be able to ride these beauties, ride the beasts.
Amazing.
And we have K-drives, we have arc wings, and now we have mounts.
Cioè li puoi cavalcare
Now we have mounts.
e li puoi
100%
cavalcare
credit to
sia
how talented the animators are.
Fantastic.
This is all hand.
come Warframe
framed animation.
che come
Was really excited about
operatore.
getting a horse into the mocap studio at one point, but
Yeah.
nobody
Were you
wanted to do the show.
No.
Col
Our
drifter,
vocab
sì,
room
sì,
isn't
quello
that
drifter.
big.
Bomba.
Someone would be getting kicked for sure.
Someone would definitely be getting kicked.
Yeah, like the animation on that is beautiful. And that's only a snippet. There is like anytime, I think I've talked about this before, but anytime we do mobility animations, things that have to like have movement driven animations, it's just a huge library of work. And so that's just a taste, but it's really
Sure, how
really
does
impressive
that
stuff.
go? Because I mean, you're making little small snippets that get stitched together in the game, and like, how does an animator do that in their head where it flows?
There's a lot of back and forth. There's some new systems coming in for this as well with Daniel on the AI side and the animation driven kind of movement. So it's a lot of collaboration. You know, like a lot of. It's kind of like taking a lot of pieces of movement and then in the code they stitch it together.
Interesting.
So when we get to the end of the 2019 trailer, we have the title.
I really love that trailer. I don't watch it again.
You should. It's great. You guys did a great job.
Fantastic.
We're met with this very kind of shrouded character in the back, and we're all wondering, okay, who the heck is this? And we have some concept art of this particular individual, who you will learn more about. And I don't think we will say much more than that. But
Questa immagine l'avevamo già fatta vedere.
Is here.
Molto bella.
And there's quite a bit of significance in the mask. Like that's definitely something that you see often, like not just only in our promotions for Duviri and even for this year's Tennocon. The Duviri theme is very much centered around the mask. And was that a significance that was pulled from Keith's concept here that was decided on, like from the team?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. I think the kind of ideas that he explored that we wanted him to help us visualize. The mask was all him. He kind of threw it in there, and it was just such a strong element that we kind of built on it. You know, we kind of rethought the trailer itself actually to work around the mask. Kind of like we were already in progress, then we kind of pivoted because we liked the element so much.
Very cool.
Yep.
So now we get into the cool.
Lo scopriremo, dottore.
Cool, but here's the extra cool stuff. Our
Duviri
exploration
Exploration,
of the
signori.
landscape itself, and let me tell you, this is only a fraction of some of the pieces I saw.
This is so old.
Man, there's so much stuff.
This is the first stuff Mike Sabolge and myself, we were exploring this stuff. As you'll see, I think the next one's Mike's. But yeah, this is
still relevant though.
Yeah,
Still,
yeah, which is really cool. It's
Yeah.
been I think 3 years plus, right?
Yeah.
So, but I remember talking with Jeff. You kind of explained it to us, like you wanted the ship to come in and like it would build this land out, like it would kind of spread from it and create land masses. And there were these big tower ideas that were discussed as well. They
Molto
moved
probabile
across
che
the
sia
land.
qualcosa di
So,
Orokin.
like this next one I did, I just
Però è
trying
un
to build on
Orokin
that idea.
corrotto dal Void, quindi...
He had some really cool ideas for that. That I know.
Perché anche questo sembra un Unum, però è corrotto dal Void.
A little bit.
C'è questa
There's
situazione molto
still some
particolare.
nuggets in there though.
yeah, some elements of
like
it.
I think the old idea was because it's
È una situazione molto particolare perché c'è questa roba che è sia Orokin che corrotta dal Void. Praticamente è una versione Orokin più Orokin della Zariman. Non lo so. Non lo so.
world built on math, and then it gets corrupted by the void as well. So,
Right.
Yeah.
It's clear as we go through these concepts, like even this especially, like
wow, that's right.
it has gone through so many different
There's a lot of
styles
work.
and
Yeah.
artists
Probabile, gatto.
and
Non lo
just
so.
the feelings that it evokes and the questions that you start asking yourself. Like this is, I would say, pretty far from what we saw in the trailer. So what was kind of the goal with this one in particular?
Oh, geez, I think it was like, if you can kind of see in the back, it's
Yeah.
like the big like circular dome was like you're close to the ship. So things that were closer to the ship had more like definition and stuff, but still were weird. And we looked at like Dolly and these other kind of artists as reference and stuff.
Right.
And I missed the mark with this one, but it was neat.
It's going to sound
neat to
like
play.
it's going to sound like a dig, and it's not. But the great thing about concept though is that sometimes you have to see what you don't want.
Exactly. No, 100%.
Interesting, yeah.
100%.
And so I think this was like one of the first ones Eric did, and he kind of went off the idea of the fractal construction and just kind of threw this out, and we were like, yeah, we'll never be able to make this.
For sure.
It's really good to get that down at a beginning stage before you're into
it. But it also kind of sparks conversation, and you know, you get really good feedback out of it, and you kind of build from there. So
and you might take like a corner, a little piece of a section, going, oh, that's kind of a neat pattern system. Let's apply it to the next thing.
Like legitimately, you do in concept art, you kind of want to see big ideas.
Yes.
You know that you can kind of you kind of have to reject, but
early,
kind of
early
big
ideas.
Yeah.
I always send Carrie huge big ideas way too late. And he's
While you're
like,
waiting for
that's
feedback.
Cool. Yeah, while we're waiting for feedback, obviously, you know, we're sending big ideas.
I guess that's a that's a good question too, Carrie, for the environment team. When you see these concepts and you're going,
The environment team would not see that concept.
No, there'd be several layers of protection.
Yeah, they're hidden in my folders, and sometimes other people get them, and I'm like, why are they building from that? That's not allowed.
Yeah. So is there really? There's a lot of kind of like, you know, seeing these pieces and picking and choosing some elements that maybe you want to retain.
You take
Questa è una bella immagine.
little bits and then what
Questa
we
me
can
la,
do, and then
me la
what
vedrei
else,
bene
and
come
come
sfondo
back
del
to some
desktop,
things
anche
much
se devo
later
essere
when it's
onesto.
like, okay, there was this problem with the
Sarebbe
first,
bello
we
che
solved
questi
that.
concept li
And then
mettessero a
you run it down to
disposizione
degree,
in alta
You're
qualità.
not looking to burn through idea after idea. You're trying to get to one place, but you know, at the beginning, you know, there might be something here, here, and here, and then
Perché non hanno messo il comando più bello del mondo per il crossplay, il
Yeah, and to
cross-save.
give those guys also their due. Like you kind of have to rely on their.
Questo è il comando migliore del mondo.
To realize something that works in a concept.
Tutte le risposte
isn't going to
migliori
work
in un unico
3D,
comando.
and then they have to kind of problem solve and figure out how to kind of interpret it, you know, and kind of make it into a system.
Here we actually see something that is more in line with what you actually experience in the trailer, and I think I would say is probably we're getting a lot closer here to what Deviri is ultimately panning out to be.
Well, this is still old stuff.
Oh, is it?
Which is hilarious. Yeah, this is
Yeah,
still
but I mean
old.
that actually goes
But-
back to the prior point,
Yeah.
though, where it's
Yeah.
like this now has relevance again, right?
Still
when you
good,
get a
yeah.
really
So
iconic
cool.
moment, like you can tell yourself the hero's journey when you look at that,
Yeah,
right? So-
absolutely. And yeah, again, you see kind of these. Now that we're talking about it, I am seeing these elements being pulled in, and of course, like the idea of the paradox is very clearly communicated here too. Also, just the level of kind of absurdity, and we almost have like it looks like it's like an elephant graveyard in a way, like this especially, like
Praticamente.
you know this, and
Sarà
even
con una
when we saw,
saturazione
like,
bassissima
the
il
cave
nuovo
mount, like
Word.
we see
I
him
was
kind
just
of
going to
sitting in the
say
back there,
the
like,
horse kind of, I think with the horse kind of like was the aha moment
Oh,
for Deviri.
interesting.
Honestly, like before any of this work was being done, I think. Is that
believe it
right?
was.
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
The horse kind of came in, and and it kind of dictated a lot of.
We pulled a lot from that.
Yeah,
it's always difficult too. Like, how do you take something that is that organic and that crazy, and then take it into size?
Secondo me sarà più un'ambientazione tipo western sci-fi. Me la sento più western sci-fi io. Tipo una versione un filino più epurata e più pulita di Firefly, per capirci.
That's awesome. Oh, speaking of graveyards, I don't know how else you could.
Well.
Yeah. Well.
Look at this.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
So both did a lot of work.
Lascia molto perplessi, ma è bello.
So talented.
Yes.
Honestly, but then there's actually vegetation, and these studies are so interesting to see kind of the nitty-gritty elements that go into building up these spaces that are just so vastly different from one another.
Molto bello.
Yeah, and color is a very important, even though you haven't seen a lot of it, color is a very important role in Deviri. But even when we were exploring the trailer being heavily black and white, you're still looking at it in color,
right?
You know, before you. So.
Yeah, and then we have something like this as well.
Where,
I think this is really interesting too, because even for me as a player, this for me is the first kind of sign of life beyond what we've already seen in a way that's so different. So the amphitheater.
Wow, really?
We are, which is a place you guys will be going to.
This is where Carrie starts to shrink. Just disappears into his chair.
Yeah, TennoLive is the place to be. If you're in game, this will be where we have our live event moment.
Is that how you spell it?
Amphitheater? Probably not. Amphitheater? Oh, I forgot an H. Amphitheater.
It's like amphitheater.
I have to have a spell check on that one every time. So.
Yeah. Again, another kind of
Visto in italiano è più facile, per una volta per noi è più facile, anfiteatro, è facile.
Generally a place of culture and entertainment and presentations, which
sì, perché il Duviri Amphitheater, che è l'anfiteatro Duviri, per l'amor del cielo, è dove c'era la poltrona dello sconosciuto.
What was the kind of design process for like building a stage specifically for the event? Is there any like particular significance to this location as well in the Duviri landscape?
È che c'è un rapporto, cioè,
wow.
Ora con tutto il cuore. Io non so come funziona, ma se tu leghi il cavallo così,
We'll keep our lips sealed,
mi sa di un posto tranquillo, cioè sa di legare il cavallo davanti al saloon, capito? Quindi c'è una relazione.
Another character you will be meeting won't say anything really more than that. You'll just have to experience Bombastine.
Ma perché questa è la parte felice, per quello che sembra Genshin. È quello che ti dà le vibe da Genshin.
So that's why the team that's working on Bombastine now, we kind of.
Ora la domanda fondamentale è una, sono concept che verranno effettivamente nel Paradox, perché se fosse così vuol dire che sarà davvero gigantesco, era quello che stavo pensando.
Awesome.
And then there'll be updates.
Oh, il Bombastine ce l'abbiamo.
Nice work by Marco again.
And that concludes our segment on Duviri.
Wow.
So I know we kind of blew through it.
So you don't have to watch TennoLive anymore.
I just blew it all out of the water.
We're the new TennoLive.
Yeah. Is there anything more you guys want to say about the process of building something that's been discussed and kind of thought about from the players since 2019, really?
Just that it's been a lot of work, and Carrie's been a real champ. He's doing a great job on it, and Jeff's feedback has been great.
Even though you're waiting on it.
Even though we're waiting
on it. When it comes, though.
Yeah. I think it's always just about the team.
Yeah,
like
I was going to kind of go there.
Yeah, the team right now is just.
Yep.
You know, they're working on it right this second.
Absolutely.
You know, and like,
È semplice, sembra Genshin perché è un disegno a matita.
Never a dull moment.
Molto semplicemente è quello.
Start to finish, it's amazing stuff.
Yeah, it's very impressive.
It's really cool to see the process, and thank you for sharing the concept work and approving it, which I will say there was approval for these things. Jeff is shaking his head, but...
Sarah just ran through me when I sat down. She's hiding.
She's running out.
She's running away. She's saying goodbye. I don't want anything to do with this. We do have one last reveal. But before we get into that, it is a special segment with
Interesting.
myself, Eric, and a special guest. But before we get into that, I want to thank
Am I getting
everyone
kicked
here.
out?
I think we are. Wow.
Goodbye.
Wow.
Wow.
Very well
Alright,
played.
well.
Mi sono distratto un secondo, cosa sta succedendo? Mio
But I
Dio.
appreciate you guys coming out today and doing the art panel every year is just such a joy and
awesome. And
presenting
huge
the
thanks
work.
to you and
all you
Sarah.
guys.
Sarah, of course,
Yes.
yeah.
Sarah,
you guys-
Dean-ish.
And
Dean
Yeah.
and the team.
Yeah.
Fra,
But all we had to do was
fai
show up
bravo.
and
Yes.
There you go.
we really
That's
appreciate
true.
it.
There you go.
Yeah.
But we appreciate
Thank
it.
you for
Putting
making
this
it
together.
easy.
Yes.
And we appreciate all the hard work.
Comunque sì,
on
quindi
the
tirando le
team.
somme, qualche
There
piccolo
is a
spoilerino da
whole
niente
cast
in,
of
questa,
just
in questo
incredible
pezzo di
talent
live,
at
no?
the art team and beyond, and
Il
it's
nuovo Archon,
always such an honor to show everyone's
che in
work
qualche modo è legato a
with,
R,
the community
ammetto
and
mi
get
sono un po'
people excited
perso
for
e
these
ammetto che
things.
con l'inglese ogni
So
tanto
thank you
ci
all.
faccio fatica,
And,
mi sono
we're
un po'
gonna get
perso,
into
ma
this
comunque c'è un
one last
legame.
segment. So
See you all in the
Titania
next
Deluxe,
picture.
che
See you
praticamente
all there.
è la sorella di Zephyr.
Actually, keep watching. We're not done
nella
yet.
nuova
We're
skin.
We're not done yet. One more thing.
Cora
One more thing.
Prime,
What's happened?
delle
Ever since we
bombe
put out a survey earlier
atomiche.
this year, actually I think it was the beginning of this year.
Sì,
about
hanno
the
mostrato
Warframe
però solo
experience.
la
And,
Felix,
we
hanno
had a very
mostrato solo
specific question
il
in there
disegno.
that was we have fairies.
If you didn't catch it.
Yeah, if you didn't catch it, we have fairies, we have necromancers. Would it be nice to have
Sì,
a
perché quello
werewolf
sfondo lo voglio io,
theme?
lo uso come sfondo del
And,
desktop, è fighissimo.
unanimously, everyone said pretty much yes. So we are here today with a very special guest, a comic book legend, founder of Airship Syndicate Studios, Joe, we hear him in the back. Joe Madureira,
Hey-o.
also known as Joe Mad, is here, famously known
Joe
for your work
Madureira.
on the
Vedi, me lo
Marvel
ricordavo,
Comics
questo è un
X-Men,
disegnatore.
The Battle Chaser series, as
Porca
Eric
miseria.
here is so
Era Savage
proudly
Wolverine, ecco chi era.
displaying. And the Darksiders games, and we are lucky enough to have Joe here today to talk about the process of putting together a really rad Warframe that the community has been asking for. So, hello Joe, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
No, raga, fermi, questa bisogna ascoltarla con attenzione.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We're really excited. We're here to discuss the opportunity that Eric and the team here at Digital Extremes had working with Joe to bring to life a wolf-themed Warframe. And we have some concept work here, just kind of some progress shots.
Cioè,
of
lo fanno
that
davvero?
whole experience. So we're going to go through that today, going to ask some questions, and we can get started. Why don't we start with some early work we have here?
Sure. Sounds good. Yeah, I guess Joe could speak to these, of course.
No, raga, è serio allora.
I mean, from the onset, I was super excited, you know, both because I love
Cioè,
Warframe and all the awesome designs of the frames, but I also love monsters. That's really what I was drawing. When I was a kid, I was just fascinated by
è il famigerato
creatures,
Werewolf
dragons,
Warframe
dinosaurs,
di cui
whatever.
parlano
And
da
so,
tantissimo.
You know, werewolves, vampires,
Davvero? Non lo
anything
sapevo,
like
fatto
that,
concept per i
is
Darksider.
what I get super excited about. So obviously this combination was something I was all about it. Like, as soon as I heard about it, I was like, I want this. And the tricky part is, you know, how werewolf to go, you know, how wolf is to wolf, and still fitting within Warframe and putting that sci-fi spin on it.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of exploration we did. Eric contributed a lot as well and kind of helped keep me in like on the right track.
Porca miseria,
and
ragazzi.
so
Io
we
pensavo
just
fosse per il meme,
played
ve lo
around for a
giuro.
while and tried different things and figured out
so cool
what worked.
Yeah.
So it's
I concept
been
sono
super fun.
fantastici.
Yeah, it's gone
Sono
through a lot of
favolosi, ragazzi, i concept.
So.
And I guess the werewolf theme, like as a whole, has had so many permutations over the centuries, like a traditional like lycanfolk, you know, these fantasy stories. So what was the process of
bello, bello. L'elmo così è
as you
bellissimo.
mentioned, Joe, reinventing this well-known, well-loved theme and a character into a game like Warframe, which is very sci-fi?
Yeah, so I think on the very first few, we went very werewolf with it. You know, like taking into account the gameplay and design stuff, we just, it helped rein us in and, you know, it's like, how could we turn fur into armor? How do we keep the shapes that will convey sort of like a canine creature aspect, and then
I think one of the things that we struggled to initially was the claws. We were told no more claws because we had Sevagoth, we got Garuda, and even Valkyr was kind of like the one we had to kind of stay away from as much as possible, which of course we drew claws and everything.
Stanno facendo vedere i vari bozzetti, i vari studi che sono stati realizzati per iniziare a preparare questo Warframe
which is literally what we're looking at right here. Lots of faces and teeth.
So I was like, let me just do my thing and put faces and teeth all over this thing, and then it kind of helped. You know, it's like, hey, okay, what if they were more wolf-like faces, and you know, like they articulate and the mouths open and stuff like that, and that kind of started to push us in like a cool direction. Again, it's always more fun to start crazy and then dial it back a little bit.
Non credo.
So I wasn't really taking into account like, hey, is this giant shoulder going to block the targeting reticle? But as we're, you know, working the design aspects in a little bit more game design, it's helping take shape a lot, as you can see, and I think we've arrived at something that hits all the right marks, hopefully, at least for us, but it's really the players that get to decide.
This is going to be dope. The idea of like, well, I don't know if we can speak to the abilities, we better not, but
still in progress.
But a lot of this is working.
We can talk about like the elements of like a wolf or werewolf.
No, secondo me è un po' troppo presto il
honed in on in terms of design.
Allora, i bozzetti sono fantastici, ma ragazzi, hanno dato in managgio Mad, di che parliamo? Era ovvio. Penso sia un maschio, così una femmina, scusa, così intuito. Sì, da quello che sembra di capire è un Warframe che parte e poi evolve in un altro.
Again, like leap, just things that, like I wanted to keep her like agile looking and lean and fast. And like a hunter. She's very much like a hunter type character. So like
so cool.
Speed and agility and stuff like that is kind of what I was pushing for. And like threat level.
Indovina.
I feel threatened.
And that tail that you've thrown in there, like that's like an energy tail. So it's not fur. We're allowed to do that. We were told it's okay.
No fur, but energy, fur, tail.
Energy. We can kind of have.
We're in the clear.
And one thing we had to consider too is that this character is holding a gun,
quello dicevo che è una donna,
shooting and weaponing. So it's
un
like
Warframe
that
femminile.
Informed the designs a bit too, right?
So. She-Wolf,
loving monsters in film, and like I would buy all the Fangoria magazines when that was a thing, like back in the day, like horror movie like effects and stuff like that. I've just always been like a huge fan of monsters, so I'm sure all that stuff is in my DNA, and you know, a lot of it is kind of what inspired Darksiders as well. Awesome. Back in the Vigil days, it's like, you know, having monsters and demons and like bad guys basically leading the story versus, you know, your typical happy hero type. Like it's just like a theme that I love, and I like gray characters and evil characters and tragic villains, and so monsters are just my thing, and so all of it really inspired this.
Obviously, we're not going to do a typical werewolf approach. Warframe never does the typical stuff, so the spin on it has been really cool.
Non c'è niente di tradizionale classico in Warframe, quindi manco il lupo mannaro poteva essere.
It will not be the next Warframe, just to be clear. It will not be the next Warframe. It still needs some love, and it still needs to actually.
Avete avuto la vostra conferma, non sarà il prossimo, sarà
still
successivo.
To come, but those will be future dev stream conversations that the folks can look forward to. I think once the art team is able to really attack this, they'll have just as much fun as you guys had concepting it. and making it become a reality, from like the abilities to the effects that go into it to the audio. The audio team guys, they're gonna be super stoked for that as well. We're gonna get, I don't know, we're gonna get some howls. Yeah, Sarah, do we have some howl effects? Perfect. I don't know if
it's the weakest howl I've ever heard.
Ow! Oh, there we go.
God,
Yeah. So I think not only, I think our team will have a really fun time with it as well.
Well, I'm just trying to picture, like, because most times when we release Warframes, there's like a weapon that we ship with it.
E non è detto, perché quando hanno parlato durante i dev stream dei vari aggiornamenti non hanno fatto vedere i Warframe, non hanno fatto vedere Caliban, non hanno fatto vedere Gyre. Cioè no, Gyre sì, però
like, I'm just trying to think of like what else are we shipping with this and how we can add to all that. So more work for Joe, which is I'm trying to get doing. So it's gonna be good.
Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about for the process of getting here with the werewolf frame before we?
No, I just want to do this more. This is awesome. Like working with Joe was great, and yeah, it'd be cool to do more of these things.
Yeah.
So, unless I ruined it, but.
No, it was super fun, and I'm happy that I got to be a part of this, and thank you guys. It's an honor. I can't wait to run around the game.
Yeah, totally.
With her, so.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much for working with us on this and taking part of this for our Tennocon art panel this year.
Che bomba! Questa era una bomba atomica.
With a new Warframe announcement designed by, of course, Joe Mad. And yeah, it's a very special event for us. I think internally we're all very excited as well. Like we're like, yes, it's finally happening. So thank you, Joe, for also making our vision and our excitement for this come to life. And yeah, I guess we can sign off here for and head off to other segments during Tennocon. So thanks again, Joe, for joining us. Thank you, Eric.
No problem.
Sticking around.
No problem.
And again, thank you for watching the art panel for this year, and we'll see you in the next segment and during TennoLive. See you there.
Bye, everyone.
Hey, everybody. Megan here to let you know
Mamma mia, ragazzi, ma che cannonate hanno tirato? Ma che bombe hanno tirato? Allora, quindi, io ovviamente ho il mio strumento tattico per la gestione dei contenuti. Allora, questo nuovo Archon che è legato in qualche modo a oddio, non mi viene più il nome, abbiate capito. Titania Deluxe, che è una bomba atomica. Cora Prime, che i concept sono molto belli. Li vedremo secondo me nel brevissimo giro. Forse aveva ragione Alex, faranno come con Wukong e lo buttano fuori in contemporanea. Tutte quante le info sul Duviri Paradox, tutti quanti gli screen del Duviri Paradox che sono fantastici.
Log into your Warframe account and follow the simple instructions
Il
to get set
Warframe
up.
lupo.
And that's it.
Disegnato
Enjoy the show.
da uno piccolo, aggiungerei. Erra, sì, Erra, grazie. Questo strumento ovviamente hai tech con un bel knockout.
For an age you guarded the divide between dust and void.
Allora, nell'attesa, signori, vado a fare quello che ogni essere umano va a fare quando beve 2 borracce e mezzo di questa. Ci vediamo tra qualche minuto.
Rap, tap, tap.
One bizarre way is to compare it to a sitcom. In the case of the open worlds, there is an external, ongoing situation in which the characters are embedded. The situation doesn't necessarily change, and the story comes from the way the characters respond to it and to what it is doing to them and to each other. It's really about getting all of the backstory thoroughly detailed first as to what the story of the setting is, and then you proceed from that to the story of the individuals within it. In its simplest possible form is make me care what happens to the characters. Because if the character isn't in trouble, if they're safe, then it doesn't spark that innate human concern that says, I need to know more, I need to know if this being needs to be helped. Example, father is trying and spectacularly failing to protect his family. I know this looks rough, but we're going to get through this together, but nobody takes a blind bit of notice. But it also informs the situation when the Tenno show up, because Father was like, I couldn't be any use to my family. Maybe here is somebody to whom I can be of use. The role that the character has to feel like it fits in naturally with the situation even before any Tenno come along and want to buy guns. There are basic commonalities to a town or a hub. It's the oasis of respite in the middle of some kind of an ongoing conflict. On Deimos, you've got the infestation encroaching, Zariman, very environment itself. And then, if that wasn't enough, you've got the Corpus and the Grenier, each with their own agenda getting in on that. There's also being mindful of the many different ways in which the Warframe universe is different from our universe. One of the things that we have had to watch is keeping track of words that we've used that refer to real-world concepts. That then means that, or something like that, must exist in the Warframe universe. Little Duck says that we've kicked the clown car. I'm like, does this mean that somewhere in the universe of Warframe, clown cars are a thing?
Hey Tenno, Danny here. We're getting so much closer to unveiling some incredible surprises. Tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll be opening up the Duviri Amphitheater orbiting Earth in-game. Join your fellow Tenno for an up-close and very unique experience during the TennoLive presentation.
Okay.
As a special thank you for joining us for Tennocon today, for the next 48 hours, you can claim a special operator and drifter cosmetic, the Stranger's Hood. This exclusive cosmetic is available right now on all platforms in the in-game market for 1 credit. Be sure to log in and claim yours. Bye, Tenno.
Rieccomi, giovani. Ti voglio bene, Tiger, ma non è il momento migliore di fare una missione lunga, questo. Oh, potrebbe anche essere, lo so, ma farlo in questo momento è rischiosissimo. Ma questa l'abbiamo vista in live, ragazzi. È fantastico, è grandiosa.
Hello and welcome to the Tennocon 2022 Community Art Show. I'm Helen Hickola, a member of Warframe's community team and one of your co-hosts for today's segment.
Ellen è vestita da...
principal character artist on Warframe and a Tennocon supervisor. Your other co-host.
È vestito da Scarlet Witch, da Scarlet Witch, buonanotte, da Black Widow.
You can check out the full version on YouTube.
Over the next hour, Scars and I are going to take you through some gorgeous community art and dojos. We are going to be showing Skyers all these pieces for the first time, and I'm really looking forward to sharing it with him and all of you. There were over 300 submissions this year. So many. And
300,
Julia Fields,
300.
and I had a lot of fun going through every single
Sì,
submission
fa caldo vederla
and
così.
appreciating all the hard work that went into it. But of course, in a 1-hour segment, we don't have time to go through all of the submissions we received. That said, we agreed, and the community team agreed, that we wanted to give more of these pieces a time to shine on a Warframe live stream. So when prime time starts back up, over the next 3 months, we are going to show more art that was submitted to this segment on prime time. You can watch prime time weekly. It airs Thursdays at 6 p.m. Eastern Time on the Warframe YouTube and Twitch channels.
All the artists featured today will receive in-game platinum and exclusive trophies as a reward for sharing their creativity with us. Physical props and cosplay will also receive trophies to acknowledge skills like charm and craftsmanship. But without further ado, let's take a look at Warframe's finest dojos.
In Warframe, players team up to create clans.
I
The clan
dojo.
supports one another's in-game progress, competes in events, and forms a community of their own. The dojo is the clan's home base. It starts as one empty room, and it's up to the clan to decorate and expand. Since dojos first entered Warframe, ambitious clans have created increasingly complex designs. Dojo decoration has become an art of its own, and some clans stand out as true experts.
Ci sono dei dojo che non
Each of
hanno
the 8
senso.
dojos we'll tour today showcases a mastery in dojo design. After today's
Sarebbe
showcase,
comodo
you can
la
visit the
cucina del
dojos yourself to check out even more of each clan's creations. The dojos will be live on the Warframe star chart all weekend, and there's much to see.
So, it is no secret that the Warframe community loves their mechs, as you and I do. I know you do.
Definitely, I'm guilty.
Definitely. And Violet Church is a great representation of that, but they don't only make mechs, they also create gorgeous rooms around those mechs. So let's take a look at some of those. She's regal, she's gorgeous, she's guarding a library.
That's crazy.
So you can see here, they have like little personal decorations they've added in addition to all the major ones.
I gotta join a clan like this. This is crazy.
Yeah, by the church, you.
You guys have
Mamma
space?
mia. Ma è
And I
enorme
like this
questa
trend where they've
cosa.
taken a corpus decoration that wasn't intended to be a book, but lots of dojos are using it as a book now. Just shows what clans can do when their imaginations run wild.
È atomico. Oddio.
Wow. Okay, yeah. I gotta join this clan.
Oh, porca.
Or at least take a
Che
visit.
cazzo.
Yeah.
So obviously you can probably tell they've taken a lot of inspiration from Elden Ring, Dark Souls, and my fave, Mobile Suit Gundam Seed.
Sì,
You nailed it. That's the other one.
That's crazy. I'm so curious to like find out what parts they use to make this.
So many.
questo è
And
l'Evangelio.
overlapping them to create certain shapes. Yeah. All the debris is so carefully placed.
And the effect coming off the eye is really awesome as well.
For sure, I wouldn't mess with either of those creatures, although clearly there was a winner. Now this is our third and final room we're gonna look at today. If you go visit Violet Church on the star chart, you're gonna see so much more too. So it's not only a gorgeous mech in this beautiful courtyard landscape, they've created rooms for the dojo members. So it's actually like a little city or...
Yeah, you got like personal quarters and that's amazing.
We're gonna move on to another PC clan now, Umbra Lua Lycans. The reason we're gonna look at this clan today is they have so many strange but beautiful designs. The whole dojo feels enchanted or maybe haunted. Let's take a look.
Oh.
Wow, it's a straight up medieval dungeon.
Mamma
Warframe.
mia.
What is this game?
Questo è Dungeons and Dragons, ovviamente.
Yeah, and you see those corpus props as books coming back.
Got stained glass windows.
Mm-hmm. So thoughtfully and carefully
Skyrim.
placed too.
Tutta la vita, bro.
Little surprise coming up.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is that spooky?
Okay, I never knew you could do all this kind of crazy stuff with dojos. It's amazing.
I know. Welcome to Warframe Dojos. It all feels like
Provo a fare una cosa, ragazzi. Spero di non far esplodere tanto questo momento è più da guardare. che altro.
I'm really into it. Ooh, I love this one. I'm not certain that's supposed to be Excalibur, but I think maybe the room is called Relic of the Past.
Okay, okay.
And we have more of these.
I feel like it's a little bit more Atlas-y. It's got no neck.
That's a fact.
It's all traps.
That's a fact. And this is the Iron Giant, and there's a story being told in this piece.
Okay, it's holding up a pillar.
Mm-hmm. Saving the day. But if you look really closely,
Oh, there's a little person
yes,
taking a selfie.
taking a selfie with the giant. So saving the day for
That's
that
great.
soul there. And now this is a structure they've made entirely on their own. Like this isn't a preset room we've given them. They've taken walls.
Could've fooled me.
Yeah, right? It looks like level design, which I suppose it is.
Yeah, that's amazing.
So thank you, Umbra Lua Lycans. That is so gorgeous. We're moving on to PlayStation now.
Okay.
We're gonna look at a clan called Raven Fox because there's this other cool trend in dojo decorating where players recreate scenes from pop culture, movies, TV shows, and Raven Fox does a really good job of that down to little smart details. So here we go with Raven Fox.
Oh, questa è classe, signori. Questa è classe.
Scale, so you can walk around in there. You can just see Luke.
Questa è classe.
The chessboard.
Yes.
Don't come for me. I don't remember what it's called.
I don't remember either. Twitch chat will tell us. Don't worry. And look, they're working away on it. There's a floof there. Okay, we're entering another in the sci-fi realm of film. Anyone recognize that suit from Aliens?
No, vabbè.
It doesn't just end here.
Stupendo.
Maybe. Where are we going, Skyers? Doesn't look like we're going anywhere safe and good, that's for sure.
I'm gonna fix some of this.
Di che parliamo?
I don't know if they can.
C'è una falena che ha voglia di farci compagnia in live.
And down we
Non più.
go.
Porca.
Oh no, yeah. Oh boy.
Cioè, regà.
That's awesome.
Ma di cosa stiamo parlando?
We got the eggs too. That's great.
And down to those classic Raven Fox little details, we have an unfortunate victim on the left there.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And of course, we had to showcase what the clan could do with an original design as well. This is their Guardian of Eternity that Threeclaw, one of their lead architects, created.
Porca miseria.
That's impressive.
Yeah, they have little floofs operating this. There's a word for this: observatory. Observatory.
Cioè, c'è già la deluxe di Titania? Cazzo. Cioè, wow.
It is in this scale.
È partito un colpo.
Especially going through all the items that they can use to curate what they need for this piece.
Starting with the skybox. It's madness. We're jumping back to PC for our fourth dojo to check out 12 Olympians.
Lo so, ragazzi, ho due schermi, non riesco a tenere aperto tutto.
Long live the king. Upon the throne. So this also just started with a skybox.
Bello.
Name that movie.
Yeah, I saw when I first saw it, I thought, oh, and then
yes, and we're going in. Absolutely. Mordor. So they've taken like a mix of Cetus decorations, of just natural rocks and...
Secondo me hanno paura di sovraccaricare tutto, se vuoi il mio parere.
Space, guys. All of this. Those aren't even lava effects. They're a different kind of glowing effect.
Yes, I know that one. Yep.
Just made it look like lava.
From the new war.
Yeah.
Porca vacca.
The scale of it. There's a movie.
And it's a movie. I think it's so cute. So they created a little camera, director's seat. And now this is an original work. Yes, this is called Frozen Throne.
Vabbè, dai. Ci sta alzata, dai.
To the top. I don't know if you would. It doesn't look very inviting. It looks a little scary at the end here.
It's a great slide.
It's a great slide.
That's amazing.
And you can also go into the kind of cave creation.
È stupendo, è stupendo.
There's a lot more to explore than what we've even shown here. But, you know, gotta give everyone a little preview.
Yeah, no, these are definitely worth.
Sì, Lich King, assolutamente.
We're now going to jump into a dojo from Warframe's Wii game server build. Meng Huang Wo Du translates to Dreamland, and we love how they've used more open space rooms to create entirely original landscapes.
See you around, Tin Suit!
Ciao Terriccio.
Already off to a crazy start.
Yes, a huge city.
Che bomba!
We've seen cities before,
Ma siete
but I think
seri?
what's really been taken to the next level recently is that people create like areas you can walk through. It's not just for looks.
Yeah. It's got underpass and everything.
Yes.
See you around, Tin Suit!
Ciao, linguaggio basic, me n'è arrivato.
Can you say Orican cool? I mean...
Dio mio.
It's such like an Orican style statue piece.
They even recreated their weird dread hair stuff.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
See you around, tin suit.
Ciao Pellic, ben
So we're seeing like
arrivato.
a very diverse range of styles here. We're going to talk more about how dojos make this kind of art, or dojo decorators make this kind of art in a bit. But those hamsters.
They got some cool stuff, they got some cute stuff, they got it all here.
You got it all. And again,
Cool spaceport, somebody's dropping a bomb on it somewhere.
yeah, a whole alien fight, and you can go through and like they set up every single piece, every floorboard, every doorway, every computer. They place themselves.
È che ci sono troppi dettagli, cioè la gente davvero, ma come fanno?
We're moving back to consoles. We're checking out an Xbox
Avrei
dojo
davvero
called
voluto saper
Dojo
fare una roba di
Prime.
questo tipo.
Great name. And they, well, everyone who watches Primetime will know that recently the community team has been freaking out about shadow art. That's what we call it. It's basically when dojo decorators play with our in-game light and shadow logic to create some cool 2D looking pieces. But there's a lot more you can do with this shadow and light, as we'll see. So let's start things off with Dojo Prime's work.
That's a shadow.
Yeah, so they have placed a background and used our text boxes, which you just type into, to create like blocks of color.
That's unreal.
Yeah, so you can use that glow there and then put decorations in front of it to like create the shadow effect you're seeing.
One Piece.
One Piece! And more anime.
Oh yeah, I'm like, I know these references.
Yeah. An original landscape to show some diversity in this dojo. They do a lot of stuff, like so much. I can picture the clan sitting down for very important meetings here.
Yeah. I'd be just, if I was in a meeting, I'd be distracted by stained glass.
Io sono allibito, ragazzi, questa roba è a un altro livello. È a un altro livello. Cioè, se pensate con cosa fanno questo tipo di decorazioni, è incredibile. Cioè, io ho provato a fare una parete di edera e ci stavo morendo. Era una parete di edera e ci ho mollato lì. Questi fanno queste cose incredibili. No, sono favolosi. Ragazzi, io ho massima stima per chi sa fare la stilizzazione dei dojo così.
From Underground on PC is a master of that. And they've created this kind of style that we in the community have been calling Tron style rooms.
Yep. Also a fan of Tron?
Yes.
8 anni di Warframe e non finisce più.
And we've seen more of it coming up, like more Tenno are giving it a shot in their own dojos, but this is some of the earliest stuff we've seen of this look. So, let's see. Like, what?
Cioè, Tron.
So you can walk all through here. Like you've been...
Tron.
I'm like, how? How do they do this? That's amazing.
It's wild. It feels like, yes, this is a simulation. We've pierced the veil in this dojo. Going through warp speed.
That's so cool. Yeah, I have to visit this one.
Porca vacca.
Absolutely. Well, live on PC. You gotta check it out.
No,
okay,
vabbè.
This room, we're looking at it from one direction.
Cioè, io voglio
I
trovare...
don't know, but we're about to go the opposite way.
Voglio trovare dov'è.
It's a different
Voglio
color.
andarla a vedere dal vero, dal vivo.
That's impressive.
Yes.
Notes from the
Alignment
underground.
again.
Io voglio andare a vederli questi.
And the spirally madness has not ended, Scars. It's
And
only
the eyes
begun.
follow you.
Yeah, we're all mad here. That room's called.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Okay, pay attention to how this works out.
Is my brain gonna break?
Yes, Scars, it is.
There it is. It's already gone.
Just like that.
Cosa cazzo?
Okay, you're gonna notice maybe it's a little topsy-turvy as we come out this doorway.
Are we gonna be on the ceiling?
Yes! It's the same room you started in, but upside down.
Wow, okay.
Oh, it's so cool.
Nice.
Cerbero.
Yeah.
È
Gotta have
Cerbero.
a strong finish with that Tron-like space again.
That's so impressive. I had no idea that I was going to come and look at those just like this today.
Adesso le guarderò.
Well, we aim to please, Skyers. So we aim to please. Okay, our next dojo is Sky City, and they're going to finish us off with some more themed rooms. Are you a fan of Elden Ring, Skyers?
I am that one person in the room that has not played Elden Ring yet.
Well, fear not. I'm sure plenty of Tenno out there have, and even if you haven't, you're going to enjoy these designs. But there are some things you might recognize as inspiration from Sky City.
Signori, tutti I giocatori di Elden Ring sulle orecchie. Questa è roba per voi.
Again, I like want to go and walk around, and the scale of this is.
And there's a dragon. This city, this poor city in ruins.
È un drago.
Beautiful ruins.
Yeah.
Cioè questo drago
It's got levels.
È atomico.
It's got layers.
The verticality.
Exactly. Wow. Yeah. So we're gonna get a closer look at what it's like to walk through this city in ruins landscape.
No, vabbè. Sono allibito, ragazzi. Sono allibito. Ribadisco ancora una volta chapeau a tutti quanti quelli che sono in grado di fare questo tipo di cose.
Ah,
ok, perfetto. Sì, no, anche io ho capito, dicessi, da quanto tempo c'è il gioco.
Huge, absolutely. This is Academy of Rhea Lucaria.
My school didn't look like this.
I wish. Wish.
In questo momento probabilmente c'è Ethereum che sta impazzendo sulla sedia, che so che lui è un fan sfegatato di Elden Ring.
Huge.
La ripresa era disponibile in automatico? No, direi che sia in automatico.
It's wild.
È un'abilità, Venari, quindi sì.
You could get in there with a small jet.
The new little tiny Lisette come through.
Perfect. Yeah, finishing off with that huge sci-fi ready railgun.
That's amazing.
Beautiful. So those are all of our dojos for today. Thank you all so much. We're blown away by them.
I had no idea. That's amazing.
I hope you learned a little bit about what our Tenno can do.
I'm gonna have to visit a few of them.
Yes.
Just to get that scale, because like
I can't.
Yeah, I can't.
Yes. Well, fortunately, you can't do that because those dojos are live on the star chart all weekend. So please go check them out and let those decorators know how much we all love their designs. You ready for our next segment, Saz?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's jump into it.
Oh, vediamo, dai. Allora, molto bello. Bello. Questo è stupendo. Adoro questo stile. Non l'ho capito. Bello. Semplice ma bello. R. Molto bello questo. Molto bello. Questo è tradizionale, ragazzi. Allora, Andrew and Painting
So now
Finalist.
we're going to be getting into the traditional art category. So the things you'll see in this section have been created with physical media. Like
Dai ragazzi, dai, facciamo il tifo. Vediamo se c'è blueprint.
Right. Well, let's kick things off with Irolia. Okay.
Irolia.
So, painted directly on a shirt.
Oh, figo! Direttamente sulla maglietta l'ha dipinto. Tanta roba, giovane.
Yeah, so Skyers' Warframe Cora, I think it's a strong start to show you.
They say money can't buy class.
Yeah, it
but
lives
I
on
think
a shirt.
you just proved them wrong.
Grazie, And. Grazie mille.
Part of the best part of this job is to see people do fan art of the work that we
Benvenuto.
make, and it's really cool to see this on a shirt.
You did an amazing job, Irolia. We're gonna do the next one for today, Exgaia. Exgaia created their own Warframe concept.
È un Warframe concept.
And their weapons.
Ero troppo alto, scusate. Ciao Red. Ciao Red Cortex, ben arrivato.
Oh, yeah.
Got like the lava going through. Yeah, it's super cool.
Certainly, yeah. You can see the volcano inspiration. I feel like Ember would welcome Xgaia into.
Best friends.
Yeah, they'd be best friends. I can see it now. I can see the more fan art even now. So thank you for that and all the detailed work in this piece with your concept. Naxxus has created the next one for us. Where the sentience went, the new war started.
Bello, molto bello. Io adoro queste costruzioni verticali nei disegni, sono fantastiche.
Oh, okay. So that's
spettacolo.
Yeah, it's got the whole story, man.
Yeah, it's like the longer you look, the more you see. Yeah. Our next piece is by Tipton.
Stop. That's awesome.
Skyers is very familiar with this kind of art.
Davvero?
Well, yeah,
ha fatto le miniature.
My pastime.
È fuori quota questo.
That's crazy.
Questo è fuori quota, ragazzi, ma scherziamo?
Prime, Loki Prime.
Cioè, guarda che belle.
That's crazy.
I know, they've created a whole collection.
Grande
and
blueprint.
It's gorgeous.
Ti stiamo aspettando che salti fuori.
This fine work.
I hope they use it for some kind of game.
Stai vedendo della roba da fuoco. Questo qua che ha fatto le miniature è un genio.
Show us how you're doing that too, please.
Sì.
Warhammer, but make it Warframe. Take my money. Next we have Mira Casardis.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Mura Casardis.
Making Saren, I mean...
Saren Prime is gorgeous, like, design. So, love seeing artists...
perché è la Siandana che sta tenendo legato il corpus.
An unfortunate corpus. Yes, but fortunate for us because we get this beautiful piece of art.
Yeah.
So thank you, Casardis. As always, your work is magnificent.
Hanno iniziato adesso.
We have Dronade now with Ember and Frost in ink.
Bello.
Kind of like an opposites combined.
È semplicissimo come stile di disegno, ma mi fa impazzire quando gli mettono la retinatura a un nome specifico, non so quale sia.
Yeah, and I'm always a fan of this style of like the lines to create shadow.
Yeah, the hatching. Yeah.
Sì, è uscita con la Prime.
I'm so bad at that. So like, I'm looking at it and appreciating it. It's like it's so nicely spaced and I can make out everything. I know for me, when it comes to that stuff, it's like it just turns into a mess. So that's really cool.
Yes, super appreciative of that. We're on to our next one by Rina May Palma. Speaking of shading.
A holy boy. Yeah.
Our holy boy. Yeah, so we have Harrow here. In all Harrow's magnificence. It's just another carefully done piece. Like you can just see how much time had to go into every detail.
Non l'ha spiegato.
That's very good.
Beautiful. Golden Shades has the next one. And their comment with this piece is, "You are the hope and future of the Tenno."
Bello, molto bello. Molto bello questo disegno. Vabbè, sono di parte, ha la stessa conciatura.
Yeah, you can see some inspiration.
Bello.
So I love that the operator feels like the powerful being that the operator is in this piece. So thank you.
Non lo so. Non lo so, ragazzi, sto seguendo.
Pyra is bringing us our next one. This is an illustrative love letter to these two critters, and I wanted to test my knowledge of utilizing my markers to their fullest. First sketched in pencil, mechanical pencil, then inked with simple ballpoint pen. And then, of course, they used a colorless blender marker to do the initial shading with the ink laid before. And final pass was color with a Prismacolor primer markers and white gel pen. Familiar with those materials, guys, I imagine?
Yes, and I avoid them because they're anything permanent. I'm very much a digital artist because I like my Control Z. And with this stuff, you got to commit, and it's impressive. Like, the blending is beautiful.
Non è il mio stile.
And we have one more piece in this category by Smallish Poppy 6. Another Harrow piece. Of course. We have Micron pens, Prismacolor colored pencils, and a gold pen here.
Bello, 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 bello.
Tenno, like golden Tenno aesthetic on the edges there.
Yeah. Veramente fantastico.
It feels like an Oricon homage piece. Almost like Harrow's breaking through it to something more. Yeah, and that is all for this category. So thank you, everyone.
That's amazing.
And you can expect to see more gorgeous hand-drawn art in the future on prime time as well, of course. Shall we move on to digital art?
Yes, let's do it.
Ragazzi, digital art. Menzioni onorabili vanno per... Bello. E no, perché Blueprint è digital. Wow. Bello. Stupendo questo. Che carino. Sì. Bello. Carino. Questo è aggressivo parecchio. Ma che bomba non era? Ragazzi, ma la faccia! Che carini! Che carini! Dai, io dopo dovrò riguardarla con calma e seguire tutti quanti.
So, digital art was definitely the category that received the most submissions for the art show.
Beh, ovviamente ha ricevuto il maggior numero di submission di digital.
Things off with Narubon's Mirage Prime.
Wow. That's so great.
Bella Mirri.
Oh my gosh,
molto bella. Poi beh, lo sapete che Mirri è una delle mie bamboline preferite, quindi.
They're all in there, all the clones.
I was like, okay, 1, 2, and then the other one's like, I'm here too.
Yes, and she looks prime. The gold.
The posing is great. It gives them all their own personality. Which is really cool.
It's really well said. Thank you, Narubon, for this stunning piece.
Vediamo,
and now
Blueprint,
we're going to
non
move on
demordere,
to
non demordere.
Why for the next.
Boia.
This is a classic Cret GUI piece. I'm a sucker for romance. What can I say, guys?
It's very sweet, yeah.
I feel like, I don't know, it feels like entering a fairy realm or something. But with Warframes, what's not to love?
And it's that moment when their horns are right about to touch.
It's special. It's like they're gonna kiss.
Yes.
We love it. Thank you, Cret GUI, for this and all the other gorgeous pieces you do in this style.
My heart grew 2 sizes today.
Sure did. On to Sand Chomps. So this is an animated GIF, and you can see the kind of gold Vitruvian style with it.
Taking from the Sacrifice Quest, that moment.
Questo è bello.
A moment that stays with all us Tenno, I think. It's very deep. And Sand Chomps even said this is their tribute to the Sacrifice Quest, and they adored the theme of love.
Yeah.
Yes. On to Pyraptor. Zaku. They're in pieces, of course, because the broken Warframe is there. But I love how there's a quality of being broken, but also...
È la posizione. Ha una posizione splendida questo personaggio. L'ha messo in una posa fantastica. È proprio la fotografia, più che il disegno di per sé, è un disegno digitale, abbastanza tradizionale per i disegni digitali, ma è la posa, la fotografia che gli ha dato è stupenda.
There's too much heart in all
I
these.
know, it's like they formed a Pieta with Warframes. And the flower edition, which all of us who know Helmint will appreciate.
Oh, perché è l'Helmint? È il fiore per l'Helmint.
Great work of use of color too, and the lighting with like the sun rays coming through and going across, leaving your eye.
Yes.
That's beautiful.
And Trinity, what a great choice for that character mourning, another Warframe.
Meg is going to be fine.
Yeah, Meg fell in action, but Trinity will bring Meg back. Fear not, folks.
Sì, sì, assolutamente. E lo può fare più in fretta di tutti gli altri.
Nello Sart. Yes. darkness. We've gotten more of the void qualities since the Zeramin has opened up to us, and we're seeing some stunning art of that.
I love the new aesthetic that we've added to the game with all the spirals, and it's a really beautiful way, a beautiful shape language, and they've recreated it here very well.
They have. Even with a reflection of the Zeramin logo there. I think that's so cool. Our next piece is by Jorana. It's your girl again.
More Cora love.
Our
Never get tired of
artists
seeing that.
love her, I swear.
I hope so.
It's not love. And
great pose.
deadly.
Yeah.
Beautiful but deadly Cora. Done great
And
justice.
it's customized colors too. The blood red face, that's really cool.
Smart. Adds a lot to the aesthetic of the piece. Our next piece is by Quelli.
This is epic.
Once again, we're back in the void with the Zeramin.
This is a great
Molto bello.
poster aesthetic.
Yep.
Yeah.
And with it, Quelli said, "Together we will save our home, our Zeramin." It feels like a preview for a movie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was like a movie trailer poster. Perfect for that.
It's awesome. Our next piece is by RUV, or Rev.
Oh.
We were just talking about Warframes with clothes, and here we are. This is epic.
È bellissimo questo.
All the boys
Che
in
genio.
their cool looks.
Looking spiffy as you should be, yeah.
I feel like they've really
Questo è
chosen
geniale.
like human
È
outfits that
geniale.
suit the Warframes.
Oh yeah, no, these are perfect. These are perfect.
I have so much
I
appreciation.
want Rhino as a personal trainer for sure.
Sign me up. Sign me up. So thank you, RV. They're quite a trio here. Awesome. Toasty Tea Leaf has our next piece.
Wow.
Totally different vibe.
Totally different.
Yeah.
We've gone 180 degrees around. Yeah. It feels like Kiss of Death, kind of. Toasty Leaf, you nailed the vibe of
Il
these
miglior
characters
bacio
in
di tutta
any
la
case.
saga di Warframe, aggiungerei.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Forse è l'unico.
And Shadrad brings our next piece.
Another movie poster.
And this is actually an attempt at a movie poster in the style of the
Nailing it.
Duviri Paradox.
Nailing it.
So,
Molto bello, ragazzi.
very
Questo
appropriate
è
for Tennocon this
stupendo.
year.
Yep. She got the memo.
Yeah, clearly Shadrad knew what was
Clearly
up.
got the memo.
Frevelisk has our next piece, Meg.
Molto carina anche questa.
I'm always amazed when
Il gioco
people
di
make
luce è
Meg look
fenomenale.
really cool.
È davvero stupendo.
She's like,
What do you mean? Meg's cool.
Meg's like OG.
Well, you can't go wrong with that reflective helmet. And they've really used it well.
They've recreated that effect amazingly.
She looks like Queen of the Stars, of the Cosmos. So thank you, Frevelisk, for doing Meg justice. She looks so cool. And Art B. Horrent has another.
Did you just pick all these horror pieces
I
for me? I
promise
don't want to
you,
seem like it's
Skyers.
biased. Not rigged.
I promise, I didn't just choose a bunch of Coras for Skyers. I swear the community sent so much Cora to us, and we were, I mean, Julia.
Sì, ma è tutti
and
dietro,
Ronnie and I
ragazzi.
were-
Guardate i nemici dietro.
A mix of the Tenogen skin and the Deluxe skin inspiration here.
And like the sitting on her deadly whip, spooky. And it's a kind of, I mean, like all her victims in the background.
Oh, I didn't even look that far yet. That's sinister.
And now we're gonna look at
Decisamente femme fatale.
Silfix's piece,
Wow.
That's gorgeous.
the Lotus.
Wow.
Do you know
Che
which-
bomba.
Who did you choose?
I mean, I wanted to keep
Sono
both.
stupendi questi disegni, ragazzi.
So,
Cioè, davvero.
I went for the Lotus again.
Okay.
E io
Who did
ripeto,
you choose?
finita la live,
Okay.
segnatevi tutti i nomi, seguite tutti quanti questi
They're all
artisti perché
magnificent, but
veramente
I
io ne ho
couldn't let
visti
go of either
pochi
side.
che non vorrei
I
seguire,
guess
ma
that's
veramente.
part of the message.
Madonna.
Yeah, I think it captures
Ciao.
every face of Lotus
Aiso. Ma ciao, bello, buonasera.
has a uniting
Ben
quality
arrivato,
that I
bello,
really
ben
love.
arrivato.
It's beautiful.
Gam Lee with our next piece. Again, we're going 180.
Cosa?
Can we talk about how Hydroid is
mio
riding?
Dio!
the Kraken?
Yeah.
Carinissimo.
Really riding the front of that wave there.
It's too fun.
No, ragazzi, è
So
che
I
bisogna
hope
guardarli
everyone at
tutti.
home as well is having a good time noticing all the little
Non
details.
c'è tempo per
I know we
guardarli
have.
tutti, sono stupendi.
We're moving on to plats.
Ok,
feels like
bello,
my
ma
design
non apprezzo questo stile di disegno. Questo è gusto personale,
Good day for some
ovviamente. È molto bello,
adventures.
però, assolutamente.
And they said, my friends and I enjoying the Dog Days event.
Yep, I got it.
Plats and friends are having a good summer.
Sì, è un po' troppo
Gorgeous.
smussato, esatto.
Leo the Pug is bringing their next piece.
Da computer devi farlo, David.
So they said, ever since the release of the new
Molto
war, I was
carina
mesmerized
questa.
by the design theory of the
Cosa?
kind-
Scusate,
of the
io ho collegato il
humanoid
cervello
statue
adesso,
now
è
known as
Trinity.
the Angels
È
in the
un'umanizzazione
Xanadu
di Trinity,
and
è
had the idea of merging that
stupenda.
design with Trinity. So here's my take on that concept.
Yeah, I think they work well together. I was like,
È
this
stupenda,
Trinity
è
looks,
stupenda, è troppo
Mm.
bella.
Yeah, because you can see the ring on the top of her head. I think they blended those two styles together very well.
No doubt about it. Thank you, Leo the Pug. Super Furet, with this last piece on our list.
Wow.
Yes. I mean, I love K-driving. I love riding creatures in Deimos.
Cioè,
The
io
speed, the motion
sottolineo
is
sempre i
coming through in this
dettagli di
still
queste
shot.
cose. Quelli
It's always
Naros
impressive to see
ha
when somebody's
l'armatura
running something so
del
like high
Wolf.
detail, but it still has the energy and the motion in it. And they've
Cioè,
done-
quelle sono le
they've done
cose
a
che a
great
me
job
fanno
keeping the energy
impazzire.
alive as well
Ah,
as,
puoi farlo anche da
giving people
telefono. Top.
a feast for the eyes.
Comunque dal
You
sito.
dined well in this piece. And in
Cioè,
this
sono
segment.
questi dettagli
So
che a me
thank you
tirano
everyone for
scemi,
your digital
ragazzi.
art. We're now moving into Captura.
Captura. Honorable mention. Belli. Carino. Vabbè, questo è un cliché, si è visto in tutte le salse. Stupendo. Niente blueprint. Allora, io vi dico, sui Captura sono incredibilmente cinico perché io faccio fatica bestia a farli bene e quindi sono molto più severo che sui disegni. Sui disegni ero molto più di manica larga. Ma ovviamente è come al solito, ragazzi, è gusto personale. Però
So our first
lo dico
start
prima.
in this segment is It's True Blue. First start, there's only one start. But it's a great start. No, we're in Deimos now. Very red,
See you
dark.
around, tin suit.
Ciao Lerio, ben arrivato.
Feels like the start of an adventure.
Bello. Assolutamente bello.
Yeah, It's True Blue. You've done a beautiful piece here. Our next one is by VGC. Protea with her past actions behind her created by
Che questa animazione
temporal-
di Protea è sempre difficilissima
Yeah.
da
That's a
gestire.
fun effect to play
Cioè,
with.
chapeau perché c'è riuscito comunque a saltare fuori.
And
Le
I
volte
think
che ci ho
Protea-
provato, ragazzi, io
Protea's
volevo
perfect for this.
morire. È difficilissimo
I
gestire
am so
l'animazione di
impressed by
Protea.
the action sequence.
In Captura, dico.
What a great use of capture.
Yeah.
Gwanox has the next one. A Captura I edited to give it an outrun art style.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I'm a
Non sono un
sucker
gran
for
fan
this
di
kind
questo
of look,
stile.
for sure.
Bello,
Wave look.
ma
The
non
same
sono un
wave
fan di
look.
questo stile.
That's what's in my headphones all
Yeah.
day, I tell you. Our next piece is by Purple Flirp.
That's epic.
Ragazzi, questo qui
Those wings.
è quello che dobbiamo andare a combattere a Gerusalemme, è lui.
Yeah, it's scary.
Cioè, questa è la versione
It's-
cattiva del
but,
nostro
you know,
templare. Voglio
I
che lo
somehow
sappiate.
feel like this character is
Cioè,
on my side, even though I'm terrified, you know?
Purple Flurp
Yeah.
è la versione cattiva del nostro
Tell
templare.
the story. Rallin Captura.
Speedsters.
Yes, so this is cover art for a version of Warframe if it was a sci-fi racing game.
K-Drive Unleashed.
It's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And they even
Wow, perfect
included,
colors too for this kind of thing.
it is all the looks of Kick Drive. So thank you, Rallin Captura. This is a really fun idea.
That's fun. Yeah.
Kaylee Emerald. this was their first captura they took with these wings.
Che bomba!
Immediately. So this was like a one
Questo captura è
wonder
perfetto.
in the captura tool.
See you around, Tin Suit.
Ciao De Matti, ben arrivato. Questo captura è perfetto, ragazzi. La posa, la luce, la cromia, il color grading
I
è
do
tutto
sometimes look at capture and
perfetto.
wonder how much of it was in game and how much
Madonna.
was the editing. They merge things so nicely. Thank you. We're on to Medusa captures.
Grande.
Hero
Grazie.
pose.
Vabbè, l'ho detto, questi qua purtroppo hanno un po', come dire, in francese, rotto le palle. Nel senso, se ne sono visti troppi. Perché col fatto che hanno buttato gli elementi, molti hanno fatto, però... no. Mi dispiace. Per me no. Cioè, è bello, per l'amor di Dio, è il concept che mi ha un po' rotto le
Rhino's also an
scatole.
early Warframe.
Ovviamente.
So we respect
Mai
it.
gusti.
And we've given Meg the glory that Meg deserves. So here are all the guys in their super cool stone looks, just like that intro cinematic quest.
Yeah, that's great.
Coraliva Crasta, a magic wisp as a siren mermaid.
That's really cool.
Wow. Questo sapete cosa mi ricorda un sacco? L'ultima puntata dell'ultima stagione di Love, Death and Robot. La tipa, quella completamente coperta d'oro.
Sirens aren't necessarily kind, are they? And that comes through too.
The mood is perfect on this. Yeah.
Bello.
Thank you
Molto
so
bello.
much for all of your beautiful captura pieces. That was our last one, and we have another category to get into.
Un'altra categoria.
Shall we?
Let's do it.
Off we go.
Physical art. Oh, che forza! Ah, questo è il physical art, che cannonata! Era una lampada, che figata! Ah, coi Lego! Bella, questa miniatura è stupenda. Molto bella. No, non ho spoilerato. E mica, cioè, posso spoilerare l'ultima puntata, non c'entra niente con le altre. E guardatelo che bello. Aperta e chiusa questa.
The physical art and props category includes very hands-on media like woodworking, clay, and 3D printing. Our first one is by Lord of Creepers 2. Ah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so they made...
Tell me it lights up. Does it light up?
It lights up.
Oh. You got a picture
Che
of that?
forza,
Yeah.
si
Well,
illumina.
you can see a faint glow here.
Okay.
We'll have to...
Bello.
We're going to need to do a whole slideshow of this piece to show you all its magnificence or something, because, yeah, it lights up. It is a model of the war. You've done yourself with this prop.
Bello, bello, molto bello.
Amazing. I want it.
You're going to go fight. You're going to go fight some sentience. On to Specimen Delta's piece. Comey.
Ha fatto la scacchiera di The Sacrifice.
We're going to deck out Sky's whole space,
Yeah,
playing Comey with the
È la
war at your
scacchiera di
back.
The Sacrifice. Che poi non è la scacchiera, lo
So
so,
they
è un
used
altro
a
gioco,
combination
non mi
of
viene il
3D
nome.
printing, woodwork, and hand-ground charcoal sand.
No,
È stupendo.
They say, care to play a game, old friend?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
but
please.
yes, but I want us to have a good relationship after, not
È
like in that
stupendo,
quest.
bellissimo.
I'm ruthless.
Questa è anche più di nicchia,
boy.
cioè non la notano tutti.
Noted.
Un po' più...
We're moving on to Fib Philip. A model.
Okay.
No, aspetta, questo l'ha fatto lui. Questo ha fatto un modello.
We have this one made out of polymer clay, painted with acrylic and fluorescent colors.
Porca miseria.
That's a lot. That's not easy to do.
Che bomba.
I worked on this character and like, even just doing it in the 3D model was a challenge. So to do it physically, that's a very impressive piece right there.
Ooh, yeah, I'm sure you can appreciate it more than
Ha detto
I can.
polymeric
Oh, yeah.
like. Creta.
All the strands, like especially
No,
coming
è
off the
creta.
back there and like getting those
Oddio.
to the right shape. That must have been a challenge. So that's very impressive.
Oddio.
And it measures around 28 centimeters or 11 inches. And I'm going to make Wisp next.
20 centimetri.
Yeah.
It's a decent size.
A decent sized model. And they have earned the Solaris Workmanship Award.
Sì, questo si merita di vincere un premio, ma a mani basse proprio.
Well deserved. Milwa is our next piece.
È la fluffa del... È la fluffa del...
So it's especially worthy of the Clem's Choice Award. We love a charming piece like this one. With all that care and everything.
Oddio, non mi sta venendo il nome, davvero.
It's adorable.
It is. And now we're going to go to Kedamel's piece. Yep. Obviously depicting the Void Angels. It is 34 by 31 centimeters in size. Polymer clay, LED lights, and
anche questo è fatto a mano.
That's
con i LED
perfect,
anche dentro.
Like, representation for these things, like as a relief sculpture.
Yeah, and the LEDs. I mean,
Mamma mia,
it would have been
ragazzi.
amazing enough without
Mamma mia.
lighting. Yeah. But here it is.
Yeah. That's really well done.
Stunning Kedemel. Nomad Arts. More polymer clay. So this is 9 to 10 inches tall. They've made a few pieces, so we chose one of
Molto
our
bella
favorites to show you here today.
Quella di prima era più bella, c'è poco da dire, ma è che hanno fatto vedere prima quella e poi questa, per questo sembra meno carina questa. In realtà è fantastica. Ha dei dettagli favolosi.
Heroic pose there.
Jumping back.
Yeah.
Matrix pose.
Matrix pose.
Yeah.
Thank you so
The
much.
detail, amazing on that.
Gorgeous. And MG. Oh, thank you, Dean. Okay. Magic Thighs with the next piece.
Oh, yes, I saw this on Twitter.
Yeah.
I love this. Ureli's
Wow.
pistol.
Ha fatto la compressa. È davvero la compressa.
Acrylic with some, they textured it somehow. And it looks like it's like the actual bubble.
È meravigliosa,
Yeah,
ragazzi.
it does. Oh yeah, it looks like if you just pulled that trigger, destructive bubbles would go flying.
That's fine.
È stupenda.
Thank you, Magic
È
Thighs. You
stupenda.
have also been given the Solaris Workmanship Award for this magnificent piece. Well deserved.
It was a fun design to work on and to come up with for Ureli.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. So working with the weapons team, we're like, well, why don't we, she does bubble, so like, why don't we make a weapon inspired by bubble guns? So we sent it the concept, and the concept came up with this lovely design, and we're like, yeah, perfect.
Stupenda.
Oh man.
Veramente
yeah,
bella.
I can imagine the team had so much
Niente da
fun with
dichiarare,
that.
signori, è
Our
bellissimo.
deadly bubble gun. We love it. Our next piece is by Widescreen John.
Multiple pieces.
Yes. So this is a bunch of props that they've made for Warframe. Widescreen John's
Porca miseria.
In the community team, we look forward to their next gun piece, you know? We
Cioè,
see
raga,
the recreations often.
Ma l'avete visto quest'arca plasmor?
Very cool. It's impressive. Like, Warframe
Dio
designs
mio.
are not easy, so it's
Dio
always really
mio.
special to see people take on the challenge and take it on so well to recreate them in real life.
Oh man, that's true.
Especially, look at that thing.
Porca
They have a full
miseria.
arsenal here.
È
It's
enorme.
crazy. Our last piece for physical art and props is by Zeneca Tenno. Ayatan.
È un Ayatan.
Isn't it so cool? So they said Ayatan treasure inspired bronze
Si muove,
sculpture
lo sapevo.
took over 100 hours with 8 moonstones
È
in a
bellissima.
single labradorite.
Oh, and it jingles.
It jingles.
That's beautiful.
10 bronze castings,
Il cielo
87
non ci ho fatto
parts
caso, dopo lo
to
guardo.
complete the
Dopo cioè, più tardi lo riguarderò bene. Ma ve l'ho detto,
Ma
mi devo segnare
metal
tutti i nomi,
or
devo
is it
seguire
painted
tutte ste
bronze
persone, sono
It's like as
fantastici.
Ayatan can be in the real world here. So that is a wonderful conclusion to this section. Our last category is going to be cosplay.
Stunning. All right. To finish things
Cosplay.
off, we're going to look at cosplay.
Non saranno tanti,
the section you'll
ma
see
io sono
people
molto
that
molto
taken on the task
speranzoso.
of recreating
C'è sempre
Warframe
delle
characters
chicche
in
nei
real life.
cosplay.
They sure have. First up is by Tal Jawa. They've said, this is my cosplay of the Nyx Pasitha skin. It took around 2 months to make, and it is made of EVA foam and foam clay with some LED lights in the helmet.
Certo. Sì, sì, sì. Molto bella, molto bella.
Helmet lights up. Cool.
As you were saying, like, no part of Warframe design is easy to make in the real world.
No, especially with deluxe skins where they take it to another level, and to see
Molto
that this
bella,
person has recreated that. Do we have other photos of this, or is this just the one?
I think this might be the only.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I know.
have
We
to check
want
it out.
more.
Yeah. I'll
Tweet
have to
us
see some more.
Yeah, we love it.
Yeah.
Stunning.
And the weapon too.
Right. It's not like they, just did a Warframe. That would be crazy enough, but they also made a weapon to complement it.
That's really beautiful.
Beautiful. And they've been given the Solaris Workmanship Award as well for this piece.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. We're going to look at Ritten's piece. They said a cape-type Limbo Prime cosplay for a very special guinea pig.
It's
a very
never knew I needed a guinea pig with a hat in my life, and here it is.
It's not just any hat, it's a Limbo.
Limbo Prime hat, the fanciest hat.
I can't get enough of it.
Questo mi ha ucciso.
Obviously, for such a good guinea pig.
Era
it had to get the
completamente
Master Peace and I
inaspettato.
Award. Thank you for sharing this gorgeous pet cosplay.
This is adorable.
I feel like the guinea pig had a good time having all these snaps in the shoot.
Oddio, questa mi ha ucciso,
Now we're going to
ragazzi.
finish things off with a cosplay by Arboreal Key.
Ah, sì. Questa l'avevo già
Does it
vista.
look like Capture
E
It or
questa
what?
è una
For a second,
cosa
this isn't the wrong
incredibile.
area.
Io avevo visto anche il making of
So,
di questa di questo Warframe,
and we've
di
seen
questo cosplay.
this cosplay before. We've seen it on Twitter before.
Fantastico.
But since we last saw it, they've added claws, they've added more details.
Esatto, stavo per dirlo, ha aggiunto più roba, anche me la ricordavo con meno roba. Il martello resta stupendo dal mio punto di
And they're
vista.
working
Resta
on a Nyx Deluxe for TwitchCon in Amsterdam.
Yeah, have to keep my eye out for that.
Keep our eyes
Pure il
out.
logo luminoso,
I'm
sì, sì, sì.
blown away by this one.
Stunning.
So naturally, this piece wins the Best in Show.
Beh ragazzi, dai, ci sta. Se lo merita tutto il Best in Show.
It's even got weathering on it. It's not just like clean. It's got some dirt and grime on there. Obviously, LEDs is a must.
It's a must.
Yeah.
That concludes the Tennocon 2022 Community Art Show. Thank you to everyone who submitted. I can't tell you how much
numero uno
Julia,
signori,
Veronica,
farò un'altra
and I
piccola
enjoyed
pausetta nel
looking
cambio
at your work.
scena, così prendo
And
fiato un
I'm so
secondo
happy
e mi
I could share
preparo
so much
per
of it
il...
with all of you and with Skyers, one of Warframe's.
But I think you
Grazie
proved
Delta
them
dell'abbonamento.
No, it's been a huge pleasure. As an artist working on the team,
Come dicevo,
it's such a
farò
treat to be able to create
una
something
piccola
and have
pausa,
it
così
released
prendo
into the world
fiato,
and
mi
see people
preparo perché
interact
c'è
with it.
tantissima
See you
roba.
around, Tinsu.
Ciao il tizio random ben arrivato. Mi raccomando ragazzi, ci si vede anche direttamente in su Warframe, quindi aprite il gioco perché è uscita Cora Prime e quindi ci sarà da aggiornare, non tantissimo ma c'è da aggiornare.
Hey everybody,
Signori,
Megan here to let you know
vado
that by
in
watching this
pausa
show
un
on
secondo.
Twitch, you're going to earn yourself some
Ci vediamo tra
incredible
pochissimo.
free items if you have your Warframe and Twitch account linked. Watching Tennocon until 5 p.m. Eastern Time for 30 consecutive minutes will reward you with both the Veracruz Warfan and the Renala Sugatra. But that's not all. Tune into TennoLive between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time for another 30 consecutive minutes, and you're going to earn yourself a free Titania Prime. That's right, a free Prime Warframe. If you already have your Twitch account and your Warframe account linked and received drops before on Warframe streams, then you're all set. But if you've never linked your Warframe and Twitch account together, simply go on over to warframe.com/Twitch, log into your Warframe account, and follow the simple instructions to get set up. And that's it. Enjoy the show.
Whoop. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
How's it going?
You're a Sanskate floof.
What?
I'm a Bolarola. Okay.
You really are.
I'm okay with this. If you're okay with this, if you want to talk about some things.
4 legs, and I've got flippers.
Yeah.
So, maybe not. But maybe if chat buys enough stuff on the Warframe store, we'll be able to turn back.
Maybe. Did you know that we have Tennocon merch?
What? When did this come out?
This morning.
But it's not the morning anymore. Is it still there?
We've got a Wake Up Tenno mug.
Oh my god, I hope it's still there. Because, like, How am I gonna know how to wake up if I don't have a mug that tells me how to wake up?
Don't panic, don't panic.
Okay.
We've got a Warframe lamp, maybe that's still there.
I love lamp.
We've got, Mesa t-shirts. We've got a Neja and Wukong t-shirt, a Rhino t-shirt, a Ureli t-shirt. You like t-shirts? We got t-shirts.
Tennocon merch pack, you can still buy it if you want to celebrate Tennocon and you want to have a creepy mask on your chest.
Yeah.
In game, you get like a cool little charm and stuff. There's so much that's in it.
We've got an Excalibur bobblehead.
Hell yeah.
A Sunny Popperfloof. A Teshin statue.
I love Teshin. He is really cool. He's got 2 swords, which, like, considering I have no hands, that's more swords than I can hold. You know what? It's worth it. For the amazing merch that you will be able to buy, possibly. I'm not sure. I'll be honest with you. It's still June. So when you're seeing this, you're in the future. And if stuff is sold out, it's not my fault.
No. And, so you could go check out all of our merch for Tennocon. And I'm going to try and figure out a way to not be a Bolarola anymore.
Cool. Bye.
Bye. Hey, Tenno. Danny here. We're getting so much closer to unveiling some incredible surprises. Tonight, at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll be opening up the Duviri Amphitheater orbiting Earth in-game. Join your fellow Tenno for an up-close and very unique experience during the TennoLive presentation. As a special thank you for joining us for Tennocon today, for the next 48 hours, you can claim a special operator and drifter cosmetic, the Stranger's Hood. This exclusive cosmetic is available right now on all platforms in the in-game market for 1 credit. Be sure to log in and claim yours. Bye, Tenno.
The movement is so crazy in this game, man.
I'm a fish from Deimos. Like a brown? Yeah. I'm liking this as a base.
Ooh, that's a look.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to All Stars Warframe, a friendly competition of Warframe's greatest challenges: fashion, interior decoration, budget cosplays, and of course, combat. My name is Earl T. Kim, also known as Earl of Sandwich, your host for today's competition. A big thank you to the Warframe devs and the community for all of the fun we're about to have in today's competition. Now, it's time for some frame fashion.
I'm thinking Dalmatian or ice cream. Puppies or ice cream. Both great things.
Cottage core! Damn, dude! Tactical? So close to potty plants! Alrighty, let's put 3 minutes on the clock and let's get
signori.
Okay, what's gonna be the bad? The bad's gonna be the wet.
The ice cold sort of vibe.
I think it wet because she's cozy in the cottage in the forest.
Oh, yep. Let's get some burgundy. We're gonna change that white to something else.
Okay.
I like that she's got the bow too. Very nomadic.
Oh yeah.
Energy, I don't even feel like I need to
Cosa
touch
stiamo guardando, ragazzi? Mio Dio, che cos'è?
Selections start making your way to get your selfie shots. Where are we gonna go?
Gonna go to Deimos. Let's go, go, go.
It's gonna be a nice and cozy spot.
There better be a
outside.
tree.
Tactical snow mission. You're in the mountains. Let's go.
Pose.
Pose. We got 5 seconds.
Right up on the cliff here.
Pose for it.
Yes. Work it.
Boom. Are we good with that shot? Tactical as ice. All right, chat. Which team was a 10 and which team
Sta laggando la
was a
live,
no?
sono io.
Poll is live. Oh, that is the final score. Congratulations, Ambers to Ashes.
I feel like that went really well.
We're going to be getting into a little bit of gameplay.
Okay, let's go.
We're going in.
The goal here is for me to do the headshots, Charlazar to just go ham, just blow it all up. Back up.
We are crushing it.
You see an enemy, just cut through them.
So I initially thought my 4 went through the bubble, but I don't think it does. The movement is so crazy in this game, man.
Yeah, that was like one of the first things that I ended up falling in love with this game.
Allora, se volete...
I can't lay down, but you know what? We can sit. We're on the beach.
Gorgeous.
Woo! If that ain't beach vacation, I don't know what is.
This is the final tally, so I believe the victors are Embers to Ashes, first place. I'm hearing that the leaderboard is finally ready.
Ragazzi, si era piantata alla live. Spero che sia ripresa decentemente. Spero che sia ripresa. Io ora ci riprovo. Vediamo cosa succede. Vediamo cosa succede. Vediamo se tiene. Ok, signori, datemi qualche feedback, vi prego. Ditemi che è tutto attivo, è tutto funzionante. E niente, lo guarderemo dopo. No, abbiamo 1 minuto, abbiamo 2 minuti. Signori, l'anfiteatro. Oh, guardalo. Capre e zombie. Ma sta parlando? È stupendo. È stupendo, ragazzi. Ma non possiamo restare qui. Torniamo in browser e guardiamo cosa sta succedendo.
Do not shove. You'll all be able to see.
Cinque, 4, 3, 2, 1. Signori, si comincia.
Oh, hello and welcome. That was a sick intro, Dean.
That's cool.
Hello and welcome to TennoLive, the end keynote of Tennocon 2022, which means we've made it through the day. Woo! Any bruises?
Nope, just some sunburns.
Any sunburns?
No.
Anyone radiating heat at a level that's...
This is embarrassing, though. No one showed up.
I know, no one showed up.
Yeah.
This is real sad.
Hey, where's everybody?
We were going to have the DE staff here to have like a pseudo live audience thing. We made it work. This is, luckily, we were able to get a nice stage put together.
Cool.
The events team
this.
made this awesome.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
So I feel bad it's just us getting to
I know, this
indulge
is,
in it.
it's quite empty, but you're here, Twitch
There's
chat.
like 6 people.
You too,
Hey.
everyone. If you're watching, welcome, and thank you very much for joining. We have about an hour of Warframe to talk about here. So we're gonna do some intro, some housekeeping, just saying hi.
I love housekeeping. It's the best.
Do you?
That's my favorite part of everything.
Scott's got a beer.
Okay.
I don't. We're already off to
Yeah.
unfair start with.
Have a spirit animal?
Where's my beer?
I'm set. Sorry, we'll get you one.
No, it's okay. I'm okay. Anyway, welcome. My name is Rebecca. I will be somewhat running the show here with Megan.
Hey guys, back at it. We're back.
This is your 3rd live show today.
This is my 3rd live. I feel like I've done the most work. I'm kidding.
Okay.
I'm totally joking. I'm totally joking.
Probably right
I'm
though.
joking.
But anyway, thank you so much for joining us. We really do have a lot to go over, and we are going to get started after you guys want to introduce yourselves.
Who are you?
Who are you?
Oh, you guys know us, right?
Yeah.
Well, you know,
Ciao,
people
bello,
might not
ben
know
arrivato.
it.
Non chiedermi di pronunciare il tuo nome.
Okay. Yeah, so I did shave. I'm Sheldon. I am the COO of Digital Extremes, and I'm really excited for all of the work that our team has done and to show you guys this. I shaved my beard because I'm just excited.
Okay. Great.
That happens when you get
Thank you.
excited.
I'm just Now get rid of
you
it.
start shaving places.
What the?
Stop the
Please.
Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
Who are you?
Next time.
I'm Jeff.
We had a
Jeff with a G.
We had a rehearsal last night, and then a construction crew cut the fiber optic cable that connects us to the office, and that was exciting.
I was recovering from my booster. I don't remember last night.
And Jeff said he doesn't remember because he just had his booster.
Yeah, I was kind of,
Yeah.
You were
Needless
cranky.
to say,
I was cranky.
Life has thrown everything at us for the past 24 hours. We lost 6 hours of internet to do builds and get everything ready for the live gameplay demo. But
Canada
we're here
lost
now.
internet, or half of Canada
Rogers lost internet.
Wow, but
you know. Anyway, we're here now. Steve is joining us. Hello.
Yeah, hi, I'm Steve. Thanks for tuning in.
And the most sunburned man.
I'm
on
really
the
burnt.
planet.
I'm Scott. Oh, can we go tight on Scott? I'd really love to see that burnt. No,
No,
I don't. That was not man. That's just the.
He did.
I'm under the brim of the hat.
Well, let's get things started. For some people, they might be used to, because it's been our 7th Tennocon. We are kicking off our 7th Tennocon. We always ended with what was really started as a live audience dev stream. So we did that for a while, and then we did it digitally because of COVID, and now we're back to sort of the dev stream, but there's no live audience. So yeah.
We're almost there.
We're almost there.
We got a stage.
We got a stage. We just
We just need like the fake
But
crowd.
Scott,
Laugh
you and I
track.
could just go out into the thing.
Okay.
Get like a mosh pit going.
But this is actually a great time to be a live audience member in-game. If you haven't logged into the WARFRAME game, all platforms, the Duviri Amphitheater is now live. This is actually, if you cut to Megan's screen, you can probably see it.
It's there. Dean, if you want to do it live.
I don't know if you want to, maybe not.
I don't know if he wants to.
He just
No,
doesn't
that's
seem
fine.
to want to.
That's fine. Dean is the heartbeat behind everything, so he's in control. But the live Duviri Amphitheater is there. We have partner experience for the live gameplay demo. So if you're in game, you will be treated to an in-game partnering experience for everything we're going to show, which we're very excited for. So get in now. This is your warning.
Partnering experience.
I couldn't think of a better
Did you
word.
just make that up?
Yes. It's a
It's
horrible
a new
word.
thing. It's a catch on everywhere. Partnering.
Sounds
Like you just made that up.
I've been rehearsing metaverse jokes for this stream like for about
But did I
6
just
months.
make-
But you just killed it. You just were so good with that. Partnering experience.
Anyway, speaking of partnerships, we always have wanted to turn Tennocon into something more than just about games. We wanted it to be a charity event. And 7 years running, we've got to do a charity partnership. And each year, we get to contribute to an organization in Canada
Fanno
that we firmly
benissimo
believe in their cause. And this year,
riproporre
we are thrilled to
di
announce
nuovo
that thanks to the generosity of the community and just the
l'evento di
year-over-year,
carità che
Tennocon,
portano avanti, il charity
momentum. We're donating
event. Mi sta venendo in italiano
$200,000
corretto.
to Inspire.
Yes.
200.000.
Extremely exciting. This is an incredible
miseria,
organization.
ragazzi.
I don't know if you want to
Sono
say a bit
tanti.
more about Inspire, but
Complimenti.
we were able to get a video from them this morning in our intro, but otherwise.
Yeah, they're a national indigenous charity
Complimenti.
who help First Nations all around Canada, education, getting them started. So really special organization that we've had the privilege to talk to and be able to donate this. And we have !donate in Twitch chat if you would like to donate throughout the day, throughout the stream. Appreciate it always.
Yes, so thank you everyone. Very very excited, and we'll be able to connect and make a difference in the community.
That's awesome.
Yes. And we had a couple live segments today. We had a run of show, we had an order, but then we saw all the crossplay and cross-save questions, so we're switching it around just to address it right now. Like we were gonna do like a bit of.
It's canceled. We're not doing it.
Whoa.
No.
I always feel like I'm at my stress and nerve limit, and then we just go live, and somehow it's
we just
fun.
crank it up a bit.
See,
We make it worse.
It's like a test. I feel like I'm being.
We changed our mind. No one wants it.
See.
There was not enough people in Twitch chat asking for it. If
Now-
there had just been that one extra voice,
Your voice, the one that held
to the
back. The one
choir,
person that held back.
toughest battles.
It's your
and
fault.
all caps
don't
would
know
have
why.
Funziona?
turned it
Sì,
around, but no,
operativo.
you're too lazy.
Field time right now.
Per adesso stanno
Okay, I don't
facendo
even know
un
what
po'
supervillain
di
would do something like this. This is
convenevoli.
the start of my Joker arc, that's for sure. This
Okay.
whole-
Convenevoli.
All right, but nevertheless, so crossplay, cross-save. It's been a year. Last Tennocon, we showed you the work in progress
That's right.
versions of it all. We had the
Esatto,
mobile
ci hanno
builds, we
fatto
had
vedere-
cross-play working, we had cross-save working, and then we
sorry.
were saying in development, stay tuned. So now we're in the stay tuned phase, and we are essentially at the point now where the next thing we're going to do is, well, twofold. First is cross-play is coming first, and we're starting community stress tests very soon. Which means we're going to be picking some platforms. The community team,
Ci
and the tech
piace.
teams, and the dev team are all going to work together to spin up true live tests for crossplay. So this is something that the community team will have posts up about to give everyone a window into what we're doing it, and it's going to be happening soon.
TM. Soon TM.
Soon TM.
Classic.
But Warframe is a game that has spanned many years, and there's a lot of systems in Warframe. And as we released platform over platform, we introduced things like Barrow. We introduced, relics, and all of these different systems that are per database timers.
Yep.
So if you play on any console platforms, you know that you're 2 weeks behind Barrow Key Tier's offerings. He's one of our in-game vendors. He shows up every 2 weeks, and he. We need to start really breaking some bones and resetting those timers.
Yeah. So July
Esatto,
29th,
è quello
our
il
goal,
punto.
we're going to do what we're calling a Barrow parody event, where Barrow's going to arrive, same place,
Ciao
same
Stealth.
time, but he's
Anch'io
going
speravo
to
in una data, ma
everyone up
ovviamente
for
non
more
si
so
sono
console.
lasciati scappare nulla, quindi
Shooter
l'unico
fest
commento che mi sento di fare
So
è
that
quello
way
che potete
Barrow is
leggere.
bringing the same thing for everyone at the same time. Because yes, we
Hashtag Barrow Pero.
Barrow.
Oh no.
Marketing, write that down. No, the goal is to, like Reb said, basically sync all the things that have timers, vendors, everything
Absolutely
like that.
everything.
Everything needs to be on the exact same level. So now with this Barrow Pero event, thank you.
No problem.
July 29th,
Barrow event
he'll bring
sono
some new stuff
tremendi.
as well. But the goal is to obviously just have that synced across the board, one barrel for all, and just bring it all.
Oh.
And that logic is going to be applied to everything,
Yes.
whether or not you're getting the
Fantastico.
same, nightmare
Sì, sì.
missions,
Già che
all of the things
inizino
that are
a
systemically
allineare
generated.
tutti i
We have to
sistemi,
unify them
sono
all
molto
so that crossplay will
soddisfatto.
work. This is going to be part of the stress test, and then after crossplay is proved to work, fix out whatever we can, then that is paving the road for cross save, which will pave the road for other things. And we
Supercollo.
are actually starting a mobile friends and family test.
Yeah, it's live right now for our friends
For the
and
staff.
family.
So we have a lot going on behind the scenes. The order of operations is crossplay stress tests are coming very soon. Once all of that is sorted out, we're going to take our development time going over anything we find. We're syncing things. July 29th, Barrow is going to start his parody event. And then once
Personalmente
all of this is
preferisco che lo
good
facciano
enough to go
uscire
wide, then we
dopo
get the
e
cross
con
save
molti più stress test, se volete il mio parere, piuttosto che farlo uscire prima e con più
Save
rischi.
bolts in the chamber. That's
Jesus.
very
Yeah.
good. finish.
Stanno dicendo appunto questo.
between bullet and chamber.
Oh wow. Wow.
Stanno parlando del crossplay
Yeah.
cross
So
save,
now
hanno
that
detto che
we've
prima uscirà
said
il
that first,
crossplay,
because
ma prima
I
devono
feel
allineare
like
tutti quanti gli eventi,
the
faranno
amount of
uno
the
uno
amount of
stress
people that
test,
want crossplay and cross save
spero
is
anche più di
actually
uno,
really
e
fun to
poi
run
si
a
passerà al
show
cross
because it
save
is
dopo.
such a key part of what keeps communities together.
It's gonna be a
But
great feature.
we don't want to we don't want to f it up. We don't want to launch a cross save and then all of a sudden
Turn it off immediately.
and then have to turn it off, and then
Yeah.
some poor Tenno's account is lost in eternalism of the version of them that didn't get rescued. So
I
we
see.
have to be.
Hey.
You know
Wow.
that scene in the new
These references
That
are
sounds
just
like
like
that sounds very bad.
Oh my God!
Dang.
All
Yep.
right. Okay.
But anyway, so we're starting with parody events.
Yeah.
And then we have also, I think there's also like relay destruction things that have to get
Yes.
synchronized as well.
Yep.
So bringing the databases kind of to heal, and then off we go.
Yep.
Okay, great. Awesome.
Yeah.
There's a list, and we're going to get it all done.
Yep.
That's how we go.
That's the goal.
Okay. There you go. That's the update.
Well,
Or it's canceled if you believe me. Who are you going to believe? I don't know.
choose. One of us is right. And it's not Steve.
Okay.
Well, we'll see. But anyway, we are going to now give stuff away, kind of.
Oh.
As we do.
Oh, giveaway.
Oh, some free
Would
stuff.
you like to see?
I would
We're
love
not
to.
actually giving it away. We're launching a giveaway. You have to
Oh.
enter this.
But would you like
Non
to
vedo
see?
l'ora.
Dean,
Non
put
vedo
it
l'ora.
on
Oh, is this the computer?
Yeah.
Computer.
Yeah.
AS Roma, benvenuto. Ciao bello. Hanno detto che arriverà il crossplay, faranno uno stress test, allineeranno tutto quanto le varie uscite e poi con calma dopo arriverà il cross save. Non hanno dato una data, Malotto. Non hanno dato una data. Esatto. Questo è il commento più adatto. Bello, ma purtroppo questo PC non è per noi.
So that, we need a banana for scale.
So where do you plug your?
That's a 4 foot tall. It's almost Reb size.
Reb size.
It's even a little bit taller.
That's a 4 foot tall computer. It's made by PC Modder, AK Mod. They have built this one of a kind custom
it
PC.
looked amazing.
Zeraman 10.0
Yeah.
tower. It's incredible.
Wow.
This is actually a Gleam giveaway, and it's going to be live until August 16th. So if you're in Twitch chat, you can just do !giveaway and it'll get you a nice little link so you can.
You can't win it if you work at Digital Extremes.
You can't win it. I'm sorry.
You cannot win it.
I'm sorry, but you
put
could.
an order in for one.
You could. Yeah. !giveaway. Get all the information on it. Again, August 16th, you have until then, so get yourself a chance.
Federico ce lo fanno penare.
Zerman 10-0.
Ce lo fanno penare, ragazzi.
It's insane.
Amazing. Yeah.
Honestly, amazing work putting that whole
Beautiful.
computer and giveaway campaign together. Good job, team. That is the best computer I've ever seen and will never have.
I know.
It's like out of reach.
It hurts.
We give. But
it hurts.
This is the internalism where we don't get the
well, we don't know.
We could.
Wow,
we could.
these
We could.
Internalism jokes. Love
We
it.
had a lot happen today.
We did.
Framanga, è il momento di iniziare.
We deployed a update on all platforms today. If you haven't got it yet, you can download the update, get in the Duviri Amphitheater. It's on Earth. But yes, the update went live on all platforms today, and we launched Core Prime.
She's out. She's here.
Whoa.
Core Prime Access. We
That's
debuted
crazy.
it on the art panel. Little tease. You were there.
Was I?
Yeah.
Did you spoil it again?
Eternalism.
Jeff spoiled it again for sure.
Trouble. But
the best
perhaps
panel, I don't know.
maybe we should show the Prime trailer.
Oh, we have a Prime trailer?
Sure do.
Sure do. Dean,
You
roll
mean you
it.
didn't spoil it?
Whoa.
None of them truly understands how much I lost when I lost her. Nor by what subtle art my dead love now lives within another's gleaming scar. So tonight, we shall celebrate in her honor and mine. I shall unveil a new creation, a harmony of mistress and monster. An apex predator. A deathless companion. Unsurpassed. Blood raw in whip, claw, and fang. Cora.
Allora, io non vedevo un trailer Prime così bello da un bel
That's like posing
da un
amplified.
bel
Core Prime
è un cannone. Ma cos'è? È fantastica. Fantastica.
All right, so that is the Core Prime Access trailer, again launched today.
Did. You know what we should also launch?
What else should we launch?
A giveaway.
Oh,
Shall we do the first Core Prime
yes.
Access
Oh,
giveaway?
that's
Yeah,
I think we should.
apropos. Who can win the first one?
And you're the closest, so we're going to have to read it.
You're also the only one with laser eye
can't
surgery.
see.
You're really asking Sheldon to do this?
Oh,
Yes.
I can't wait.
Oh,
Yes.
God.
Okay,
That's why he's
who's
sitting
the winner?
there.
If you have to go get a snack,
E
go
anche il
now.
viola
Sheldon
non mi
writes to read the
dispiace.
giveaway. We're
Se
going to
devo
give away a
essere
Core Prime
sincero.
Access
Ci
to one
giocherò,
of Twitch
ma anche il viola non mi
viewers.
dispiace.
Let's go.
Estrazione del Core Prime
Oh,
Access.
scroll by.
What's my names?
Bam.
Oh, it's
Phase jump.
A's jump.
Face jump.
Hey,
PH.
jump.
PH like us. PH. A's jump.
Placeholder.
Placeholder.
A's jump.
So Phase Jump, you have just won the first Core Prime giveaway of the year. Congrats, she launched today. The Prime Access is all
Way to
yours.
go.
Live.
That's awesome.
Message our Twitch page and we'll hook you up.
The first ever.
Zach's ready.
I think we have key art we can show in case you want a closer look at her and all her beauty. The team did a fantastic job with Cora and
Stupenda,
her
è stupenda.
Venari
E
Prime.
anche Venari mi
Mistress
convince di
Prime,
più,
Dual
ragazzi.
Carries Prime,
Mi piace anche Venari.
Helmet,
Prima ho
which is
detto che non mi
really
ispirava, adesso cambio
Oh,
subito
man, I love
idea.
that
Mi
trailer.
ispira
I love
molto anche.
this design
Ci
and
piace,
just
ci piace.
Listening to Ballas.
Bello.
Scott was saying he could listen to him just like reading bedtime stories.
I'm sure you're not
Yep.
alone in the community
Yep.
for that.
He needs like a redemption arc, maybe. Like New War kind of.
Don't spoil it.
He's not so. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Never mind. Some people haven't played the New War, but you should. But you haven't yet. That's okay.
Maybe that was like his
Is redemption
There's always
possible?
room for redemption.
Maybe he's got like a twin brother that's like way more lovable.
More family.
We were separated at birth. One was lived in a
like
cabin.
a light switch, like an elementary school teacher. Like we start
Quiet down,
the class. Quiet
Oh,
down.
oh yeah.
Quiet time now. Quiet time now.
Yeah.
Quiet time now. Wave. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
but we also launched today. If you're a fan of, if you're watching and you have your account linked, you can get Titania Prime for free.
Yeah. It's linked up. All
And
good.
we also launched a Titania skin today, the Donan skin, which is a
Che è
deluxe
stupenda.
skin.
È già stupenda, l'ho già messa la nuova skin di Titania, è favolosa ragazzi. È molto molto bella, dovrò provarla in game, guarda.
Oh, there it is. Look at the key art.
Che spettacolo.
Oh man, I do love that so much.
It's got deluxe razor wings and everything. Dex Pixie.
So all you have to do is watch this and you get them.
No,
please.
Now, yeah.
Wait, what? I thought that's
You
how
get
it works.
Titania Prime.
Okay.
And then
this
the
just
skin
went
is
live.
conveniently available for platinum.
I get it.
God.
Should you be interested to use your new skin on your...
Riccatello loves this. He just loves this.
Lavorerò sui colori. Ma molto bello.
Listen, it was so...
He's just clapping. Yes.
Who is?
Never mind.
Oh,
We're good. Sorry.
All right.
Can't help myself.
Yeah, so that's all live in the update today.
That's alive. And going live tomorrow, we did announce,
Ciao,
pre-announce at this, but Nightwave North Choice Volume 2 is going live tomorrow at the classic weekly reset time for us is 8 p.m. Eastern time. But we have a new Nightwave. She's going to have some new cosmetics, bring back some old ones as well. And if you're unfamiliar with what Nightwave is, it's basically like a kind of seasons pass. We used to have an alert system, but we took that out and now we do Nightwave.
Nuovo
So it's voiced
Nightwave.
by Nora Knight, which is super fun, and it's just a nice little free path for some cosmetics. She's got her own store, and you do acts every week.
Yep, completely free. Just way to earn stuff while playing the game.
Launching tomorrow.
Nightwave.
Nightwave, baby.
Domani.
Fantastic.
Yeah. All right. We usually start a little bit more on our TennoLives with a little bit of a recap, and there's one thing from the panels today that we wanted to bring up. From the art panel.
Oh no,
the spoiler.
What did I do?
No.
What did you do?
They always attack you, Jeff. Like,
surprised.
where's the skin that you showed?
I was actually genuinely surprised at the art panel how much we were allowed to show on the art panel.
Oh wow.
So someone gave you permission to show it.
Well, or ask forgiveness.
Or ask forgiveness.
That's how we work around here. That's how we work.
Yes, but we were, we've been working on Warframe for quite some time, and we're always looking for new ideas for our next Warframes, and we got the opportunity to work with industry legend from comics to video games, Joe Mad. And Joe Mad had been working on a wolf-inspired Warframe, iterating on it and bringing all these ideas to the table, and we ended up with a concept that we're going to be using for a future Warframe of our wolf-inspired
E questo l'abbiamo
Warframe.
visto
Let's take a look
prima.
at what Joe Mad worked on. We had Eric Vetter here working from the DE side.
Ed è molto bello.
It's
Ed è
a
molto
thing of
bello
beauty.
questo
She will
concept.
be having quite the power set, and you can look forward to hearing more about that in future dev streams.
Just howlingly good.
Howlingly good.
Wow, he's been saving that.
How long has this been like?
Sto dicendo un chilo di freddure, mi stanno uccidendo.
Well,
I feel like you started this, didn't it?
Yeah, I don't think
No,
I
it's
did.
Ciao Peppe.
Oh yeah.
Monsters, guys, they're cool. Monsters are in.
Monsters are in.
They were never out.
Oh, they were never out. No.
Monsters are always
Yep,
in.
yep.
But there's no, it's not a coincidence that we were, lucky enough to work with Joe Mad on this.
Yeah, I mean, everyone here at D, we're huge fans of Joe Mad. He's just, he like you were saying, he's
And all
just,
the games that him and his team work on at
oh
Airship.
my God, the team at
Even as a
Airship.
90s kid though, 90s comics and stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah.
Come on.
Totally.
Yeah.
You can't not. And the
Sai.
team that they have at
Joe
Airship
Mad
Syndicate
non è un
is a
cristiano
fantastic
a
one.
caso, è
And
un
we're
ragazzo
excited to
che
kind of
sa il
talk about
fatto
the
suo.
next steps that DE is taking in partnership with
What?
Airship Syndicate. Maybe we should roll it.
Let's take a look.
Hey, Tennocon! Don't swivel, Steve. You're already swiveling. I know. Drop some hot bars, Joe.
I can talk louder. I'm the loudest talker.
Do you have enough tape for all this?
They don't have tapes anymore, Steve. It's the future.
Man, I feel like we had great banter.
We did have great banter?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey everyone, this is Joe Mad from Airship Syndicate. Hope you guys are enjoying Tennocon. Unfortunately, we couldn't be there this year. I did have the honor of designing a brand new Warframe. Hope you had a chance to check it out. A lot of people have asked what we're working on next, and we haven't been able to talk about it. Something we're really excited about. It's our best game yet.
Hey, I'm Steve Madureira, one of the lead designers at Airship Syndicate.
I'm Ryan Stefanelli. I'm the president and game director here at Airship, and we're really excited to be partnering with Digital Extremes on our next big thing.
It's a third-person action game, new original characters, original world, never been seen before.
We never would have tried this type of game right away. That's why we started with something like Battle Chasers. Then we dabbled in multiplayer with Darksiders Genesis, and now we're going all in with this new game.
This is our biggest game yet. We're building a much larger world than we ever have before. But for this, it's really more of a world that you live in, potentially every day for years to come.
We've been fans of many genres over the years, and we've sort of worn those influences on our sleeve. One genre we never really thought that we could touch on is MMOs.
For us, like, we played a lot of games together online, so it's fun for us to finally get to work on a game like this where we're building a world that players can experience together.
I don't think we would have tackled this type of online game without a partner like DE, a group that knows how to do it. I was actually one of the people who bought into the initial Founders Pack. I still have my Excalibur Prime.
You know, Warframe is touted as one of the most successful games of its kind. It's always evolving and introducing exciting stuff, and we definitely do not want to blunder through something like that.
This game is really character-focused. The characters have personalities, they have relationships with each other.
We want players to feel excited about all of the different characters that they're going to have in their arsenal.
We're mixing in a lot of modern sensibilities and modern technology into those fantasy definitions to create something brand new.
What makes this game special is the sense of adventure and camaraderie.
The secret locations.
It's got an identity.
People are going to be so jazzed.
This project represents really being able to, like, go big.
To everyone that has supported us since the beginning, I can honestly say this game is for you guys.
We didn't get to say a lot of details and specifics about the game, but we'd love for everyone to talk to us on Discord, get involved in our social channels, and get ready for this December's TGAs where it'll all be revealed.
Okay.
Indeed, indeed. You can check out the Game Awards later this year to see what exactly the game is. But
And they're going to have the Schick robot back. It's going to be amazing. Sorry.
Why me? What did I do?
Può essere
Well,
che
that's
sia il
right.
famoso Soul
I can't believe he's
Frame.
got like a founder pack.
I
and
know,
he's got
it's so exciting.
Excalibur.
Everything,
That's crazy.
Just you wait, folks.
Wow,
We're
that's so awesome.
Good games are coming. Everything's coming.
That's true. That is. What did you say about the partnership synergies?
Oh yeah, I don't remember.
Well, this is it.
Oh, yeah. This is
One
it.
of those things. What did you call it?
I don't know.
I think you just called it a partnership.
I think I just said partner.
No,
there's more.
It was a
buzzwords in there.
TM. It was a TM.
I
Okay.
don't know. A partnering? Did I make it an action verb?
Hanno parlato prima di questo
that.
gioco, vedremo se effettivamente è il Soul Frame di specifico.
Chat would definitely be telling us, but we don't have a chat feed. We just have us.
Time to talk Warframe.
Oh, okay. Oh, Warframe. I've heard of that.
Yes, we have been working hard on, getting everyone ready to see a taste of the Duviri paradox. You're probably seeing some key elements on stage. But what if we told you we were working on another update as well? Oh. Something for the post-New War side of Warframe. I think all of us, came out of the New War, released in December. It's been just over 7 months.
A Viso dating sim?
Please. No spoilers. No spoilers.
Oh.
But we really want to take what we did with the New War and all the amazing content in it and bring it to you, Tenno, in a new update. Let's take a look at what's coming soon.
Ok, sono pronto. Cal! Ero protia! come? È giocabile. Ha le skin.
Call, not afraid.
Che
Veilbreaker
bomba!
is an update that
Che bomba, ragazzi, ma avete visto?
You like it?
Yeah.
Che bomba!
We're gonna give that one to you.
Cioè, cal giocabile.
Breaking Veils. Breaking Veils. But
La nuova skin di Protea.
dedicated to the state of the origin system that you know
Cioè,
after the new war. So if you played the new war, a
porca
lot of things are really
vacca.
gonna stand out from that trailer. And if you haven't, you'll be introducing yourself to a lot of those characters soon. We hope. You know, maybe you want to try out the new war.
Get to it.
And this is really going to take the state of the origin system and the conflict and everything.
miseria.
I don't want to say too much because I don't want to spoil it for people that didn't play the new war. But a lot of what that video showcased, hopefully you can really infer where we're going with it. And there's going to be a ton to talk about. And we are hoping that the Veilbreaker update is going to come out before the Duviri Paradox. We'll keep you posted on development updates, dev streams, but we're hoping you can get your hands on it this year. So we'll have dev streams to talk about it. But we wanted to introduce you, Tenno, to Veilbreaker as an update, show you a trailer of what you can definitely expect in it. But one thing absent from that trailer that's a very important part of the Veilbreaker update is the fact that we are going to be releasing our 50th unique Warframe.
50.
5-0.
5-0, baby.
Ooh, oh man.
And that's
I think I need a moment.
Yeah.
It kind of hurts.
Yeah.
I remember when we were pitching this game.
Cinquantesimo Warframe, signori, cinquantesimo
Warframe. I think we could do it independently way back in, is that 10 years ago now?
It was 10 years ago.
10 years ago. And I think, how many Warframes do we have? 8 at the time? And they said,
I don't even think we had 8.
I don't think we had 8.
I think we were like
4, 6?
4 that were really solid and 6 that were.
And a prominent executive asked, well, like, are you worried you're going to run out of ideas for Warframes? Because you already got 6.
And now we're at 50.
And now we have 50. Exciting.
We're at 50. I'm just checking on our servers. As you know, we do an ambitious live event. Everything.
Oh, how's everything going?
We're just taking a look. Sit tight.
Hamsters or...
Sit tight, everyone. We won't. If you're having connectivity issues, don't worry. Team is on it. Sit tight. We'll get you updates soon.
So things are heating up in the hamster.
Things are heating up.
Okay, the hamsters.
Spinning wheels very fast.
I can hear them. I should have changed their wood chips. You know, and it's just they're not going to run as fast without the fresh wood chips.
So on the 50th Warframe topic, we're going to be debuting fully in a. Well, why don't we give you a little tease of how you're going to learn about the 50th Warframe?
Oh, this is cool.
Vediamo.
Styanax will be making his reveal in an animated short that we will be uploading closer to the launch
It's not
of
even a
Veilbreaker.
short.
No,
It's like a 6-minute little short film partnered with Passion Paris, I believe.
But we will be showing that very, closer to the Veilbreaker information bits and everything. But that is Styanax. He is our 50th unique Warframe, and you can learn all about him and his.
That looks so sick, honestly.
It's honestly really great.
That's right up my street.
Gorgeous.
Yeah. His
I'm excited for people to see
50.
Can you believe?
And it's going to give me, like, from then till when it releases, from now until it releases, I'm going to be practicing how to say the name of the Warframe.
Styanax?
Yeah, I'm going to be practicing.
His origin is of that of the noble Greek warriors.
Styanax.
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 Yeah, okay, forget it.
You got it.
Nailed it.
Megan,
No, it is easy to say. I'm being a goof. Yep.
To recap, for those of you doing bullet points for your viewers or for your videos, Veilbreaker, coming soon, Styanax, the 50th Warframe, and a lot more.
Might have spotted Protea Deluxe in that trailer.
Very true.
Tough to say.
Yeah.
Bomba, ragazzi. Bomba, è fantastico. Quindi assieme a Veilbreaker arriverà questo Warframe di cui uscirà il video completo. Di cui uscirà il video completo a breve, poco prima del suo aggiornamento. Sarà in quello stile che avete visto, il video di presentazione. E già l'adoro. Ed è chiaramente sullo stile spartano.
I don't want to be holding it anymore. I want you to be holding it. We have a couple giveaways from.
Oh, is it your iPad with your notes?
No.
Don't touch we were lucky enough to be sponsored by HP Omen to give away some stuff. A full laptop. Okay.
Oh, look at that wolf-inspired art.
WARFRAME.
Woo! Dean's got assets. Don't worry, it's coming up.
This is HP Omen. They have been giving us some sweet one-of-a-kind things to give away. First bundle we're going to give away live Twitch Picker is going to be the headset and the keyboard with the custom keycaps.
I like that we have assets, but you made Megan hold it.
Did I make you hold it?
I made myself.
That's what I thought.
I requested that the items be here so that I could hold it. This is my own fault. Anyways, custom PC and also the
Maledetti, che non possiamo averla sta roba. Maledetti.
The winner, oh my God.
And the winner
I
is,
can't read that.
Oh yes, it's AO925610530.
Wow.
What an
That's your
amazing.
best reading yet.
Exactly.
Wow. The hack with Sheldon is
That's how
just
you break
numbers.
Sheldon.
Just numbers.
Okay, that's actually my account.
All right, that account, please whisper a Warframe Twitch channel with your in-game alias and your shipping information so we can send you this keyboard.
Did you request this color pattern?
Headset. No, but aren't
Yeah,
we
you
so
did.
excited about it?
You totally
Don't you
did.
love it?
That's cool.
Like this one too. Like
I know.
you know?
Can I see the laptop?
Yeah,
No,
of course.
he's gonna take it.
Give it a shot.
Oh.
If he drops it, I'm gonna just...
You can't have it, but you can have it. We're also now giving away this laptop
And
and
headset.
Tra l'altro
another
quel
pair of
computer è
headsets,
una
via the Twitch Picker. So
bomba.
Dean,
Ho visto
roll
le
it and see if it's
specifiche.
a more complicated one for Sheldon.
È una
See if we can
bomba.
trip him up.
Oh, bit of feedback.
Bit of an echo.
This one is Her Esther Palispup.
Ragazzi.
Congrats.
Can I life hack this? Can I zoom in with my phone?
Hers Derp Palace? Hers Derp Palace? No, wait.
Oh my God, it's working.
Is it working? What do you
Here
got?
Her Palace.
All right.
Apocalypse.
Are you zooming in with your camera?
Yes, I am.
He's meta.
Dianax.
Oh, no. You've won our custom laptop giveaway
wow.
with headset. This is yours. You need to message our Twitch chat in whispering. Send it to us as a direct message on Twitch, your shipping address, so we can.
Yes.
Or broadcast it to everybody.
No,
Just
don't
go-
do that.
not do that.
Thank you to Omen for sending this over and creating these. Can't wait for those two winners. I got them.
It's amazing.
And this off my lap.
There you go. And maybe we should also do Power Plat.
Oh, wouldn't you like 100,000 platinum? Wouldn't you like
I sure
that?
would.
100,000.
100,000.
That would be nice.
Let's
I don't
do
even
it.
know how we greenlight these ones, but
I
anyways.
know.
Ask for forgiveness, not permission.
What 100,000?
That's how I work.
All right.
Beh,
Alright, what
ragazzi,
the
questa è
100,000?
parte del gioco.
Quadver.
Le estrazioni
Quad
sono
underscore.
parte
That was
del
quick.
gioco.
You won.
Quadver.
Guys, they just won 100,000 platinum.
Holy crap.
That's a lot.
Good job.
How are we holding up? Should we kick off the theater or?
Glenn says we recovered.
Oh, good.
I will
The
need
swamping,
to
the swamping
check my
web.
situation real quick.
Okay.
Megan,
To make sure.
grazie
To make
bello.
sure that I'm in
Grazie
place.
mille,
Do you want me to
benvenuto.
take all the
Benvenuto.
belongings that
I'll
are
take the
currently on?
laptop.
No, let's give it to you.
Spammino tattico di un
Sheldon.
punto esclamativo salvo.
Right.
Vai.
What we're
Sorry,
gonna do?
winners.
Okay.
You're never getting these.
Yeah, Sheldon's taking them.
Let me do a little.
So far, you have got to see the Veilbreaker update reveal. You've got to see a lot of things that are in live build
Che
for you,
senso? Non ho
and
capito. Dai.
Tease of Steinax.
Tease of Steinax.
Amazing.
And we are now going to go into
Okay.
the World Reveal live gameplay demo of the DeVere Paradox.
Ooh.
Oh,
This is
that's
world
time
reveal.
right now?
It's literally time.
Okay. Let's
that
put
away.
this away.
So I have to go over to the demo PC, so I'm just gonna draw my notes here. Anything you want to say?
Attenzione.
I thought we were gonna stall more or something.
Yeah, I
just
know.
have a look at chat. This
What
feels
time is
sudden
it?
to me.
It
There's
is time. Holy cow.
We're ready to rock.
Oh my gosh.
right.
Are you guys ready? Is
got the
everyone
thread.
ready for this?
No.
as I walk over the stage
Cosa?
ceremoniously.
Just so you know,
Anything to say?
I want to say, like, this isn't a volume. This is not ILM. Like, this is real. Like, just like this is real. You know, this is not like a Obi-Wan show.
It's not a
you
green
know,
screen.
like it's physical. Sorry.
All right.
Okay, we're gonna sit quiet.
Okay.
You guys ready?
Well, what's there to say? The DeVere
Is there
Paradox.
no like camera for you on?
No.
Allora.
All right.
All right. Let's get started.
Just a voice.
Just a
Wait,
voice.
get in game.
A voice from the
please.
void.
If you aren't in game, go to the DeVere Amphitheater on Earth.
E andiamo in
Megan's there
game,
now, and we're
signori.
gonna start the show.
Yeah, this is going to be a really cool kind of interleaved show.
Oh, look how cool this is.
Yeah, awesome.
Oh, that's the.
Okay, so people are there, so things are working.
Things are working.
Yeah.
Giving 4 But first, a salutation to him by whose will
As we wait
are
for the
gathered
Devere paradox,
here. The
there's something everyone
brightest
should
of
know about
stars
it,
in the firmament,
which is that
our
it's going to come earlier in the
magnificent
game than you'd
majesty by
expect.
whose very whim
The Devere
we
paradox
exist,
is indeed a
our
paradox,
most modern
and to that end,
serene sovereign,
you may
Dominus
find yourself wondering if you are required to play the new war to play the Devere paradox. And the answer is no.
No.
It'll be earlier in the Warframe journey, and we're going to be taking it in lots of strange and weird directions to that end. Because what is a paradox if not an anomaly in time and space? And for us, taking all those themes and pushing them into this update has been a lot of fun, and frankly, quite exciting for the future of Warframe.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it.
The Devere Amphitheater is live on all platforms, and our gracious host Bombastine will invite you to participate in the Devere Paradox Amphitheater experience.
Get in
And if
there,
it doesn't
Tenno.
start soon, I'm just gonna
wait.
We're waiting.
Go back to the couch.
We're letting everyone get in. Everyone needs to be able to see this. We can see the numbers rising. We have a little ticker over on the side. Every relay keeps filling up. Thanks, guys, for coming in. But we're going to give them a few more minutes. We don't want to start the demo without everybody in place. So bear with us. Oh, 100 more.
È incredibile, stanno riuscendo a farmi stare zitto. Cioè, sono così in hype che stanno riuscendo a farmi stare zitto. E voi sapete che io non riesco a farmi a stare zitto.
You ready? Oh, hold on. So Megan's getting it's making its way through.
The demo is about to begin.
Packets of
Ever get that feeling you're stuck?
C'è qualcos'altro prima.
Spinning inside your little wheel day in and day out. Only to find you're right back where you started. And so it goes. Day by day. Year by year. Spinning and spinning until you're dead. Or in my case, until you're dead inside. Never asking, what am I doing this for? Whose dream am I living?
You are hereby consigned and sentenced to death by royal order of His Majesty Dominus Thrax, hero of all.
Get on with
it. Live.
Death by impalement. What? Huh? How curious. That doesn't belong.
And the daring knight was slain! Or maybe not.
Oh, bello, bello, notevole.
glimmering hope until the great horror darken the skies above, hungry for night flesh.
Si è distratto.
What's gotten into you? My world, my rules.
No, da capo, no. Ok, è un gameplay incredibilmente realistico. Ah, ma era lui che se la rideva. E vai. Cioè, vorrei sottolineare che il cavallo ha fatto il doppio salto. Chapeau al cavallo.
This is the intro quest to the Javiri Paradox. So what you're seeing right now is the onboarding experience for the quest.
There goes our honored king! Where? Where? He gave me no eyes to see him! There! I think it's him! Sir, will the dragon devour us today? I live to serve, even as food! What? That's a dragon too? Didn't you hear it?
Someone can tell me how our theater event's going. All right, no worries. This is an open world experience, but it has a lot of twists. The world does not look vibrant, it looks rather colorless.
L'ambientazione è fantastica.
Something has changed.
Questo stile desaturato io lo adoro. Non so se mi piacerà per tutto il...
This place can change. This place can change!
Che figata!
Let's follow and see where we go.
Che figo! Che bomba, ragazzi, bomba!
The king graces us. I am Bombastine, sire. You do remember your courtly play, right? Hey, I am not. Have you come to join the performance, sire? It would be my deepest honor to see you command the stage. Yonder, you might recover your favorite mask.
My favorite mask?
Yes, manifest as only you are able. With untold power as only you command. Quick, sire. I can only stall this awful idiot's gallery for a while longer.
Evidently, we have to go find a mask.
Ok.
Perhaps we can get some assistance.
È stupenda, questa cosa mi sta tirando scemo. È stupenda. Mi sta letteralmente tirando scemo questa cosa della luce da seguire che colora l'ambiente. Queste capre zombie che ci passano in mezzo, vabbè.
How do I know this? Oh. At least you're not trying to kill me.
What the hell?
Che è geniale, è geniale. Cioè, avete presente quando ho detto che era fighissimo il cipher di The New War?
Back we go.
The king returns! And in such a mood as this he wears. What recitation will you gift us today?
I'm not... shit. Line feed?
Of course, sire. Which play?
Now here we find ourselves with a very important decision. As you play through the open world Deviri Paradox experience, you're going to be given opportunities to choose your attributes, your build for that particular day, that play session. In this case, veteran players of Warframe, even new ones will recognize heat damage as a way to get your melee built up. In this case, we have the option to instantly summon and mount a Loyal Cave, which happens to be that skeletal horse I'm riding, and then King's Rebuke, which is a decree that allows you to have a burst when you dodge. I'm going to go with Loyal Steed just to show this off during Tennocon here today. This is going to be something that you'll have, so you don't need to choose from it normally, but we're just going to use it today for the demo.
When I bestride
him,
I
soar.
I am a
hawk. I am a hawk.
He trots the air.
Trots the air.
The earth sings
The
when he
earth
touches it.
sings when he touches it.
The basest horn of his hoof
The
is more
basest
musical
horn of his hoof is more
than
musical
the pipe of
than
Hermes.
the pipe of Hermes.
Bravissimo proprio, un cannone.
I was on the edge of my seat.
Moving. Well done, sire. They love you.
Right.
Deviri is a strange place. It is a place where your choices will allow you to build builds for your drifter and what's to come. And let's take a look at using that decree right now.
Oh,
In
che
Team Force.
tocco di classe,
But where to
signori.
next?
Sì.
Deviri Paradox open world is a strange place. And it seems as though there's another one of these statues here. So let's take a look at that. And light it up. Oh, God.
I thought I had lost you for a moment, but you don't get to leave.
Ah, so now I've chosen my respawn point, and I can escape the dragon. The aura worm node. Safety in the caves, Tenno.
Bello.
All right.
The Cave of Deviri, a memory clad in a steel dream, swifter than bow shots, more loyal than a steadfast soldier's heart. Run true, noble cave.
Molto bello. Molto bello. Molto bello. Sì. L'ho detto che mi piaceva un sacco il primo, ma e questo cavallo è il primo che abbiamo visto nella parte artist e mi è piaciuto sempre un botto. Ma
now, of course,
ritorniamo
this is a
nella
WARFRAME
live.
update, but this is also the introductory quest to the Deviri Paradox. So we'll see where this goes.
Ok.
So, you finally took the hand.
Attention! What? Finally? Today's the first...
Fool! You know how this works. Why would today be the first time? Your ignorance is second only to your apathy. What I struggle to comprehend is why the other side is even trying to help you.
The other side? Who's trying to help me?
You are. See for yourself.
You should make a choice here, I think. See where it goes. Gotta stay true to the poster boy.
I thought so. Old dogs and new tricks. Go on, go wallow in your routine.
Fine, I'm getting out of here on my own.
Oh, now. That would be a surprise, wouldn't it? Take my old blades if you want a chance with that mockery of a Dax.
Le spade di
Perhaps
Tashin.
we're simply not ready yet to take on a Warframe.
I see. Until next time.
We're veiled in scars and sorrows. I
alto.
cannot tell you how
Giro.
long he has dwelled with us. I only know that something has compelled him to watch and wait.
Tashin.
The world has changed.
Now the cowardly knight must face the king's champion. Enter Danfius.
Oh, pro.
A little color is all it takes to change this world. You're too old and too weak.
Got him.
Why'd you do it?
Well,
Che
looks like I made quick work of
Sad.
Denvius, but I'm afraid there's only one way to take down an airborne beast. And I hope I have the tools to do so. Here we go.
Porca! Di cosa stiamo parlando? Oddio. Giustamente.
How dare he keep trying to leave? What's out there that's so fascinating? Maybe I
Porca miseria.
just go there myself.
Ah, io non ho parole, ragazzi. Io non ho parole.
And that is...
Cioè, io non ho seriamente parole, ragazzi.
Oh no!
Di cosa...
We're caught in the paradox.
Di cosa stiamo parlando? Cioè, io...
That's so awesome.
The open world experience coming with the DeVere Paradox is going to be everything you love about Warframe, your builds and everything you know is going to come from this drifter's point of view. The experience where you start off as the underdog and as you play through, your decrees will be bound to you for that play session. And we're really trying to play with very different things for this open world experience. Narrative, you know, there are those 3 frames in the cave.
Yeah.
Maybe just a little.
That was a sick callback.
Yeah.
I love that.
Or call forward because of the paradox.
I can't even make sense of it all. Eternalism has messed me up.
So yeah, and you got to see a little bit of the amphitheater, DeVere amphitheater experience.
Yes.
We had a live show there. That if you're probably in a relay still right now,
You're still in there. The dragon's probably roaring around.
Be careful.
Don't leave because Bomastine does have a farewell for you in a bit. But you can hang out with the dragon and walk around.
I mean, this is an old Tobey Maguire reference, but I was thinking an alt title would be Unpleasantville.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
Yeah. No?
Yeah.
No, that's
That
not
is an
landing
old
for
reference.
anyone,
That
eh?
is an
Okay.
old reference.
Okay. Sorry,
We get it, we're just not laughing.
Che freddura tremenda, molto
I
bene.
just love the color, the dragon and the flying around.
No,
the
ragazzi,
dragon.
è
Stunning.
disarmante. Questo trailer è stato, cioè questo gameplay è
And that
stato
old guy, who's that old
disarmante.
guy? With those swords.
I feel like I recognize his voice.
I recognize him, but I want to know more.
Disarmante. È l'unica parola che mi viene da dire, davvero, ragazzi. Io... Porca miseria, c'era tanta roba, tutto insieme e al mio parere era tutto di qualità altissima.
You enjoyed the gameplay reveal of the Devere Paradox. That was the quest, or part of the quest for you to start off your journey, and we're going to be working
That's this year.
very, very hard on it to get it.
Yes, Devere this year.
And we had one of the relay events worked.
No, I think we had two. We had Teshin and
Oh,
Kate.
yes, we had two of them
Teshin
work.
and the horse, yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
They were. I
Alright.
think people were able to experience some of it. My PC was having a bit of a struggle, so you know what? Maybe we'll play that experience again at a later date.
Just like we did
tend to
last
do
year.
that. We tend to do that. Yeah,
Why
we'll show
not?
it again. We'll show it again.
Yeah. We'll
For
do it
sure.
again.
For sure.
If there were any issues, we will run it again.
Yes. Our IT team is working right now feverishly to try to even get those last two working. So
I'm sure.
yeah, appreciate their work. And appreciate, of
Hanno
course,
fatto
everyone's
vedere
interest
dei
in
piccoli
cramming in there and
pezzi,
wanting to watch it
Sata,
with us. And
di-
yeah,
Oh yeah.
beautiful.
Great job, man.
I just love the way the color works and just
Delle
that
statue dei
thing in the
personaggi.
sky, the cloud.
Yeah.
Oh God, at the end.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot with this update. You may have noticed the world changed a lot when we came in and out, and moods are a huge part of what will make
wow.
each day feel different. So,
When he mad,
When he's mad,
Watch
he's
out.
mad.
Yeah.
watch out.
Awesome. Okay, so is that it?
kind of. Kind of not. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I guess, yeah. I probably was supposed to be prepared to have like a more structured speech, but, you know, it's...
Why start now? We've only
Why,
been doing
why
this
be
10
structured
years.
now?
Why start?
But yeah, this is, I guess, we wanted to share with our community some news about the growth of DE.
The amazing growth.
And the growth of the team. And I guess I can probably just do it with symbolism, you know, and just kind of do this, right?
Yes.
Symbolism.
And just, you know, if you've been with us for a while.
What color are those? Are those faded or are they?
They've been washed a lot.
We hope this is why I wore white. So we could contrast.
Oh my gosh. And I think it's time that Warframe has a new leader, and it's going to be you.
And I'll put these on.
Oh, don't put them on now. I mean, they are clean.
I said no butts.
No butts today.
But yeah, I think it's, you know, we started this game more than 10 years ago, and it's a big, important part of our lives, and and we made it in a way that we hadn't made games before, which was with all of you at home, supporting us, funding us when we didn't have a publisher, and we were kind of striking out on our own, and this is something that we are going to try again. And as you know, the younger generation is going to take over Warframe and phase in that.
You're old.
The old buggers. My beard has maybe just a little bit of pepper left in the salt. The old buggers are going to try to do it again with you at home. And I think that's probably all there is to say about it for now. We have prepared for you a taste of that experience that we want you to join us with its creation. So thank you very much for that amazing Devere demo. And yeah, it's time to see the next story that we're adding to the studio's, you know, legacy going forward, I hope. I hope you like it.
It began as song, pitched sweet and solemn. They that heard came hollow, fallen, Their children raised in castle's loft, made hunters grave, of others not.
Remember this. We are a family.
Yet beyond the pale of Odin's sky live verdant fields of rain and wild, where omen beasts of Alka's lost remember still and tell the ghost. So listen well. Envoys of shame. And bear their souls within your frame. Find your spirit, your grace renewed, and return to earth, her power true. Join us, won't you?
Quoto Albi, sono confuso ma in senso buono. appena finisce la live è finita? Cioè, è finito?
Like a beloved song and never grow.
Andiamo a sbirciare in game.
Of course, it is not so sweet for those who the king wishes to see suffer. And death is no release when it can be undone and decreed again. But enough of such dark forebodings. To vary awaits, and we shall meet again.
Già, esatto, Alexander. Vabbè, lui ci ha semplicemente salutato. Direi che possiamo uscire dall'anfiteatro doveri. Aspetta. Mi sta facendo uscire lui? È tutto buio, io uscirò. Basta. Allora. Fermiamo qui.
Operator, messages have arrived in your inbox.
Torniamo in Just Chatting. E adesso... E adesso Just Chattiamo. Torniamo in Just Chatting. E adesso Just Chattiamo bene. Ok? Mettiamo della musica un po' più serena. Ok, allora innanzitutto andiamo a guardare immediatamente cos'è questo WARFRAME.com. Sito ancora down per adesso. Va bene. Sì, l'avranno aperto tutti nello stesso momento. È molto probabile. Allora. Quindi niente. Torniamo in Just Chatting. Ricapitoliamo un po'. Io ovviamente mi sono perso un chilo di roba, ma voglio ringraziare Getoma Wolf che ha rinnovato l'abbonamento per il secondo mese e Angel Communion che ha sottoscritto l'abbonamento col Prime. Quindi grazie, davvero, grazie ragazzi. È sempre una cosa bella, mi fa sempre piacere. Quindi grazie davvero. Poi ricapitoliamo, facciamo un po' il punto della situazione perché quanta cacchio di roba c'è? C'è un pacco di roba. E ovviamente benvenuto ad Angel Comune, ad Albi Choki, a Mr. Nakagata e basta, gli altri li avevo salutati direi. Allora, nell'ordine abbiamo la nuova skin di Titania. Nuova skin di Titania che andiamo a vedere bene. E non mi dispiace. È da controllare, è da vedere. Me la cavo su Warframe, ma senza i tuoi tutorial sarei fermo a Excalibur. Figurati, bello, sono qui apposta. E questa è carina. Facciamo le cose facili prima, no, smattiamo le robe semplici. Nuova skin, solo il pack. Aspetta, Karma, devi stare calmo, devi stare calmissimo, perché qui c'è un pacco di roba, io sto tirando già scemo. Allora, c'è anche una siandana, mettiamogliela, vediamo come va. Sì, no, raga, davvero, ma stiamo scherzando, ma quanta roba c'è da metabolizzare? Vediamo se c'è già, se ce l'ho. Tanto direi che sia decisamente riconoscibile. Eccola, qui. Molto bella. Poi è arrivata Cora. Mi si è impantanato il gioco. Ok. Che cosa cacchio sta? Ah, ok, non mi risponde la rete. Ho dei problemini di rete. In effetti è per quello, secondo me, che prima è crashato male. Quindi dicevamo, torniamo in Just Chatting. Ciao FG Photo, benvenuto. Si è ripreso. È arrivata Cora Prime. Crashato di nuovo tutto. Ragazzi, cioè li stiamo pesando, oggi li stiamo davvero facendo male. Che voi non vedete? Che voi non vedete? Che così vedete, ma non vedete lo stesso. Niente, signori. Cora. C'è Cora Prime. Sì, basta. Non ci voglio neanche più provare. Mi sta buttando fuori. C'è l'inferno. La gente sta impazzendo. A posto così. Allora, quindi c'è Cora Prime. Tanta roba. Bella, mi piace. Sì, no, si sta piantando tutto. Ci sta. Hanno fatto... Cioè, è una cosa buona che si stia piantando tutto, perché vuol dire che hanno buttato fuori qualcosa di così gustoso che... stanno tutti quanti lì. Quindi è positivo. Poi abbiamo detto le nuove Nightwave da domani. Vabbè, grazie, carine. Abbiamo questo nuovo aggiornamento di cui non si è capito una mazza. Perché? Allora, nell'ordine, informazioni randomiche raccolte durante i vari elementi. Arriverà un nuovo Warframe molto stile spartano, con questa intro molto anime. Non neanche anime, è quell'altro video di presentazione che era molto molto bello. E poi cos'altro arriverà? Arriverà Cal. Avremo un Cal che possiamo giocare. È galattico. Ciao 22 Nick 22. È galattica questa cosa, un Cal che possiamo giocare. Abbiamo il Duviri, finalmente abbiamo il Duviri. Il gameplay era fantastico, succedono cose che non capisco e questo mi manda ancora più nei pazzi, io voglio capirle. Piove una mano di Lotus a caso e noi usiamo il potere e va bene. Ciao Mesontk. Ciao bello. E poi c'è il cavallo che salta, fa il doppio salto e completamente inaspettato vola. Ok, e poi c'è Tashin che ci prova a far entrare in un Warframe e noi non ci entriamo. E quindi ci dà le sue spade e noi arriviamo alla gente con le sue spade.
See you around, Tinsuit.
Ciao Numbercode, ben arrivato. E poi, oltre a questo, c'è Soulframe. C'è Soulframe, che è un altro gioco che non c'entrerà, secondo me, non c'entrerà assolutamente niente. Ciao Judy, ben arrivata. Che non c'entrerà assolutamente niente e che vorrà dire che Steve passerà a questa separazione, diciamo, va bene. Guarda come sarà il logo di Duviri, bellissimo. Dove lo vedo il logo di Duviri? Dove? Mosby? Support, please. E lo stile richiama Warframe. No ragazzi, non potete dirmele così a mezzo, datemi info, vi supplico. E poi uscirà, e poi uscirà Veilbreaker, ragazzi. Uscirà Veilbreaker, che benedica figlio. Veilbreaker, tanta roba. Anche Veilbreaker non sarà per niente male. Questo qui, screen, è il logo del Duviri. Questo è il logo del Duviri che stava mostrando, ci stava dicendo Mosby. Potrebbe essere un prequel, ma non è detto, non si sa una mazza, non si sa niente. Cioè, allora, come sempre, il problema di lavorare post live, mi sa, mi toccherà di lavorare parecchio, ragazzi. Come sempre il problema del Tennocon è che galvanizza a bestia. Io sono veramente contento di questo Tennocon. Sono veramente contento che quest'anno me lo sono riuscito a godere al 100%, perché l'anno scorso piccolo spoilerino per chi non ci fosse stato la live scorsa, penso di averlo detto, il Tennocon dell'anno scorso, io avevo un matrimonio di un mio carissimo amico qui, non volevo e non potevo mancare, e quindi io sono tornato a casa, ho guardato solo l'ultimo pezzo alle 5 del mattino, ho fatto il video, l'ho pubblicato, alle 7 del mattino l'ho messo pronto e poi così. Però invece quest'anno me lo sono goduto appieno. Me lo sono goduto appieno con voi e questo mi ha fatto un sacco piacere. C'era un sacco di gente, c'è ancora un sacco di gente e io ne sono molto felice. Sono molto felice che la DE abbia dato la possibilità di prendere i drop anche dalle live dei creator, perché vuol dire... Ciao Chopin. Perché vuol dire che siete potuti restare assieme a me e a me ha fatto proprio piacere che voi siete stati insieme a me a guardarlo. Ogni blocco mi è piaciuto. Ovviamente qualche blocco un po' di più, qualche blocco un po' di meno, è chiaro, cioè l'ultimo pezzo era stupendo. Ciao Luca, ben arrivato. L'ultimo pezzo era stupendo, ma io sono veramente contento. Questo Soul Frame mi toccherà di giocare a 2 giochi. Già Warframe mi ruba l'anima, cioè ho finito di vivere. Bene così, avrete la mia vita sociale sulla coscienza, sappiatelo. Cara Die, cara Rebecca, caro Steve, cara Megan, tutti quanti, avrete la mia vita sociale sulla coscienza, sappiatelo, ma con felicità, col sorriso, con tanto sorriso. E Mosby regala un bellissimo abbonamento a Schino. Molto bene. Molto bene, grazie. Grazie Mosby, assolutamente grazie. Credo sarà un tipo Elden. Allora io spero, ciao Real Ghost, spero che sia tipo Elden ma con la difficoltà impostabile, per favore, perché io ho sempre detto che non ho mai apprezzato i giochi troppo punitivi, quindi apprezzerei molto che non fosse così. E
They say money can't buy class.
Albi,
but I think you just proved them wrong.
Tra l'altro ragazzi vi ricordo, ne approfitto. Grazie Treppe. Vi ricordo che è attivo un particolare giveaway, ovvero facendo le sub, facendo una sub o regalando una sub, parteciperete a un'estrazione che verrà effettuata il 26 di luglio, l'ultima live. Poi faccio un po' di ferie, mi concedo un po' di ferie, quindi non farò live e non farò video, e in cui regaleremo la bellissima opera d'arte, perché di questo si tratta, che ha realizzato una nostra amica, un'amica del canale, Itaru, e ha realizzato una splendida Trinity strega con i colori acrilici. Mi confondo sempre se sono acrilici o a olio. Direi che siano acrilici. Detto questo, signori, detto questo, spero, perché avere un altro gioco alla Warframe sarebbe la morte. No, assolutamente. Io spero vivamente che dimostrino di avere la classe che la DE, che contraddistingue la DE da sempre, e che facciano un bel gioco, magari single, magari multi, insomma, se la giochino loro quello, ma che sia un gioco con un blocco, ok? Warframe è un gioco che nasce per evolvere nel tempo. Invece questo mi piacerebbe fosse, appunto, stile Elden Ring come concept di gioco, ok? Che sì, cioè in open world puoi spaziare, puoi giocare, ma è un tempo di gioco limitato, non durerà per sempre. Lo spero vivamente. Comunque non so se è un errore mio, ma il sito di Warframe non si avvia più. Gliel'abbiamo crashato, ragazzi, abbiamo distrutto tutto. Abbiamo tirato giù Warframe.
They say money can't buy class.
Number code.
But I think you just proved
Ragazzi,
them
io
wrong.
sono molto felice di vedere un sacco di gente, di vedere Live Train, ovviamente, che è sempre una gioia. Adesso scrivo ad Alastor e gli dico che c'è un Live Train, di passare almeno a salutare. Sono molto felice di vedere che fate le sub, perché sapete che le sub mi danno mi motivano e mi danno supporto, oltre che le vostre parole, oltre che la vostra presenza. Le sub sono un altro modo per supportarmi e questo è sempre molto bello. E in più c'è ovviamente ovviamente c'è il giveaway che vi stavo raccontando adesso. Ragazzi, sono rincretinito.
They say money can't buy class. But I think you just proved them wrong.
Grazie mille, ragazzi, grazie davvero. Hype Train, signori, Hype Train. Ciuf ciuf. Gastel, vuoi una mano? No, ce la posso fare. E che davvero, a parte tutto, siete tantissimi. Siete davvero tanti, ragazzi. Cioè, io sto leggendo 163. Voi siete impazziti. 163 cristiani per guardare una faccia così che vi dice delle boiate. Vi adoro. E soprattutto i contenuti sono tanti. Contento di essere riuscito a passare e fare la sub. Ma contento io che tu sia passato. Non per la sub, ma perché sei passato. Sono molto felice. Dai, passa a salutare. Ragazzi, io vi concedo il tempo dell'hype train, quindi più resterà vivo l'hype train, più resterò in live, dopodiché semplicemente si spegne e inizio a lavorare per il video che come al solito vi farò per siete troppo buoni, per il video che ovviamente vi farò per raccontarvi un po' quello che abbiamo visto. Però sì, cioè adesso mi faccio una camomilla innanzitutto, mi calmo, prendo fiato e poi lo preparo, così che domani spero di riuscire a farlo uscire per l'una, come sempre, per mezzogiorno e mezza, ma non ne sono sicurissimo. Quindi io ci provo, se no uscirà un po' in ritardo come è stato per quello che degli Arcane e voi mi volete bene lo stesso.
Sì, dai ragazzi, concedeteglielo. C'è veramente un botto di roba di cui parlare, soprattutto da riassumere e da spiegare.
Esatto.
Ok? E il problema più grande è che in fin dei conti neanche noi ci abbiamo capito molto. Cioè,
sì, no, la parte più divertente sarà quella che 3/4 del video sarà ok, e qui non si è capito niente, e qui invece non si è capito niente, ma qui invece non si è capito niente. Sarà quasi tutto così, preparatevi. Però no, però è molto bello, è molto...
Ragazzi, nuova IP, bello. Non so di cosa tratti però. Andiamo avanti.
Esatto. Nel frattempo, signori, abbiamo la compagnia del nostro caro Cephalon Gioggi, mod del canale, nonché Cephalon, nonché Banhammer per l'eccellenza. Ha già appena pubblicato sul nostro canale Discord il trailer di Soulframe, quindi ora lo devi fare per il meme.
Vuol dire che qualcuno l'ha registrato e l'ha mandato. Oddio, perché non credo sia ufficiale.
No, beh, dipende. Vediamo, vado a sbirciare.
Ah, solo leggere il nome.
Ah, boh. Soulframe, vediamo. Sì? L'ha registrato e l'ha pubblicato.
Wow.
Che idoli,
wow.
Che idoli. Vediamo se Soulframe si è ripreso. Se il sito di Soulframe. Sì, c'è già su YouTube. È qualcuno che l'ha registrato e l'ha caricato al volo, perché è di 16 minuti fa. Niente, ragazzi, Soulframe non ne vuole sapere, giustamente. Secondo me gli stiamo sfasciando i server.
Beh, Dio mio, cioè praticamente no. Al tuo E3 fai uscire non solo una cosa,
cioè annunci il nuovo... annunci il nuovo Prime, annunci le nuove skin, annunci la nuova Nightwave, annunci un nuovo Warframe che tutti aspettavano da un bel po', annunci...
E che avevamo detto che non ci stavano lavorando.
Esatto, e che l'avevano detto che era un meme. Annunci un nuovo minor update, perché secondo me Veilbreak sarà un minor rispetto a Duviri, in cui puoi giocare il personaggio più amato da statistica dell'ultima stagione, dell'ultima missione, dell'ultima quest. Annunci il nuovo aggiornamento del secolo con un sacco di figate in mezzo e un nuovo gioco. Zio, noi te lo spegniamo sto sito, noi la buttiamo giù questo cazzo di Warframe. Scusate. Però è così, effettivamente è così.
Se lo meritano.
Sì.
Meritano. E anzi, devono ringraziare di avere una community così in hype.
No, ragazzi, io non so voi, io veramente non sapevo dove stare, ragazzi. Comunque soprattutto io sottolineerei la classe di Luke. Ho notato adesso che prima ha fatto l'abbonamento e poi ha messo il follow. Bravo Luke.
Un applauso. Io se potessi urlerei.
Signori,
Karma.
allora Live Train è finito. Il Tennocon è finito. E Gianfi ha regalato un abbonamento. Grazie Gianfi. Grazie caro. Grazie mille. Come sempre grazie. E quindi Live Train è finito. Il Tennocon è finito. I siti sono giù. Warframe è giù. Camomille e Annanna tutti quanti. Grazie di essere stati qui ragazzi. Grazie davvero. È bellissimo avervi qui ed è importantissimo avervi qui. Grazie. Arriverà il momento in cui potremo giocare tutti insieme. Ce l'hanno detto. Ancora un soon, ma io mi fido. Arriverà il momento in cui potremo scambiare i profili tra le piattaforme. Detto questo, signori, io direi che per stasera neanche il raid, proprio basta. Andiamo a letto e basta.
È tardi.
Che
basta.
Non riusciremo a dormire, andremo a letto e faremo proprio questa cosa qui. Ci sdraiamo con gli occhi sgranati, staremo così. Ma io ne sono proprio contento, ragazzi. Buonanotte a tutti belli. Buonanotte.
Buonanotte, ciao belli.
All this glamour, Grammy parties ain't the same. Got me with